game developer. I've been working on games for the past 11 years altogether. I got a degree in game simulation programming back in the day. I've been working on mobile games, some PC games, indie games. And then my latest kind of leg of my career has all been kind of more VR focused. I'm currently the CEO of Weird Kid Studios, and we just launched our first title, Galactic Bar Fight. And soon I'll be joining the team at Alchemy Labs, who are the creators of Job Simulator and Rick and Morty VR in the next month. So yeah, super excited.
Perfect. Now, where are you in your studio based out of?
Southern California, Los Angeles.
All right, so okay, that was good life, and absolutely. So we appreciate you being out there and being such a great example. Now, talking about how you started in this space. Again, I know you got a long space of experience, but for you, where did the passion from development for games, and particularly interactive media like this, come from? So, is there a particular space that you could think to as far as that maybe was a pivotal point, or some things that you saw that made you think that you could be into this space?
Yeah, right. I think, I think first my passion for games, I've just always been kind of infatuated with them, right? Just ever since I was a really young kid. Um, and then I think as I kind of got older, I think the first game that actually really struck me, and the first time I remember thinking, how do they do that in a game, was Metal Gear Solid. Like in the AI being able to track your footprints, and like me being able to knock on crates and have them kind of come investigate where I'm at. It almost seemed like magic to me. And as dorky as it is, like young me, I would run around the boxes just banging on them to see if, basically playing hide and seek with the AI, just because that was interesting to me, and I could do that for like an hour straight, and that would be the game for me. And so, yeah, I think that was kind of a pivotal game for me. Sonic the Hedgehog 2, I love the design, I love the music. I think it's like just one of the most complete game experiences altogether. Mario 64 and translating platformers to 3D. There's just so many games over kind of the course of my life that really stuck with me. But I'd definitely say Sonic 2, Mario 64, and Metal Gear Solid were the big ones that kind of really left an impression. Kind of what made me want to understand games more as a medium.
That makes sense. And to that, seem where you have a lot of that console experience as far as like the space of exposure. Where was the jump into the virtual and augmented reality space for you?
Yeah. Oh man. Funny enough, Job Simulator was actually the second job, or second game that I played in VR. And that was kind of a pivotal one. It just showed me kind of what VR could be. I think the very first VR experience I tried, I put on the headset, and like my coworkers didn't tell me anything. And you're like underwater, and you're on this sunken pirate ship, and out in the distance you see the shadow, and it's like, oh, a whale's coming towards me. But as it gets closer, like it's like, oh, a whale's coming towards me, and it's massive. And you like, there's this point where like it's like over your head, and you see its tail come like right down by your head, and just really kind of hooked me as an experience. And so I think that was kind of like right away I was in love with VR as soon as I tried it. And from there, like I tried to go buy, I didn't have enough money for like a new PC and like an expensive VR headset at the time. And so I went and bought a Google Cardboard headset just to kind of try to fake VR for the big headset. Um, and then, funny enough, I think it was just 2 years later, I actually worked on my first VR game, which was Ghostbusters VR for the Google Cardboard. And so that's kind of a nice full circle way to kind of begin my VR career.
Absolutely. And to that, of course, where we're speaking now, we'll create a Juneteenth here for June 2023. For example, Apple just releasing the space for the Vision. Of course, we have now a Quest 3. We see that there is that penchant that VR and XR and these new digital experiences are transcending into another space. So, of course, for developers like yourself and humbly for myself, we see that there's a new platform, a new medium that is taking that next space. Now, what's your current idea of like the state of VR and XR, being that you and your studio have a very special and niche representation in that?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I think it's interesting because I think on one hand, I think and people in VR have been saying it for a while, we're still in like the Atari stages of VR. Like it's still such a kind of young medium. I think we're still figuring out so many things. We're figuring out, the best frame rates, the best optimization practices, like what's comfortable, what's a way to create interfaces that are intuitive, what even is intuitive in a virtual space, right? Like, and then figuring out mixed reality so young, like what does it mean to bring a virtual representation of things into like a physical space, which I think is a big part of what the Vision Pro is going to do. And so I think we're still really early in the tech, but I think we're also in a really exciting time because I think a lot of it's undefined, and I think that there's, um, I think we one of my favorite examples of like a kind of like a fake mixed reality, a fake virtual reality is Minority Report,
Mm.
and there's just this scene where Tom Cruise is basically going through like a case, and he's like moving all these files around this virtual screen using his hands and these gloves, and it's just really cool to see him like orchestrating and moving and navigating this kind of virtual environment around him. And I think like ultimately, I think something like what happens in Report is kind of the goal. I think that's what we like VR and kind of mixed reality to be. I think for now we're still figuring out like how this tech benefits our society, right? We have doctors who are training with surgical simulations. We have USPS that's training drivers to drive their trucks using the headsets to like be able to plot routes through cities. And I think it's a really we're in a kind of like an exploratory phase of figuring out the ways to use the tech to make things more immersive, make it more realistic, and how to almost put people into situations we can't realistically, and kind of give us ways to practice situations that are really hard to recreate in real life. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think likewise that the capacity by which we're using it now
Mm-hmm.
is amazing. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So like for your example of being able to for doctors to be able to have it as a surgical simulator.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's like a great precursor to the way this thing is really going to go.
Right.
But at the same time, it is very early in the game.
Yeah.
And so where we've seen companies like Meta, like Apple now, pushing that technology, it still seems that it hasn't reached down to the everyday person, right? Whether that's VR, AR, XR, in this sense. Now, is there a space where you see, and again, maybe it's a little bit to the future, but we'll ask it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think that point comes? Do you think it comes with any of the technology we're seeing right now? Or for you as a developer, you think like again, it's so early that we may not even be in that conversation yet?
I actually think it's closer than we realize, and I think part of what made me realize was the Vision Pro um, price tag. I think a big reason that VR isn't more accessible and kind of more commonplace is the price factor, right? And I think the Vision Pro is not helpful in that it's $3,400 for a new headset. It's super expensive. But that's I already know it's going to encourage a lot of investment and kind of like a lot more money to kind of populate the space. With that said, the Oculus Quest 3 is coming out, I think, later this year, and I think that's going to retail about $500. And I think because of that, it's going to drop the price of the Oculus Quest 2. And so I'm thinking like if Oculus Quest 2 gets to $200, $300, I think that might be a lot more attainable for a lot of people. And I think that actually bodes really well for the future of VR. Because I just feel like, we go back to when I started out, right? And like, I was so in love with VR the moment I tried it. And then I remember asking, like, oh, how much does it cost to replicate this experience? And then hearing 3 grand, like I didn't have 3 grand anywhere to even try to invest in that. But what I could do is go get like an iPhone 5C, and then put that iPhone 5C in a 25. I got that for like $100, and then I put that in like a Google Cardboard, which I got for $20. And for $120, I could have a version of VR that was enough for me. And I think as VR becomes more affordable, I think it's going to create more opportunities, and it's going to be something a lot more of us engage in. Because I think just there's so many people who are priced out by VR at the moment. And so I'm hoping that as it becomes cheaper, we just see a higher prevalence of VR and people who are fans of
Bring up a good point, and one that I've echoed as well is that accessibility seems to be the biggest opportunity in VR and AR. And again, just in this media space. Likewise, talking about accessibility for developers, right? So between us, we don't see a lot of just developers in itself are a big need, but particularly developers of color, right? And looking at these experiences, have you noted or you notice as far as like in the pipeline of how we have this new technology, but again, we see big companies invested in it. Do you see that there's an investment in the training for, I guess to say like non-traditional development for developers in this space?
Yeah, I will say one thing that has been really positive about VR is like I think not just myself, but I know so many other VR devs of of, of color from all sorts of communities who've like also been really attracted to the tech, and because of that, I think there's so many of us who aren't traditional, I guess, developers who are at the kind of beginning of VR that I think it bodes a lot the future bodes really well for us, and hopefully bringing VR to our communities and helping making it more prevalent as a space that people of color and people from marginalized backgrounds can participate in. And then on top of that, I do already see like there's so many VR experiences. There's the GRX Immersive Lab, and they had a Martin Luther King experience. There's a pretty popular VR movie called Driving While Black. I've seen VR experiences that showcase kind of the living situations of a refugee, and because it's like a 360 VR video, they can bring you into that actual living situation, the spaces that those people inhabit, and kind of the experiences they go through. There's a really popular one that it kind of tries to simulate what it's like to be blind and to like have sound be your primary experience of interacting with the world. And um, I think like already there's a lot of interest in the power of VR, which I think is truly the ability. There's always the old expression of you don't really understand somebody until you walk a mile in their shoes. And I think VR is so good at giving you an opportunity to be in someone else's shoes for at least, for 15 minutes. But I think it's going to make us all more empathetic. And I think it makes our experiences and the value of our experiences even more important because we get to share ourselves in a more intimate way than we ever have with each other. So yeah.
No, that's fantastic, and I think to your point that we're able to share and navigate this a lot better. And I think in this particular technology, maybe we did in say like the console wars of the '90s, right? Or even talking about an Atari, or even just computer science in general, where we still see that there's a lot of opportunity to bring in the workforce that makes this happen. But I think that this space is so open and so new that it still feels like we haven't missed out, if that makes sense. Right?
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm passionate about building education in XR. And so like our work for SUBSUME is that again, it's inviting enough because it doesn't have like that long, I guess, a long example of not being included. And so we do see this as the tech of the future, like that. This immersive media is where we're all trying to go. Now let's talk more about that as far as like your main work, right? So you're all branded up here this afternoon. And, the idea is that tell us now about your work with Galactic Bar Fight.
Yeah, for sure. So Galactic Bar Fight has been a passion project for the past 4 years, over 4 years. Just something I kind of wanted to start. I just kind of wanted to explore creating something in VR. And then my friend Chris Coward, he had a really awesome piece of art of like a sci-fi diner, and I saw it and I was like, that is so cool. I could almost see that being like a kind of like a target practice arena. Like it'd be fun to like just shoot like targets bouncing around that place. And kind of from there, I just started to make small prototypes, like trying to play with like what is it like to create a blaster in VR. what is it like to create a basically a lightsaber knockoff in VR, right? A laser sword. What's it like to throw virtual grenades or sci-fi grenades in VR? And so just as I kind of explored that and started to play with that, and started to build AIs in VR and just explored that more and more, I started to come up with like a simple prototype that I was like, it's a little janky, but it's pretty fun. And then as I kind of continued to share it and grow it, the game just continued to expand. Eventually, like I uploaded it to the Oculus Quest store. And started getting hundreds of players downloading it, which it blew my mind. I didn't think anybody would play it. So hundreds of players downloading it, and then thousands of players downloading it. And then I was like, well, I guess I have something special. I guess I should probably keep going with this. And um, started to ask some friends of mine if they wanted to help me build it. We joined together and created this Weird Kid Studios team. It's three of us. I'm the lead engineer and the creative director. My friend Travis Van Essen is the lead game designer, and then I have a friend Victor Villalobos, who's the 3D artist. And then we just kept working on it. And so at this point, Galactic Bar Fight, we're launching our third and final combat arena, our third level. It's going to be a DLC as part of the game. It's just a free update. So if you already have the game, you'll get it, and if you buy the game, it'll be a part of the next update, which it should come out. It's going to come out within the next 2 weeks for sure. And super exciting. We're adding 2 enemy types. We added a flamethrower weapon, which I'm super excited about. This is the biggest level we have. It's very vertical, so it's a little bit different than the other levels. There's like some environmental hazards you could use to help you fight. And then a bunch of new challenges and stuff. And so, kind of really, we're on the back end of Galactic Bar Fight and getting ready to wrap it up. Super proud of what the game is and how far we've come as a team. And it's kind of awesome to get to the finish line
together. Fantastic. Now, for us, of course, we'll be having some video of the gameplay and looking at how we can give some lucky viewers and collaborators here with SUBSUME an opportunity to experience your game and your game service. So what is the pitch for a game like Galactic Bar Fight? If for someone who's never been in Oculus, like what would you tell them, or here in this XR space, what would you tell them the synopsis is for your game?
Yeah, that's a great question, right? I'm a big two of my biggest influences for the game were an old 80s arcade game called Smash TV, and then kind of a more recent kind of similar combat arena shooter game called Serious Sam. And so really the crux of it is it's an arcade shooter game that takes place in sci-fi arenas across the universe. And so, I guess that would be my simple elevator pitch. Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. Now I remember Smash TV and Serious Sam, and I think a great amalgam of those games, and the idea that you're able to have it in this virtual environment just is a recipe for fun, as they say, right? Mm-hmm. So the idea, of course, now that you have a game and you've had this success, and now having built that team, what for Weird Kid Studios you feel like is to get to this point was the biggest obstacle as a Black developer that you may have had to overcome to get to this space?
Man, I think, I mean, and I don't think it's unique to VR. I think it's kind of just unique to being Black in America and trying to live a creative life, right? Is that you have to believe in yourself, like, right? And you have to believe in yourself in rooms of people who don't look like you, and you have to believe in yourself when the people around you might not have ever heard what you're talking about. They might think you're out of your mind, right? And you have to believe in yourself when other people are like, this is nice, but you probably could do something better with your time, right? I think you have to just really take the time to really believe in your idea and put your energy into it and push forward, even when some days maybe I didn't believe in me, right? But then I think about the days I didn't believe in me, where I thought about, is this the right thing to do with my time? I think about just kind of throwing the game on the Oculus store, and then I think about when I first checked the download numbers and I saw 800, and I was like, 800 what? Like, that's what, 800 people downloaded my game this week? Are you serious? Like, that's That's crazy. I didn't do any promo or anything. It just was kind of up there, and there wasn't a lot to play. And just seeing how those numbers grew, and then people started to make video reviews on YouTube, and I that's the type of stuff I dreamed about as a kid. And so to be in that position, like, and it's just because I had something in my brain. I was committed to getting it out there, and when I got it out there, there was a response. And I think you kind of owe it to yourself, especially as a Black creative, like, to go out there and see what your response to your work is. Right? It might not be good. It might not be as good as you like. It might not be as bad as you think. But I think you owe it to yourself to at least see what the response is.
I love it. And to that, where you getting a great response, and again, positive feedback, and again, you're seeing that a community is building on that. Now, as a developer, what does that mean as far as like the life cycle of your game, right? Because you talked about now that you have DLC, but you have a set team. What is it like trying to now meet the expectations of an audience, where we see, of course, with most games and products now in the development space, that you need another iteration, but you also are trying to keep the core component of that set. How's it been now getting to that DLC space for your game, and how's your team interacting or working in that? Sorry.
Yeah, no, that makes a total sense. Yeah, I think releasing stuff teaches you how to listen, right? Like, I think when you start out, it's all about your vision, right? It's all about, pushing for that response and sharing your vision and getting it out there. I think really kind of follow-ups and updates and DLC, like, all that, all of that, I don't think you can make that accurately without listening to what people are saying and considering what the fans are expressing about your work and how they'd like to see it improve, or how they feel like it fell short. And so I feel like kind of the fan response has taught me a lot about listening. And I'd sit there and for quite a few weeks, I'd sit there and scour YouTube and go, oh, did anybody post any new Galactic Barfight videos? And I'd look, and some of them, not all of them were positive, if I'm honest, right? Some of them weren't the most positive, and I'd watch them and I'd sulk a little bit. It hurt a little bit. It hurts to hear that people didn't love your work, but that's the first viewing, and I gave myself, okay, first viewing, don't have to love what they said. Second viewing, I think we should have a notepad so we at least consider what was said and think if there's anything we can do to fix it and make things better. And I think those comments and all that feedback helped make the game better. And yeah, and I think because of that feedback, the game has expanded significantly. Like, it's a much more complex game than I ever would have thought it would be. And it's all because of those rounds of feedback over the years. And so yeah, this, like, especially as we get into this last combat arena, and I think about just, all the kind of new and complex features, and as I'm like layering old features on top of new features and seeing like just what this game is at its current state, it's hard not to be appreciative of, like, the good, the bad, the highs and lows of this journey, and just kind of seeing what Galactic Barfight has become. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. Now bridge that from, of course, now having your own successful game, and now for your studio where you've got multiple people working on that. How does that bridge into the new experience, the new career space here with Alchemy Labs?
Yeah, I think I mean, I'm super excited to work for this company, first of all, right? I think the fact that I get to work for a company that was so pivotal to my love in VR, that's exciting in and of itself. But I think it taught me a lot about roles in the studio, and um, what goes into managing a game. I think that's one thing as a creative we don't always think about, is the business side of, like, the business aspect of, like, how to sell units, or how to advertise the project, or how to um, present it to the public, or how to go out and get investor dollars, like all that stuff. And so I think kind of it taught me a lot about the stuff that goes on behind the scenes that I'm not responsible for, that plays a factor, right? It's made me a lot more patient with project managers, for sure. Like, there's some conversations that I had to have with Galactic Barfight that I'm happy I will never have to have at Alchemy thoughts, and that's great. I also think it taught me a lot more about kind of the creative director hat was new for me. And so it taught me a lot more about kind of envisioning and creating a living space. And that's something I'm really excited to kind of explore at Alchemy Labs. It's like just creating these immersive spaces that hopefully people get lost in. And so I think Galactic Bar Fight really helped me set the foundation for that, and how to communicate with other people to make that space feel alive and feel active and colorful and vibrant and all that stuff. Yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So now going into the future, right? As a developer, particularly as a Black dev, where you have now this career opportunity, but also your own nighttime passion. What's the future that you feel like is being opened up for you, or is the opportunity in building on both ends of this here for the space of augmented and virtual reality?
Yeah. Oh man, that's a big question. Super exciting, but a big one. I think I I think that we get to bring our worlds and experiences and lives to the forefront in a way we couldn't before. And I feel like if I'm speaking candidly, I think as Black people, just as a community, as a people, I think there's a lot of frustrations and challenges and things we deal with that we've voiced for a long time, that people have marched for, or that our ancestors used to pray for in the fields, right? Or just ideas that of what we want and what we deserve as people, right? In terms of fair, in terms of justice, in terms of just wanting to be people who want to live a life with the people we love in our communities. And so I think VR to me gives us an opportunity like never before to truly like share those frustrations, share what our dreams, share what our visions for our lives are, in a way we couldn't convey before. And going back to the whole walking a mile in our shoes thing, I feel like if you can't empathize with Black people after being in a virtual scene as a Black person, then maybe the conversation's not worth our time anymore, right? Because I can't think of a more immediate way to have you be a Black person than a VR scene that has you existing as a Black person. And so I think it's a great vehicle for us to communicate old messages and things that grievances we've had for a long time. But I also think it's a great opportunity for us as Black creatives to like explore and share our brilliance and our excitement and our vision beyond the common tropes that we get cast in, right? Like I'm a Black game designer making a sci-fi game, right? And how we don't see that often, right? And I hope that I'm not the last one, and I hope that mine is one step of many, and I hope to see a lot more Black creators who create scenes that are different than what we expect from Black creators.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so very much. And thank you all for being a part of Creative Juneteenth 2023. This is Dejan Sneed here, hoping everyone is well. And so I wanted to just jump in here as we are looking at year number 4, which is an amazing and humbling thing to think about, that we're able to bring the idea of celebrating our creative freedoms and being able to build spaces and places that allow us to really be a part of our shared future. And again, celebrate the freedom to create our stories and narratives our way. I wanted to take a moment because we have a very special guest that we get a chance to speak with here, and talking about building spaces and building legacies. I felt it was extremely appropriate to see if we can bring our next guest up is Miss Victoria Scott Miller, who is the owner of Liberation Station, a brand new bookstore that is opening up here in like 90 minutes here in the U.S. in Raleigh, North Carolina, where it will be the first Black-owned children's bookstore there in the Tar Heel State. So I'm going to see if we can bring Miss Miller on to us. Miss Miller, are you here with us right now?
I am. Are you able to see me?
Oh, I can't see you, but we can hear you first and
Okay.
foremost. No worries. No, we're very thankful. And again, I really do appreciate this opportunity and space and place to connect with you. So we'll give you a moment, but as we go, we again have been able to get a great purview of not only you and your family's legacy that you're building, but obviously the great work as an author and creator yourself that you've had a chance to see. And I think there we go. We got it.
Hey. Okay. Good.
Good morning to you. Thank you so
Good
very much.
morning. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you.
No, likewise, likewise. The pleasure is all ours. And again, I would love for you just to formally introduce yourself. We can just get at least 10 minutes here and
Yes.
getting a sneak peek here before the grand opening. So thank you again.
Absolutely. Yeah. So my name is Victoria Scott Miller. I am co-owner of Liberation Station Bookstore. We are based in Raleigh and are as in 90 minutes will be the first Black-owned children's bookstore in the entire state of North Carolina.
That's fantastic. Again,
Yes.
as a Tar Heel and as a native, I'm very very thankful for that. Now, this is exactly the kind of space and place I would have loved to see as a child. But you have a fantastic story yourself as a creator. So I'd love to just get, how did the idea of Liberation Station really truly take place for you and your family?
Yeah, so we were coming out of military lifestyle. My husband was a nuclear engineer on a submarine. We were stationed in Hawaii, and I was a military spouse and stay-at-home mom. And prior to even kind of starting in the military, we were poets and writers and lovers of language. And so we hoped that at some point we would be able to find our way back to that. And it actually would be our children that would inspire us. They're wanting to write and to create. And we said, we're going to start a bookstore because the society that you live in hasn't created space for you, and we don't want you to have to wait. So we decided to create that space for them, and it has now grown into this new adventure that we get to call home.
That's fantastic. Now, looking at that from the works that you've written, I know also that part of your narrative is that you also have created that in print form, looking at writing a children's book about the museum in me. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes. So I wrote a book called The Museum Lives in Me. It debuts March 2024. And what I realized in being in art spaces, taking our children very early on in art spaces, that we are not represented at all. Our stories are often in the background, or the art is uplifted on our shoulders. And so I wanted to be able to bring those types of stories to the forefront. I wanted to talk about Edmonia Lewis and Cara Walker and Clementine Hunter. Like, I wanted to be able to bring, especially like Black women that are doing the work within art, to the forefront. And I think that's how we're going to be able to get these stories told, is by visiting museums across the country and really unearthing the backdrops that they choose to hang on the walls.
Being just very empowered by that, and knowing that you're part of a growing tide, and even more needed. But again, we're excited to see spaces like yourself and
Yes.
Ms. High and Octavia's bookshelf out in California. Thinking of here in Atlanta, like our Rosa Duffy and For Keeps bookstores, folks that we've had a chance to collaborate in. So of course we heard about you and your store. It was just a natural fit to reach out and figure out how our space to support. So now, as the time comes along, what do you feel like is the charge of Liberation Station to be not only just a part of the ecosystem there in Raleigh, North Carolina,
Right.
but what does it mean to have this type of space as a sustainable resource for creators as well as families there?
Yeah. So I think it's necessary to have a cultural hub that allows us to see ourselves. And we hear that all the time about seeing ourselves, but if you look on our mural and behind me, it says to see, to be seen. So that means that in order for me to be able to be, represented in any way, I first have to be able to see myself in order to be a contributor. Children are so incredibly impressionable. They are often inspired by the most beautiful things, and they deserve enchantment. They deserve leisure. They deserve, comfort, and more importantly, accessibility to the narratives that are going to help sustain their dreams. That's our responsibility as a people. That's our responsibility as parents and community members, is to sustain the dreams of our children. And so when you talk about sustainability, I think about creating the spaces that would allow children to be able to do that.
That's just so well said, and I feel like as young people, particularly even in the young at heart as we are, that we do need to see a space of enchantment. The idea that there's a world that appreciates us and allows us to explore, as ourselves, and as you say, see to be seen. See to be seen. Thank you so very much. Anyway, that again, I want to be respectful of your time, but for how things are for you also as a creator. Now, will this be the first of a foray of creations for you that you plan on creating, not only with your own book, but what does your creative future look like now that you're about to open these doors? And again, with books on the horizon, what are some of the other creative points that maybe are in the constellation of your tomorrow?
Wow. I honestly feel, uninhibited. I feel like I'm able to produce and create all of the stories, to dive into the vastness of our humanity, our joy, and also our healing. I realize that the space that my family and I have created is a healing place, for the child that is within all of us. And so the fact that we get to revisit this and we get to come back to it and recollect, right? I think about there was a special occasion Barbie that came out. I'm 37 now, but a special occasion Barbie that came out when I was younger. And it was of a Black woman with a red satin dress on. And her hair was like just bonanimous, is what I like to call it. It was beautiful. But it was celebrating like an anniversary, which is why it was produced. And so to know that we don't need a special occasion to see our beauty, to see our greatness, and to have accessibility to that, those are the types of stories I want to continue to create and inspire the next generation of children to be able to create for themselves as well, to be empowered to do so.
No, it's just such a lovely and necessary sentiment, I think, throughout. So I will again want to be respectful for your time. I don't know what your technology capacity is. Is there any way we can see any more of the store from where
I got you? Yes.
There we go. Yeah, they kind of get there we go.
So this is I'll show you over here, but this is our diaspora wall. So every book here we have sourced follows the voyage of the transatlantic map. And so this is America over here. So this is all Black authors, illustrators, and this is our mural. So this is about kind of all I'm able to show you right now.
That's okay.
But you can see it.
This is great.
So yes, thank you.
Thank you. I know that very soon I'll be a privilege to try to step through those doors. Yes. And I know there's obviously more connections to come here, but just wanted to thank you, not only you and your family, for not only just your example, but the willingness and particularly in these times to make, like you say, a healing space that I think will absolutely resonate past the greater RDU area. Yes. And again, I think the accolades and the attention that you and your space are receiving, are not only well deserved, but I think just a preamble to some amazing things for you and your legacy. So again, we will definitely be following up with a space of support to make sure that Liberation Station is sustainable as well as encouraged to continue on these steps ahead. So just thank you so very much, Victoria. I'm very, very privileged for this opportunity.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you all. So again, we had, thank you and good luck today. So that was Victoria Scott Miller, who is the co-owner of Liberation Station, the first Black-owned children's bookstore in North Carolina. And so talking about building these spaces and places, and this is exactly what we want to highlight as we continue the very beginning of our Creative Juneteenth Year 4, where we're looking at how can we tell our stories authentically be able to celebrate our legacies and see a future that includes us just as we are. So with that, we are just now getting started. So being able to follow up with Jonathan Jennings with our space of virtual reality, and now talking about the realities of entrepreneurship and ownership of our spaces. So this is just the start. We've got a long and amazing day full of creators, innovators, and people who are simply building upon the stories and legacies that will celebrate this whole holiday. So stick with us. I really, really appreciate each and every one of you for being a part, and stay tuned and stay included for more. And so we'll continue on from there. Thank you. Thank you so very much, and welcome back to a continuation of Creative Juneteenth 2023. My name is Dedrick Sneed, and we thank you all so very much for being a part of our fantastic program here. We're looking at the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, and how we have a chance this Juneteenth holiday to celebrate our creative freedoms in the past, present, and Black futures of tomorrow. So with that, I would love to bring to our creative stage here our next guest as we look at how we find the intersectionality, not just of Afrofuturism, but into perceptions of a space of the Afro-fantastic and how we are showcasing these types of creators, content, and culture as part of our larger digital narratives, as well as from the education space of how we can use Afrofuturism as a point of future change. And to that, I'd love to bring to our stage Dr. Julian is, and I want to make sure that I'm pronouncing it correctly. So I'm going to turn it to you to introduce yourself. Always I'm hesitant on people's names. I love people to give their own credit and bona fides. That way I make sure everything is good and met. So to us, Dr. Julian, please, good day to you.
Oh, thank you. And don't worry, whenever people see my last name, they want to say Chambly because it's French. But I am from Alabama, so it's Chambliss, right? So it's Julian Chambliss. But I am happy to be here and happy to have a chance to talk to you about Afrofuturism and Afrofantastic and all of that. So thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so very much. And to that, we know by your title, but would love to learn where are you in your work currently at, and kind of what is your space of creating the Afrofantastic.
Sure, I'm a professor of English at Michigan State University. I'm also the Val Berman Curator of History at the MSU Museum at Michigan State. So I study Afrofuturism in academic spaces. I actually teach a class here at MSU about Afrofuturism. It's called Afrofantastic. That's where that word sort of comes from. It's my way of trying to describe the sort of vast sphere of practice that is Afrofuturism, and not just continually say Afrofuturism over and over again. So Afrofantastic is a term I coined a few years back, around 2016, as I was developing the course I now teach. And I was in part trying to call attention to the many ways of understanding the Black imaginary. And when I teach my class on Afrofuturism, I really am trying to connect the past, present, and future around Black creativity, Black futurity, and trying to understand it as a practice, a sort of emerging practice that we describe as Afrofuturism. So as an academic, I'm drawn to it. In my own writing, I started writing about it because of comics. I'm a comic scholar. I've written about comics and researched comics. And as someone who deals with what we call digital humanities, using digital tools to address humane questions, I'm really attracted to the idea of sort of recovering Black spaces and Black voices and Black histories through the archive. And so those are the ways I sort of intersect with Afrofuturism. And then as a professor, sort of witnessing the activism around Afrofuturism, I really pursued the idea of developing the documentary Afrofantastic that is really trying to describe what the contemporary Afrofuturist movement is. And that project will debut on June 19th. I think as we're talking here, we will have our sort of public showing here in Michigan, but the actual broadcast of the documentary won't be until actual June 19th on WKAR PBS, and then it'll be available through PBS platform. But it's an attempt on my part to try to identify the really dynamic world of Afrofuturism as a thought field, right? As a practice, as an epistemology that's asking really important questions about how society is organized, how society might change, and really driven by trying to understand the Black thinkers and activists and creators that are so at the heart of that.
That it is a great and an amazing space, not only to celebrate Afrofuturism, but as you say, looking at it as a thought space. I think that's a great and succinct way to introduce this this particular lens of Afrofuturism in that sense. Now, for you again, I heard comics. I'm always, of course, open and interested in that space. But before we get there, what was your introduction to Afrofuturism? And I think now, in a very contemporary sense, we hear that term. So, for you, just as a creator, or just as a fan or citizen, what was your introduction to Afrofuturism? Was it something that was very tangible or intentional, or did you find yourself in the space?
It was my study of comics, in particular Black Panther. I've written about Black Panther numerous times. I've published on Black Panther as a comic book character, and that character is often recognized as Afrofuturist in comic form, right? Depending on who you ask, and depending on when it was published, it's a proto Afrofuturist character. Obviously, the Black Panther film in 2018 is very sort of Afrofuture forward in its intent, but the original publication from 1966 can be read as very Afrofuturist, right? That it is especially post-colonial, that it imagines the consequences of what would have happened if Africa had not been ravaged by colonialism, putting forth a kind of Black hero king character that, especially in the context of the time, was not something that was common. One of the ways that I think about Black Panther is the ways that it's transgressive for its time, and also a character that captures many of the tendencies in Afrofuturist literature that we can trace back not just simply to the mid 20th century, but really back into the mid 19th century. As someone who thinks about it and writes about it, I often do think about Afrofuturism in a very particular North American, Black American lineage. So, that was my sort of entree into it, and really both in terms of researching comics, but then sort of thinking about sort of literary culture and Black speculative work and print in those earlier periods really sort of like crystallized my fascination with the ways African Americans are using the speculative space to inspire and think through possible pathways for transformation, for liberation. And I always tend to define Afrofuturism really sort of practically as this intersection between speculation and liberation, born of the African diasporic experience. And, what that experience is one that's in opposition to colonialism and the negative consequences of that system.
Wow, that's powerful. And I think the idea of liberation obviously fits well with our space of creative Juneteenth, and where likewise I see that these types of stories, no matter how fantastic they are on the print or page, that there is a very tangible relationship with like the social connotations by which we take. And so that, again, very well said, and I would expect as such from yourself. Now, how does this translate into the collegiate space that you're in? So the idea of having Afrofantastic as not only a class, but as a practicing program in that sense. So what was the parallel of now taking like this comic and this understanding, but now bringing that into the education space?
Well, it's interesting. One of the ways that I sort of pursue the idea of Afrofuturism is as a kind of epistemology of recovery. So depending on what I'm doing, I'm sort of doing Afrofuturism as practice. So as a digital humanities professor, a lot of the work that I do is sort of concentrated on Black spaces. So I've done a lot of work with Eatonville, Florida, which is a historic community, made famous as a home or the adopted home of Zora Neale Hurston. As a historian, I've sort of pieced together at some level histories of communities of African Americans. And at some level, the idea that the archive is a space inherently, hostile to documenting, celebrating, and presenting Black people's stories is a kind of a given from an academic standpoint. And much of the sort of academic activism that might associate with the 20th century is at some level about Black people entering into academia, providing narratives that work against sort of coercive and anti-Black and erasure associated with what white supremacy. But at the same time, the archive is a really difficult place, and I'm, as a scholar, really interested in the idea of what I often refer to as the digital public record, that those documents that we have access to that can tell a more nuanced and expressive story of Black people's activism and accomplishments, especially in the period after the Civil War. And those are stories that are really important because obviously they represent a kind of very real political theorizing on the part of African Americans as they're conceptualizing things like citizenship and considering the ways to operate in the world that they knew full well had people in it that were hostile to their existence. And so when we think about those past histories, I mean, in some ways we really don't know enough. Like those things aren't really enshrined in the public record in the way that a kind of white-centered narrative of Black bodies as objects of a white sort of narrative are. And so, I'm often thinking about ways that we can sort of bring those stories to the fore, tell those stories with clarity, and using things like digital humanities practices, be it, say, for instance, I did a project where we recreated a Black newspaper that was thought to be lost, but really there were fragments of it scattered across small sort of digital archives in the local community. So I sort of pulled them together to try to give us a sense of like Black political print culture in the late 19th century, the 1890s. And, things like that are, a way for academics to contribute to telling a story about community, about identity, about institutions that's a little bit more nuanced, but it's important as we continue to debate the best path forward, right? If we don't actually have a truer sense of the past, we really can't make effective pathways forward. And so from an educational standpoint, I'm often talking to students about what Afrofuturism is asking us to do is to think about hierarchies, think about inequalities, think about systemic imbalances, and seek ways to address those. And, it doesn't matter what you're doing. There's an argument to be made that you can bring a kind of Afrofuturist perspective to it because that's what you're doing when you're doing Afrofuturism, right? Like you're looking at a system, you're thinking about inventive ways to make it more equitable, think about ways to undercut oppression, thinking about ways to make everyone more safe, more equal, more included. And I think as a philosophy, that's one of the things that makes Afrofuturism so exciting to people, not just simply in the United States, but around the world. And I also think it's one of the things that makes Afrofuturism an important tool for not just simply people from the African Diaspora, but really everyone, because I think everyone, especially in recent years, has come to sort of consider the ways that the system does not work, right? And they can start to consider the ways that the kind of critiques that are articulated by people of color are critiques that actually make sense. I mean, I think the pandemic, one of the things about the pandemic that it forced people to slow down and listen to the ways that African Americans talk about the failures of the system. I think that had a powerful effect in aiding in the rapid sort of expansion of Afrofuturism as the thought movement. So, in practice, I'm trying to translate at some level was an incredibly dynamic movement to an audience that I think at some level, in a very real way, is looking for the tools being offered by Afrofuturism.
And that's well said. As far as the tools of Afrofuturism, what's the makeup of the students perhaps that are taking your class? 'Cause I can see it being leveraged and utilized across several different disciplines. But for you in your space, for your coursework, is there a typical student model or class or background that you're seeing coming into to utilize this service and this education?
I think you asked me about the makeup of the student.
Absolutely, that's correct.
I'm here.
Oh, there you go. No worries.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I worked at Michigan State University. That's predominantly white institution. So most of the students that I teach about Afrofuturism are in fact white, which is sometimes a shock for them. The class I teach, which is called Afrofantastic, is a general education course. It's a general education course. So if you remember college, you know that sometimes students sign up for courses based on what time they want to get up or like what their schedule is. They don't read things really closely. So I always, the first day of class, like point out like this class is about Afrofuturism. It's going to be all Black all the time. That's not going to change. If you don't want to sit through that, you need to make some moves right now, because that's all going to happen in here. But people do sit through the class, and I often get really nice compliments about like, this class is really interesting, and really changed my perspective, and I really appreciate the effort to sort of like learn about Afrofuturism. So that's what you want when you're teaching a gen ed class. You want to expose your students to things they would not have seen in high school, right? Like I often joke to them, if the same thing happens to you in college that happened to you in high school, something's probably wrong. You want to stretch your mind and engage with new ideas. And that's definitely what we do in the context of Afrofuturism classes that I teach. And Afrofantastic, I teach that class every year. And it's a big class. It's one of those seminar classes. So it's like 400 people in the class. I'm at the bottom of a big room, and I'm shouting into the void, kind of.
I love it. And I can appreciate likewise that at a PWI that we're using this space of Afrofuturism to expose and appreciate this as not only the art form, but of course the educational model that I think really is going to change the world. So thank you for that. Now, speaking to Afrofantastic from the classroom, from your experience to the classroom to now being able to have your own program around that, be part of the PBS experience there, not only there in Michigan, but of course going to be accessible for all here in this Juneteenth holiday. So you can tell us, how did this start, the space of Afrofantastic as a documentary and a program from there?
Well, the idea of the documentary really was one of those things that was inspired by the dynamic nature of the cultural conversation. Many of my colleagues and friends are Afrofuturists, and the Carnegie Hall Afrofuturism Festival, which is the first ever, Carnegie Hall Festival around Afrofuturism, was coming up, and many of the people I know are on the curatorial council or presenting. I presented in one of the sort of affiliated events through the Schomburg, and I really felt like, well, this is a tremendous cultural moment for a movement that has at some level been going on for a couple of decades now. I'm like, more than 30 plus years. If you think about when the term was coined by Mark Derry and some of the major works by people like Alondra Nelson, Kojo Oshun, and all the work of writers and artists, and then the sort of immediate kind of impact of Afrofuturism as a public narrative spinning out of Black Panther in 2018, and then the pandemic and the protests around Black Lives Matter. And I just felt like this was an opportunity, with so many people going to the same place, to try to talk to people about what they were doing. And, as a historian, you really recognize, I think I was sensitive to the idea that like, you know, if you had the opportunity to talk to people during something like the Harlem Renaissance, just like sit them all down and go like, hey, tell me what you think the Harlem Renaissance is. Would you do that? And I think a lot of people would be like, oh yeah, of course I would do that. In hindsight, you always go like, oh, of course I would do that. And this is, to me, you know, from a kind of ideological, cultural standpoint, similar kind of moment, right? That there's such a relentless set of conversations, actions, organizations. Like there's things happening across every sphere. So I'm like, okay, let's try to document that. Let's go and let's try to film and let's try to talk to people. And that's what we did. I mean, that was the goal. And then when you have the footage, you just got to figure out what kind of story can we tell with this footage. And one of the things that does inspire Afrofantastic is the idea that, since I teach about it all the time, it's very deliberately a 30-minute special, in part because if you're a teacher at an institution, and maybe an institution around the country, you can show that in your class and then you can talk about it. And that is a real goal for me, that you have that a solid 30 minutes where we try to lay out importance of ideas around Afrofuturism and then have a chance for the class to talk about it. And this special, Afrofantastic, and Transforming the World Afrofuturism, is the first special, but I'm already working on a second one. And that too relies very heavily on those same set of interviews that we conducted in New York and in Chicago. And our goal in the second special is really to sort of explore the impact of Afrofuturism and horror, right? Because that's another space where a lot of people sort of know and feel Afrofuturism. And just like the first special, the second is an attempt to sort of think through what are the implications of Afrofuturism as a horror practice. And that really gives us a chance to sort of think through these important questions around trauma, Sankofa, and things like that. And so, you know, the way that we got to Afrofantastic, the way I got to Afrofantastic, was really a realization of the sort of dynamic world of Afrofuturism and sort of like being a part of it, but also seeing that there's so much going on that I think is really exciting to a lot of people, but it's also transforming really quickly. And that transformation in itself creates like a sense of whiplash almost. Because even in the context of the last 10 years, so much has happened in the last 10 years, but so much has happened in the last 5 years. Like, so if you think about the number of events and the number of books, and the number of art shows, the level of institutional engagement in it being called Afrofuturism. And the first time I mentioned this term to colleagues or friends, they would routinely look at me and go like, what are you talking about? Like, you know, like what do you mean? What does that word even mean? And now I think there is a dynamic world of practice and theorizing, and even institutions dedicated to Afrofuturism. And all that's happened within the last few years in a way that's very impactful. So it's an opportunity, I see a fantastic opportunity to help guide people through that conversation and really, get them to think about Afrofuturism beyond what they want to think about it. Like, it's beyond Black Panther, right? Like, Afrofuturism is more than Black Panther, which we can all say endlessly, but it is more than that. And moreover, even when I say it's more than that, it is so much more than that, that it would take us a long time to work our way through it. And so anything to help people in that process, I think, is ultimately really important to the continued success of Afrofuturism as a movement. And you've seen a lot of a lot of activism like this. And the Smithsonian show recently, I think, is another example of institution going, this is very important. Let's try to understand it. And this is, Afrofantastic is in a similar vein. This is very important. Let's try to understand it. And really key to, the tradition of PBS, the public television, and its, longstanding commitment to educating the public about culture and about things that are important.
And as a lifelong PBS fan, I'm excited not only to see this, but know some of the people that might be a part of the program for this first iteration. So can you give us a little synopsis of the show and who are some of the folks that we'll be able to see on this particular program?
Sure. This episode, this special Fantastic, the Transformative World features several people who were a part of the Carnegie Hall Afrofuturism Festival. So some of the curators from the Curatorial Council, Ronaldo Anderson, Yatasha Womack, some of the featured artists who are participating in the festival, people like Tim Fielder, people like Alan St. Clark, and some of the sort of scholars who are participating in many of the ancillary conversations around futurism, people like Lonnie J. Ivy Brooks, people like yourself, and really all those people, my colleague Kenitra Brooks, who was a scholar of Afrofuturism and horror, Stanford Brown, who is at the Chicago History Museum and had a program there. All these people are people who are deeply engaged in Afrofuturism, but one of the things that's great about our conversations, they give a chance to sort of like talk about what Afrofuturism is, how it kind of operates in the world, and what are the implications of Afrofuturism in terms of practice and policy and in community. And this is an important conversation in part because I really feel that when we're saying the term Afrofuturism, people are at some level, the general public at least, is at some level locked in a very particular interpretation. And it's important, I think, to give them an opportunity to travel along with thought leaders who are able to articulate, like, no, this is more than just simply the science fiction literature that yes, that's a manifestation, but really Afrofuturism represents a tendency and a practice that has these very real world implications. And that relationship between the imagined and the real, that's the place where Afrofuturism has this real excitement, right? That people are using this sort of speculative space as a jumping off point for real world action. And that action can take many different forms, sometimes very overt, but sometimes very subtle. And that process is the process that makes it a kind of movement that is hard to simplistically define, but nonetheless very important to try to understand. And so in this first special, we really try to do that, really try to allow people to define Afrofuturism, but think about what it means to live in an Afrofuturist world, and think about what are the terms represented, both in terms of thought, in terms of practice, that Afrofuturism brings to the fore for people when they're saying it and thinking it and doing it.
Thank you. Last question here before we look to wrap. And I know you said, of course, that we can't simplistically kind of summarize where things are now. But what do you think is like one critical step that kind of based on this breakneck speed that we see Afrofuturism being used and utilized in several different verticals, educationally and just globally? What is the next step for the Afrofantastic, or what's its next iteration that we see it in its next mature or evolving form?
I think one of the things about the future, and I often talk about what it means to have a critical Afrofuturist framework. And what that offers both students and the community and institutions is a blueprint for a way that you can create a different set of practices that could have sort of widespread implications for promoting equity. And I think that idea that we can have we can make different decisions that can promote a more equitable system is an old idea on the one hand, but because Afrofuturism is asking us to sort of dismantle and rethink and recast our assumptions about how society operates in a very real way, with equity, safety, community at its core. I think it's an exciting thing, because one of the things that I often point out to my students, who, as I said before, most of them are white, is that Afrofuturism does not require you to be Black. Yes, many of the ideological points and the theorizing about Afrofuturism is rooted in a kind of African diasporic perspective, but you don't have to be Black to understand it, nor do you necessarily need to be Black to follow it, right? And my standard joke is like, you don't need to be German to understand Marx, because Karl Marx was German, he wasn't Russian, right? So you don't need to be German to understand Marxism. You don't need to be Black to understand Afrofuturism. But the implication, of course, in the analogy is that there are plenty of people walking around embracing ideological landscapes that have nothing to do with their upbringing, past, or cultural reference. They just, I believe in this framework. And if that is the case, then the future for Afrofuturism is incredibly important, because it represents a pathway to a future that is better for everyone, in part because it recognizes the way that the system that we have is systematically dependent on exploitation, right? And that's the thing that African Americans and people of African Diaspora sort of recognize from their experience with it. And that is the thing that they're theorizing, speculating to try to overcome. And so the systems that they create, the ideas that they advocate for, become this world view that is actually better for everyone. Because if they are free in that world, then pretty much everyone would be free. Everyone would be safe. Everyone would be healthy, right? And so, what does it mean to bring that from a kind of theoretical space to a practical space? Really is the next step. And as I say, you think about that in little ways and in big ways. And the sort of systematic decolonization that requires us to think about the ways power is exerted and what are the choices that we make in terms of like safety, health, health and belonging for everybody. And I think that's one of the things that makes Afrofuturism as a sort of ongoing intellectual exercise, regardless of the field, so exciting for everyone.
Yeah, I think the future is exciting in this field, and I think our shared spaces that will go into the Afro-Fantastic is a space of excitement. And so how can we follow you, this particular kickoff of this program, and in your works to come?
I didn't quite get that. Sorry.
No worries. So how can we see the show? How can we follow you in your work?
Oh,
So
you can follow me. I'm on Twitter at Julian Chambers, but you can also follow my work just by visiting my website, julianchambers.com. And if that fails, you can always just go to Michigan State website and find me in the Department of English and see my latest work and engagement.
Perfect. And lastly, for the show, and it's excuse me, and for the show, we'll have that available on PBS. Is that correct? On the where will that be after its debut?
Yes. If you're looking for the documentary, you can just go to www.afrofantastic.com and you'll be able to see where it's airing. But it is going to be streaming through the PBS platform. So once it airs in June, it will be available for streaming around the country through the PBS platform.
Perfect. Thank you so very much, Dr. Julian. We appreciate you. We appreciate your scholarship and your example in curating and connecting Afrofuturism in all these spaces and to the Afro Fantastic future that we all get a chance to be a part of. So I'm excited to see this and very thankful to be a part. And of course, we want to make sure that we stay tuned and stay included. We'll share all your information here on our website, not only for Juneteenth, but things forward. And just thank you so very much for being a part of Creative Juneteenth here for 2023.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And thank you for your work with this great program. Looking forward to seeing all the Creative Juneteenth stuff online and continue to follow the great work that you're doing.
Oh, humbled and appreciate you. So thank you very much. And we'll go ahead and give you back the rest of your shared day here. And again, we had Dr. Julian Chambliss with the Afro Fantastic, talking about the spaces of Afrofuturism, as well as education in the spaces that they will encompass forward in a brand new documentary that is debuting here for Juneteenth weekend. So with that, we thank you all so very much for your time and consideration for joining us not only for this panel, but for all the works to come here as we celebrate our creative freedom and the diaspora of talent that is our space with SUBSUME. Again, we're a space that looks to intersect creativity, technology, and community as we look at the past, present, and futures of Black talent. So thank you all so very much as we continue this celebration, not only in person, but online here with our service with Creative Juneteenth. Okay, my name is Dejan Sneed for SUBSUME. Thank you to stay tuned and stay included with us. And thank you so very much, and welcome back to Creative Juneteenth 2023. This is Dejan Sneed, founder of SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia, and we welcome you to our celebration of creative freedom during this celebration of history, technology, culture, creativity, and shared futures for all. So we're very excited to continue our conversations about how we see our stories and our narratives playing in the spaces and places that we would like to be. And so from there, we want to continue our space of talking about how narratives within interactive media, such as video games, animation, and virtual and augmented realities, have a fantastic space in the idea of Afrofuturism, Black stories, and Black development. And to that, I want to introduce a good friend and developer that we've had a chance to connect with during NegroFest 2023 in Medellin, Colombia. So Freddie, good day to you. I hope you're doing well.
Hey, Dylan. Nice to see you and nice to be here with you talking about this great topic. Yeah, I'm doing well. Very excited to be here.
Yeah. No, we're a pleasure to have you as part of our show and of our community. So I love to always turn it over to people to introduce themselves, what you're into, and of course, where we can continue our conversation. So please introduce yourself to our guests here for Creative Juneteenth.
Hey, I'm Freddy Menandrade, actually known at Twitter like as @xfry. Yeah. And actually, I work as a software developer with a focus in game development for Globant, a company which is working in Fortnite. So my role is to build new great UIs for Fortnite, make new things that you're gonna be loving so much. But also have been working in another teams before in the last 2 years, making AR video games, making also these games related with blockchains, Satoshiverse, which is a game that actually is in a beta testing for a lot of people. So yeah, I have more than 11 years of experience as a developer, and in these last years, I have been focusing making video games. Yeah, so that is me, actually founder of a community of developers in Colombia, Chocó, the Africa inside Colombia.
No, absolutely. And that's such an amazing experience to, well, first off, thank you for that. And again, your robust experience and leadership in the space was great to understand and appreciate during a celebration that myself and the Black Speculative Arts movement had a chance to come in and imbibe and collaborate, first as educators, but then as community leaders in this space where we're talking about representation in interactive media. So thank you so much. Now to that, can we, this was my first opportunity for it. So I think I'd love for you to just describe NegroFest 2023. It just blew my mind to be there in Medellin and just see all of this talent and all these spaces and places. So what is NegroFest and how did you come to be connected with it?
Okay, so as I have been involved in making social impact in our territory, the Black people territory in Colombia, I started creating a community of developers for learning how to programming. And in that long run, I found people that actually were doing exactly the same thing, but in different fields, like as for example, the cultural field. So I was thinking, hey, what if I can join force with these people and try to create something that go furthermore. So NegroFest is a festival which started some years ago, but I started to work with them in the last two versions that they have been making. And my role in that community was to expand it to new fields, like as for example, virtual reality, NFTs, books, academic topics, because NegroFest is a festival which in the beginning was focused in making the people feel so fun with the music from Afro-American people. Yeah. So people from around the globe were coming here to Medellin, which is the city where we do the NegroFest, and that people were having a lot of fun with the music. Yeah. But our change of mind comes because I joined to Bisan and start to think, hey, we should think big and we should make this space, NegroFest, a space where the tech people, technology people, art people, and entrepreneurs can share time together. So that is the way how NegroFest turned into the event that we were doing this year. And it has been an amazing experience to mix all the fields for giving an experience of festival to all the people that were living it. Yeah.
I think that festival, and again, I think we'll have to share some video and some components of this as a point of follow up, just to see the African diaspora just so well represented from all walks and all spaces. As you say, I think the festival just simply can't be understated. You know, what an amazing resource that we all saw when it was all together. And again, particularly in Medellin, where of course myself coming in, I think that was not my true expectation. I thought there would be some component of it, but again, to see so many people from so many different spaces of the world, I think is really what we're saying. Like, it was a very much a global celebration. they are in Medellin in that space. So that's fantastic to say. And I think when we talk about Afrofuturism in that sense, for us, particularly here in the States, we think of it as a linear, maybe I won't say linear, but I think there's the space of Africa and that space of connection. But when we look at like the Afro-Colombian or Afro-Latino space, I think that is also a strong component that maybe we don't see as much here, like from the US. But of course, when we were there in Colombia, it was just so present and so vibrant. It really sparked a brand, just a whole new component, of that conversation.
Yeah. I was very impressive, because all the diversity of people that we saw in that space, and our Black people from all around Colombia, Brazil, Mexico, United States, some people from Africa were in the same space with us, and we were sharing a really amazing Afro-diasporic festival experience. So that for me was also an amazing experience in all.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I think it validates the idea and understanding that stories and narrative, particularly from this space, have a wide reach, wide approach, and also wide audience that is looking for that. And so let's translate that now to where we are in the gaming space, right?
Yeah.
And I know that for us, working with the University of Antioquia, we've had several points of presentations talking about our work. And the idea was talking about how for games and gaming, like using these narratives to bring in tech. But for you as a developer, do you feel like you in your career had seen a lot of representation before you started? And has that changed at all from the beginnings as a developer?
Representation has been so hard in this industry of development, more in the field of video games. Because, for example, our Black people from Chocó, from Colombia, always has a gap for accessing to this kind of knowledge of how to create video games and that kind of things in our society. More because our people is really concerned about how to survive, all the time. And that makes so hard for having really skilled people for jumping into the industry. That was one of the points that made me create the first conference about software developers in Chocó, Colombia. And that conference, I did 4 versions of that conference in Chocó with the goal to teaching people how to program in not just video games, but also platforms. And with that goal, I was growing up in the field of video game, and a lot of people were growing up in the fields of software development. So there has been passing 11 years from that point, from that starting point.
Mm-hmm.
And now I can see that I achieved to jump inside Globan and get a job with Epic as a client, for working in Fortnite. But it took me 11 years to come to achieve that goal. Normally in another society, having the right skills can help you to get a job like that. But here in Colombia was more hard to achieve it because of the certain conditions that our people, some conditions that our people have in the context. So I think that the things have been changing because we are making that changes. I have been focused on making that change, because if we don't focus in making the changes, the things don't gonna happen. So I'm one of those developers now doing video games. I'm the first Afro-Colombian developers from Chocó making video games from a client like Epic. And it took me a lot of time. So I feel that it is more, the industry is starting to be more inclusive. But we need to continue pushing forward that inclusive point of view in the industry. We need to continue making community, doing events that allow another developers to just climb that ladder, that ladder, escalera, ladder.
Right, right. You're fine. Perfect, perfect. Now, and I think you bring up a great point, and very similarly, so like looking in the space of my experience in this industry, knowing that all of us have had that passion to build and develop in these spaces, that we still see so much opportunity. Definitely, there's been some, I'll say, highlight the understanding that yes, we want more representation, but a lot of times that representation, even as small as it is only on the front of the screen. So I think there's been some parts that are, we can find more diverse characters. Let's use a game such as Street Fighter, right?
Yeah.
The idea of a game that has more diversity in the characters that may be selected, maybe more real world research into some of the culture.
Yeah.
But when we look at the companies that make it or the people they employ, there still is a large gap of that.
Yeah.
We still find that means that a lot of those efforts on the front end don't really hold up. They really don't come across with the big parts of change that we see this industry is capable of.
Yeah.
Please.
And I want to add something more there, and it is like as we have been pushing this industry also with our culture. For example, when you see Fortnite as a game, as a video game, and you see the hype that the people have with the dancing emotes, you say, man, this is something that here in Colombia 10 years ago or 20 years ago, were the people saying, hey, why you the Black people are trying to dance everywhere all the time? That is not good. But now we see that even the video games took that great part of us, and they are including our dances and our culture of dance inside the video games, and they are selling it. So it's like as we have been not able to do that by ourselves, like as try to push the dancing in a video game, but other people have been taking that things that are normal behaviors in our culture, and they are making that for us. So my point is, you can do it better if you put Black people to push the changes to in your team. So that is, I just want to add that because I found that in Fortnite all the time when I was testing. Well, like, wow, the guys are crazy for the dancing emotes, and you see people dancing rap, rock, but all of the dances movements comes from the Black people movements.
Absolutely. And I think it's a fantastic point, Freddie. And I think it just speaks to the larger opportunity in the industry where we do see that cultural component. And I think we talked about this in our chat in Antioquia, the difference of cultural appropriation versus appreciation, meaning that we take a slice of a culture, an aesthetic, a visual, a movement, and say, this is our representation that we like, but the rest of it is left behind. Right. So the people are left behind, the jobs are left behind, the opportunities are left behind. And so the idea is that we want to make sure that we make that a wholesome approach to that appreciation. Like you say, like the culture can't be just one. You can't just have a small component of our culture and then take out the rest. And then us, of course, not be represented. So that's a big opportunity that we see, as you say, the way that gaming and I think just technology in some takes a lot of our culture to promote and push and make accessible to all. But we don't, as developers, a lot of times still have a hard time to be included.
Yeah. I can agree with you with that.
Yes. So I know that, again, you're very much in the space of making those changes. So tell us about Hakto and the collective that you have there, and what are some of the projects or programs, whether those are some, hopefully you can talk about. I know that some are client work, but where do you see the next steps that we can take as developers to build up the infrastructure, the creator culture and the developer culture to make that a positive change?
Yeah, we have been doing something like as workshops, boot camps for people to learn how to programming. Yeah, those boot camps have been focusing teaching to the people how to do web platform developments, like as backend, frontend, but not video game at all, because we need to teach to the people things that actually bring to them great job opportunities. And here in Colombia, for example, they don't have too much opportunities in the game industry. Yeah, I'm pushing that for creating those new opportunities, but that gonna take time. Yeah. So while that happened, we have been making things like, as for example, Rio Software, which was a bootcamp that we did the last year, and we teach more than 41 people how to programming. Most of those people, like as 21 of them, already have a job as a software developer. So what we need for pushing forward this culture of the software development is for more Black funding and for more entities or that people that want to put their money for changing the world, put that money in the right person. Like as for example, us, that we already prove that we can push our community. We already proved that with the things that we have been doing in the last 11 years. So when they come and put the money in projects, for example, if we say, hey, we are working in this video game, and this video game have a purpose of teaching something new and introducing new paradigms, yeah, in the game industry, and we elaborate very well, or our planning for sale and reinvest money in the community, man, I think that those are the things that investors should put their money to, yeah, for helping us to build new companies, yeah, and at the same time improve the communities that we already have and keep our ecosystem of developers very vibrant and very rich with people doing great things. So that is the focus that that is the thing that I always have been wanting to do, is like, as we already teach people how to programming and those people are going to another companies. Now invest your money in developers companies, Black developers companies, yeah, and let's start to create our own products and conquer the world with our new great things that come from our imagination. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I saw that, again, that imagination was just fully on display during Negro Fest, but also I think within the experience of the students and the great questions that we had during our conversation during there at the University of Ethiopia. Again, I want to give an appreciation to the Black Speculative Arts movement for bringing all these innovators from around the world into this conversation. Because we saw this also in film, we saw this in research, also in literature. So of course we're speaking of gaming, but I think we all think of it as media and transmedia, the idea of our stories existing in physical and in virtual spaces. So let's talk about when we're building those spaces, because again, you have that great experience in building virtual and augmented reality projects. Are you seeing as a developer, likewise, that the tools are accessible more or less for creators there in Colombia?
I think that it's so hard to get access to those tools, to those technologies. Like, as for example, for me, the only way that I found for getting a Oculus Quest, an Oculus Rift, was because I won a competition. And they give me the Oculus Rift as a prize, as a reward, exactly, as a reward. Yeah. if they don't give me that as a reward in a competition, I think that maybe I wasn't having the opportunity to get that device very easy. Because first, all the things that the industry have in VR for us in Latin America cost 4 times more. So it's a high price for everything. I'm gonna give you one example. If the Apple Visions are very expensive for people in the United States, is those devices are impossible for developers in Colombia. Just
Absolutely.
that is not affordable for us. So the only way that I found of getting those Oculus Rift devices in that time was just because as a reward in a competition. I think that those devices are not accessible in the price, because the accessibility has multidimensional parts. Yeah. And when I say multidimensional parts, I mean the price. Yeah. How the people that use those devices can program in those devices, if they have the right machine for doing a software for that devices, because that is the other thing. If you get one of those devices, you're gonna need a ready VR computer for doing something. So that is another issue. And finally, we have the other part, which is the software tools. Like, as for example, we know that we can do great things with Unreal Engine, but if you don't have a great machine, again, for doing for running Unreal Engine, you cannot build video games for VR. So the gap for turning into a VR developer is so high. Yeah, it's so high. It's expensive. You need a great machine. You for running the software, for putting the devices. In terms of, yeah, some people can say, hey, but you can use Google Cardboards on that, or that kind of technologies. I just have to say that in my experience as a AR VR mentor, because I was teaching in Holberton School some years ago how to do VR products, and I found that Google Cardboards and the cheaper devices that we use, like, as for example, our phones, for doing VR are not good. They are good for doing AR, augmented reality, but not for doing VR, because if we use those devices for doing VR, we may feel to the people sick with motion sickness and that kind of things, because the phones don't have the right, I don't know, people have very different kind of phones, yeah, and those phones has different resources, and based on those resources, if your phone is not the best phone ever, you're gonna start to feel so sick when you do experience for Google Cardboard. Yeah. And I feel that that also make damage to the AR VR industry, because the people are trying to build something for their phone, and then when they test that experience, they say, okay, now I feel sick. I feel that VR and AR make me feel sick. But yeah, those are issues of the technologies, and the issues also that we have for assessing a best device that don't make us feel so sick when we try to do our things. So I feel that the industry need to be more awareness about it. Yeah, that the people in the industry need to say, hey, at least we have this bunch of devices, and we want that Latin American people can get these devices and a real price, just with tweaks in that price for not to cost to us 4 times the price that other people pay for it. And more, they can do more in the dimensionality of accessibility if also they provide another ways of making software with devices that maybe cannot be too expensive, like a VR ready PCs or laptops because they are also expensive. So accessibility is a topic that have too much branches that you can focus at the same time and try to solve. The only thing that we can solve until now for accessibility is using the funds for making the AR/VR experience. But having in mind that this has its drawbacks, like as for example, you can feel so sick using those devices as Google Cardboard. Yeah.
No, this is well said, and I think that is a big problem and a big opportunity that we have to solve among all of it is accessibility, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Particularly when we're talking about, we'll say, as emerging markets, because that's where we look at for Latin America and for Africa are the marketplaces of the future, not just from a consumer standpoint, but from a workforce policy and really the idea of where the spaces are going to be just exponentially growing. You know, where's the growth of humanity going to happen, right? It's Latin America and Africa. So those are the spaces that we see innovation absolutely taking place. But as you say, that the gaps of making that technology accessible still exist.
And I want to add something more here, and it is because, for example, I was very amazed with Horizon Venues in the Oculus Quest devices. And for me, it was so bad the way that Meta addressed the situation with Latin American people. Why? Because while I was thinking about what I'm gonna build for this, now I know what to do. But first, I need to understand how the people behave inside these metaverses. Yeah. And man, I was very engaged with the technology using Horizon Venues all the time. And then we reach a point where Meta just say, hey, we are not allowing the people from Latin America countries to get access to Horizon Venues. We're just gonna allow people from Canada and Europe to try this technology and build things for these Horizon Venues. And for me, that was so bad, so bad idea, because and so bad strategy, because when you see how Facebook becomes in the main social network, it was because of Latin American people making use of that tool, making use of that social network. And this time they say, okay, we don't want Latin American people to be here in Horizon worlds, and we just gonna telling to you when it's gonna be ready for you to use it. No, we also want to be creators there. Give us the opportunity to be creators from the beginning, because we are nearest to you than the people from Europe. And we also have the capacity of build great experience for new users. So for me, it was a bad strategy that Meta did that, but I feel that Meta can solve it just opening again that space for Latin American people and creating a program. And when I say a program, I say like something like a new, they have a program for teaching people how to program in Oculus Quest, create experience in Horizon Worlds. Man, do that kind of things in Latin America with Latin American developers, Black people, LGBT people, all the people that we have in Latin America. You have how to solve it. Yeah, because if you don't do that as Meta, Apple gonna do that, and other companies gonna do that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Just well said. That's an amazing addendum. And I think we just should close on that as far as the last part of where do we go from now? So for supporting you and supporting these spaces and these creators, what's the next step for us as a global community to look at making sure we're making inclusive spaces for designers and throughout our diaspora, particularly in the African diaspora talent? So what would you say is like the one thing that we can work on, and how can we support you in that endeavor?
Okay, so there are one thing that I have been thinking all the time, and it is, if you want new histories, new amazing content in the industry, then you need to put new people, very diverse people in the industry. because these people have great untold histories to tell. Man, you don't gonna believe. For example, that book that is called Africa Reason. I have it. I have it.
Oh my
This
goodness. Yes.
this book is amazing. For example, I have another book over here, which is amazing too. Let me take a look. What is my book? Where is? Oh, for example, the things that you have been making. Yeah,
Oh.
give to these people the opportunity to get a space in your platforms as game developers, as comic creators, as storytellers, as game designers, as game programmers, as technical artists, in every field. If you give to these people the opportunity to build, you go to get surprised with the great things that people can make. So where I think that we're gonna go, I think that we go in the direction of our world that gonna be filled in this decade with a lot of content created by African people, Latin American people, and people from the United States that comes from with the Afro diaspora. I feel that the things that Jordan Peels do and the things that we do need to have a spot for all the world. So, or we create that space, or the community or the people give us that opportunity, so the people can help us just for starting to. For example, if some of us make a funding campaign for releasing the game, put your money in that. Yeah, back the talent that can make great new things. So I feel that the future is that we're gonna have more game developers, Black people developers being directors of great games in this decade. I go to be one of those. I just have to say that.
Yes.
So
Yes.
you go to have more um, Black people and LGBT people telling untold histories in different fields. And yeah, we actually are doing just right now that. But for pushing the world in a new direction with great histories, we're gonna need the help of the people. Yeah, that is the thing as I see this decade, a decade of Afro-diasporic content in all spaces, in video games, in cinema, in comics, in literature, and in art. I don't know how to say artes plásticas in English, but yeah, in art. So that is the thing that I see, and we're gonna make it possible.
Yeah, we will, and we want to be, a similar studio, and in collaboration, of course, is coming between us and some amazing
Yeah.
things. So, I'm very excited. You just said so many amazing things here that I think really just summed it up. And just want to give one quick shout out to Africa Risen and Shuri Renee Thomas and Golden Knight and Donald.
Pecky.
Becky. Yes, I was
Donald
trying to
Pecky.
think of his. I was trying to break down his first name, but I'm not gonna mess it up. Who's actually going to be a guest on is on a guest on our show as well. So a privilege to have them. Normally, I would have mine in that book. I know my Africa Risen's in here somewhere, but to that, it's a perfect segue, not planned at all. But at the same time, that's the legacy of story and being able to have accessibility and agency over our stories in all those spaces. So, Freddie, thank you so very much. Just lastly, where can we follow you? Where can we support you in your collective of creators? And Will, thank you so very much.
Thank you to you for this space, and thank you to all the people that take the time to watch this. I really appreciate that the people just meet each one of us and back each one of us for making great things. Thank you again.
Oh, pleasure, brother. Thank you so very much. And so with that, we'll give you your time and the time for us to reflect on the amazing conversation there with Freddie from XFry and Hackdo from Medellin, Colombia, where we had a chance with the Black Speculative Arts Movement, who was a part of our team and guest for Black Futures 2023. Again, seeing the parallel of a diaspora of talent that exists there within the Colombian ecosystem of technology, culture, and creativity. And I think that's just such a great segue into what we're looking at building here as far as looking at the legacy of creative storytelling, creative freedoms, and the legacy to build tomorrow in our way and in our space. So with that, we want to thank you all so very much. Stay tuned and stay included for more. Again, my name is Daniel Sneed. We thank you so very much for being a part of SUBSUME here for 2023, Creative Juneteenth. Take care. You and I both have our mics muted. It's okay. No worries. So I'm going to reintroduce this space and place as a opportunity to come back here with us here again to create a Juneteenth 2023. My name is Dejan Sneed, as founder of SUBSUME, and I am joined by a valued guest and collaborator here with our SUBSUME space, Zelda Knight, as a artist, author, and creator extraordinaire. Good day to you, Zelda. How are you today?
I'm great. I'm super happy to be here, and just really happy to be celebrating Juneteenth and celebrating Black creativity. It's always, a pleasure to do both.
A privilege. Thank you so very much. I know we do a lot of things and connect and collaborate behind the scenes and on the page, right? So, proof of life, of things that are here and to come. But I'd love to give you an opportunity, please, to introduce yourself and your works to our audience here today.
So again, hello, my name is Zelda Knight, or my pen name. I'm actually a romance author, but I focus on diverse Black stories mostly. I write sci-fi, fantasy, contemporary. I write a mix of a lot of things. But on top of being a romance author, I also am a bookseller and an editor. And if you know any of my works, you probably know either Dominion, co-edited with Okeechobee Donald Pecky, and Africa Risen, that recently came out in November, and that is co-edited with Cherie Renee Thomas and Okeechobee as well, and it has gotten a lot of recognition and has really pushed even more Black speculative fiction, which I'm really excited and proud of. But that's me in a nutshell, and sorry for this weird lighting. I want to try to fix that.
Oh no, you're quite all right. Everything is just fine. Likewise, we're just so appreciative to have you here in this space. So likewise, we had a chance to connect and collaborate on a book with a lot of the folks in conversations here with our Sorghum and Spear, Way of Silk and Stone, and just before Freddie E, who was in Medellin, Colombia. We just had a conversation, and just randomly he pulled out Africa Risen. It was just like how great this book was and how important it was to see that space. And again, no solicitation, just was like, this is amazing, a book I have to show you. And it was your book. And so makes me feel very smart that I know cool people like yourself, and be able to kind of say a lot of the talent there resides with our works. We're here with SUBSUME, but we do want to talk about in the space here, as we also may have an additional guest to come along, but we want to talk about Black fantasy intentionally. The idea of looking at it both from the romantic, but also from the inclusive space, where a lot of times we don't see Black stories and storytellers. So for you as a writer in the Black speculative space, particularly the Black fantasy, what's the narratives or the ideas that brought you into the genre to start?
Yes, so I think this story, or hopefully it's becoming less common, but when I was younger, it was kind of hard to find, how do I put this? Black stories with speculative elements, right? You can go even Toni Morrison and others, like they put speculative elements, religious elements, etc. in their stories. But it was hard for me to find a bog standard, what most people would consider a fantasy novel written by Black people, and on top of that, featuring Black characters, because sometimes I would find a Black writer, but the story wasn't, very much different from any other fantasy book I would pick up on the shelves, or Tolkien-esque kind of fantasy. And so it was kind of this search of, trying to find somebody writing in this space that I was looking for, and added on top of that a romance story. So I was really into romance. I became a romance author, obviously. And so I was kind of looking for that combination. And one of the first series I kind of fell in love with, which is why I picked this background, this kind of urban fantasy background, was L.A. Banks's Vampire World, right? And so it was amazing to me, because I was like, oh my God, there's Black characters, in here. It's this urban fantasy, cool fantasy setting, and I really connected with it. And so it kind of sent me down this journey of, just finding more. And what I learned very quickly is that I had to search in the indie space for that. L.A. Banks was traditionally published, but it wasn't like I was going to go into the library and pick up a lot of stuff in my niche specifically. You had Octavia Butler, you had some, of the giants, but really it was, what I was looking for was really you had to go to indie authors. And so I feel like as the years have progressed, we're seeing more and more talented writers and authors, able to get these big platforms, to the point that, like you said, these authors, someone just picked up a copy of African Charisma and was like, hey, yeah, I love this book, like it's really cool. But I do think, there's still a lot more work to be done. And that's why I love spaces like this and SUBSUME that, are really doing this, creating these really expansive worlds where you can tell these plethora of Black stories, which I think is really, really cool, especially fantasy, because fantasy is my heart. That's my, first genre I love. And then obviously if that's a romantic angle, then, I eat it up. But yeah, that's kind of, and I still kind of hear this narrative of like, I don't see any Black fantasy, but a lot of times I think people are not looking in the right places. There's more than enough Black fantasy that you could exclusively read Black fantasy and not get enough of it nowadays. So I feel like people need to, look around, look outside of the United States, especially if you're situated here. There's a lot of writers doing some really cool things.
Oh, absolutely. And just so well said and appropriate. I think the idea again that we have more than enough talent and stories and just IP and all these things that can really ingratiate and I think just change for the better the genre in some. So I'm gonna see if I can get Donald to come in and come on here with us. I'll bring him in and get him here.
Yeah, I'm right
there
here.
we go. Yes, sir. Pleasure. Good day to you. I hope you're doing well. So I would love for you.
Yeah, I'm good.
Thank you, Bren. So again, I appreciate the opportunity. So, the talent just continues to rise here at SUBSUME, and likewise, want to kind of speak to a collaborator, a creator here with us at SUBSUME that we're privileged to work with. Please introduce yourself for those who, again, may not know you and your works, but obviously, it's global in reach. So, as you come along, sir, please introduce yourself to our audience here for Creative Juneteenth.
Okay, yeah. My name is Ogene Chowe Donald Ekpe. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Hear you. Yes,
Can
we
you
hear
hear
you.
me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Ogene Chowe Donald Ekpe. I'm an African speculative fiction writer, editor, and publisher from Nigeria. And I co-edited the Dominion anthology with Zelda Knight, and I've won a couple of awards. Actually, I've been the most awarded science fiction writer, editor, and publisher on the continent. So, yeah, that's me.
Oh yeah, that's it. Just the most award winning. That's it. That's not much, right? But to that, thank you so very much. I want to give you a chance to jump into the question that Zelda so eloquently answered. The idea of fantasy, particularly Black fantasy, and the space of representation. What's your take on the opportunity for us to tell those stories, specifically in that genre? And as you as a creator, what is it that brings you to write Black fantasy?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
I think there's a bit of a lag. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. I think it's very important for us to tell our own stories. A number of things have been happening in the industry. Which recently they are firsts. For Black people, despite the fact that this is an industry that's been running for going on 5 decades, 7 decades, it's going on a century actually, and a lot of things are happening for the first time, so I believe that Black people not only need to champion their stories, but we need to create the spaces, we need to create the institutions that will, sort of put us on, because we cannot, the rest of the world is not going to do it. That's what Blackness, one of the unfortunate features of Blackness, like Sherry Rennie Thomas talked about, in her introduction to Dark Matter, the famous Dark Matter anthology. She was talking about we're like Dark Matter, the world tends to try to not see us, so we have to tell our stories, but we don't just have to tell them. We have to put them on, and we have to shout them out. So the Dominion anthology that I did with Zelda, it had a lot of fests, a lot of record fests. It was the first anthology by an African to win the British Fantasy Award. The stories in it, they were nominated for some awards for the first time, like the Nebula Award, the British Science Fiction Award, and a couple of others. So the industry has been sort of slow in seeing us. So we have to project ourselves very strongly. We have to shout ourselves out. And people tend to want to gaslight us when we're doing that. There's this idea that is I don't know, the industry is a very conservative space, and I don't care about the fact that there are a lot of liberals, American liberals in literature. The fact is, it is a conservative industry in the way that it operates. It heavily frowns on self-promotion. It heavily frowns on being loud, being outward. You're supposed to be humble. You're supposed to have this monkish. You're supposed to have this smallish. You're supposed to shrink yourself. The idea of being outward, of being seen, is frowned upon. But you see, that is very anti-Black, because Black people have been marginalized. So we're sort of in a void. We have to shout to be heard from outside the void. We're screaming from inside the void. So we have to scream loudly. So these ideas of self-shrinkage, it's actually going to keep Black people, it's going to amplify the marginalizations that we already face. So on the question of creation, I think we have to create art. We have to create our institutions to project them outward, and we have to be very loud and very particular in the way that we project those works, which is one of the things that I believe the Dominion anthology did very differently. The energy that we brought to it from the get-go was, it was red, So yeah, that's my take on that for now.
That's excellent, and absolutely agree. I think the idea of the countenance that fantasy, particularly for professional fantasy writing and development, and even for a lot of the intellectual properties that we see, that there's this mythos of shrinking, right? The idea of you can't be loud, you can't be in a lot of sense authentically, to your space. But we're talking about the idea of something speculative and fantastic. But the human side of us are supposed to be very generalized. And I think you said it better, the idea of being conservative, where Black fantasy is a space of resistance, right? Because we don't have that representation, particularly for culture that's in the African diaspora. And so it feels like it's a misnomer to make Black fantasy and then it fit in the systems that we see before us today.
Yeah, sorry, and I wanted to add that if everybody is conservative, we're not shouting, we're all humble and quiet, some people will still get heard. The system is built to amplify certain voices, and some people will not get heard if they don't scream or make a lot of noise. So the idea of not self-promoting, of not being loud, is inherently advantageous to certain groups and disadvantageous to Black people. That's why we're still having fests. Recently, I was the first Black person to win the Asimov Readers Award. Asimov is the most prestigious science fiction magazine in the history of the genre. Even till now, it still has the most awards, and no Black person has won this award for going on 4 decades. And we're talking Blackness, we're not talking African. We're talking about Black people all over the world, in the US, in the UK, in Australia, on the 50-something continent and countries on the, it's crazy. These are venues that have had amazing Black people. What's the difference? It's not that my work was honestly better than any Black person's works. Have you read Stephen Barnes? He's insanely great. There have been a lot of amazing Black people, but at some point we have to, the world has to understand that we're here, and it has to be ready to confront, our presence. My Asimov story, I won't lie, I was very shameless in the way I promoted it. I was very obnoxious. I posted it on all the Asimov's groups, on all the science fiction groups, on their page, and I did it 100 times a day. And I feel very good about that. And I'm not going to stop being that way. So, yeah.
Well, I think to your point, that's what it takes sometimes to be able to bridge and build the relationship that helps you be understand and authentically heard. And speaking of relationships, Zelda, I'd love to come back to you and your particular expertise of looking at the romantic element of fantasy, right? So a lot of times when we think of the traditional fantasy of like more Eurocentric spaces, right? It's the prince and the princess, or it's the nobility of Arthurian legend. How do you approach relationships, particularly in the romantic element, when you're telling Black stories with black protagonists and Black characters?
Yeah, I would say on that it's this kind of like delicate balancing act, because I can't speak for all, but I'll speak for my experience and authors and the readers I connect with. It's this very particular kind of conundrum of people are tired of this kind of like, if it's Black, it has to be almost connected to tragedy porn in a sense. Like it has to be some down low, like, story or slavery or, something to that effect. But there is also this other wave where it's like, we don't want carbon copies of Arthurian stories, but just make them Black elves, or just make them Black knights, or just make them, Tolkienese, etc. Like, it's this kind of weird conundrum as an author, where you balance these two kind of warring desires, really, where you want to see yourself as the princess. I mean, not to bring this into this space, I went to see it; it was great, but just look at the kerfuffle that's happening with the Little Mermaid right now. Just the absolute, just wildness that is happening just because they changed the skin color of a mermaid, a mythical creature. People want that. They desire that. They want to see themselves in those types of stories. But at the same time, people are kind of getting tired of this, just like race swap and make this story Black. Right. So I say all this to say, in the romance space, it is this kind of interesting dynamic where you want to tell, stories of princesses and princesses, but maybe you set it in like the Songhai Empire, or you set it in an African, inspired fantasy world. People are kind of craving these stories, but they want to infuse as their culture. And I think it's an interesting challenge for especially romance authors, because you have these tropes you have to hit, but you're also pleasing a different audience, right? You're not pleasing the, what you have in your mind, the middle-aged, typically European woman that is picking up a romance novel. So yeah, I think it's an interesting dynamic, but I think a lot of people, not just in the romance space, are dealing with that in their own way. With us, it's this kind of like, you want the prince character, but what is the best way to tell this romantic arc?
No, thank you so much. And you're absolutely right. And I feel like that's also a bit of the quandary when we think of the fantastic, the idea of something like a mermaid, but again, changing an element that we can humanize or rationalize in our real world space, then that becomes an issue. Right. And so we can imagine a world of dragons, but not a Black mermaid. Right. And that's always been that part for me, to try to create in that space so much of that content. And I think as Donald was citing, right, we have to be loud. We have to really push not just the narrative, but the art form and the genre, in a space that's going to appreciate us for ourselves. Now, this panel is way too short to even talk about the litany of talent of each of you, let alone both of you at the same time. So I do want to just take one moment to ask, where you are in your works right now from the fantasy space, particularly for Black fantasy, of course, and want to then kind of talk about a similar project, of course, that we'll all be a part of here shortly. So, Donald, if we can ask you, what in the space outside of our internal project with SUBSUME are you looking at influencing in fantasy? And if there's anything from the genre that you're optimistic about or that you want to see as a part of the change that you'll actively be a part of.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I think my network cut off the last time.
No worries.
Yeah, so at the ICFA International Conference for Fantastic in the Arts, I was guest of honor. That was this year. Feels like years ago because like so many things have happened since then. Introduced the genre Afropantheology. That it's supposed to be. It's connected to it's the same. It's sort of like the. I'll call it a different point on the spectrum of Afrofuturism. It's sort of like people think of time, as people think of time as a straight line, the future and the past being like opposites. But what if it's a circle? Because a lot of things are revolving. We sort of encounter very similar. It's almost like we're. Anyway. It's a way of looking at time as a circle. So we talk about futurisms all the time, but origins are also important. So Afropantheology looks at the origins of life, at spirituality, at religions, African and Black religions. And, that's something that I would like us to have more of a conversation with, because the past often intersects with the future. I know we talk about futurisms a lot, Afrofuturism, which is very important, but the past is also a very important part of that, So that's something I would like us to explore more, African religions and how they intersect with futurisms, And you could say we already do that, fantasy, that's what fantasy does, but I'm not really big on the term fantasy because it tends to dismiss the sources of those stories. They are not fantasies, so to speak. They are like spiritual realities, So the term fantasy can be dismissive of, the origin, and the trust of those stories, their sources. And that has been a tool of colonialism, which was used to sort of erase African religions, demonize our deities, and so that's something I've been exploring for a while. A lot of my work intersects with it. I also do Afrofuturism, of course. So I'm doing a novel which is intersecting with those two ideas, Afrofuturism and Afropantheology. And I have a number of short stories. I have a collection coming out, and we have our work with you on Sorghum and Spear, with Zelda as well, and everything else, So yeah.
A heavy plate, but well earned in all those spaces, and absolutely excited for it. Now, for yourself, Zelda, what's your next steps in space? Outside of in the space of fantasy, but kind of in perspective of that, and likewise, what are some of the elements or a thing that you'd like to see that you'll be able to impact in the Black fantasy space here in the near future?
Yeah, I think right now, when it comes to Black fantasy, I'm working on two big things. The first is building a really big urban fantasy-esque world. That's what I'm kind of dropping books in right now, and that's been really fun. It's been hard to keep up with stuff. I have to get a world Bible together because I used to be like, why do fantasy authors always have that? And now I'm on like book 6 and I forget what happened in like book 1 and 2, so I have to go and reference it and reread. So that's my big thing right now. And that's my Crescent City series, and that's what I'm working on. But the other Black fantasy work I'm working on, which has a romantic angle, but is actually much more I would say, traditional fantasy space, is actually a, wait for it, Black mermaid story that I've actually been working on for a couple of years now. So with obviously good or bad, the Little Mermaid hype that's been happening, I kind of returned to this world. And it's very fun, I guess. It's kind of, this might be a dated reference now, but it's kind of like if Water World met Black mermaids, is basically what the premise of the book is, the novel. So I've been working on that steadily, and I'm going to start releasing chapters soon, basically serialized. But yeah, that's the two big things I'm working on. And I would say the one thing I would want to see more in Black fantasy, and I'm actually kind of already seeing it, so it's, my wish has been made, but I'm very excited to see more Black fantasy, just centering Black stories. I think that was my main hang up, is that I would see a Black author and then I would open the book and I was like, you couldn't tell that a Black person had wrote this or like had any connection really, to the world. It felt like bog standard, like anything else you could pick up on the shelves. And so I'm very excited now. Afropanthology, a lot of stuff that's happening where you pick up a book and you can really see someone's heritage and cultural roots come through. And that's just exciting for me because, I read fantasy partially for escapism, but also to learn about, new things, fantastical things, even mythical creatures that I've never encountered before in the Western canon. So it's exciting to see more Black authors telling Black stories. So they're already doing that, so I just want more of it, really.
Oh, and as well, absolutely. And that's where we want our space of SUBSUME to absolutely be a constant resource and platform to uplift and appreciate Black stories, in all their forms, particularly in the Black fantasy space, where, again, I got to give both of y'all a shout out and make sure you get your book soon, as tomorrow at our Black Book Fair here in Atlanta at the Russell Innovation Center for Entrepreneurs. That'll be the first day that we'll have our physical books for sale and look to bring them online. And of course, where we're all working on a bigger project with Sorghum and Spear, on a few spaces and places. So, I'm excited to, share a writing room and an experience like this of building up a Black fantasy world that's inclusive and representative of all the things that we just spoke about. So lastly, as we close, where can we follow each of you? We'll go to Zelda, and then we'll close with you, Donald. As far as where can we follow you and your works? And of course, we'll make sure to highlight this on our website at subsumestudios.com. But Zelda, how can we appreciate you and your work from here?
Yeah, so if you want to ever find me on most social media, I'm at Author Z Knight. Knight was the sword. And that's pretty much me everywhere. If you type in Author Z Knight, you'll probably see my profile pop up. And on YouTube, working on that YouTube grind, I'm releasing free audiobooks. So if you ever want to sample my stuff for free, you can go on my YouTube and, see free stories and links to other ebook versions of them. And then the best way to follow all of my progress is going on my website, zeldaknight.com. And there you can find my books. You can find basically everything, me ranting about my favorite book of the week on my blog. Follow me at Zelda Knight. And if you want to see me on social media, at Author Z Knight.
Thank you for yourself, Donald.
Okay, yeah, me. Okay. You can find me on Twitter at penprince_. Pen, for writing, then prince, like the son of the king. Penprince_. I'm also on Instagram at penprince. You can follow my website, odepeki.com. So yeah, that's me.
No, brilliant. Thank you both so very much. And the brilliance that's on display for not only the Black Fantasy projects that you've worked on here, and of course, to our shared spaces together. I'm just very thankful for us to have this opportunity to connect. And thank you both for being a part of our creative Juneteenth celebration here with SUBSUME.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, coming throughout the diaspora here from Nigeria and here, the States and beyond, we want to thank everybody for being a part of our conversation here, where we look at the Black Fantastic, particularly in the spaces of speculative fiction and Afrofuturism in action with our brand of work here at SUBSUME. So with that, y'all, thank you so very much for being a part of our show. Stay tuned and stay included as we keep this thing going. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so very much for being a part of 2023's Creative Juneteenth here with SUBSUME. My name is Dejan Sneed, and we want to thank you for being a part of this week-long celebration of the creative storytelling and the narratives of new Black speculative spaces, fantastic futures, as well as a look at our legacies and past and how we can all be part of a shared story for tomorrow. So again, my name is Dejan Sneed, and as we talk about our intersections of creativity, technology, and community, I'd love to bring to our conversation and to our stage a space to talk about how we're innovating stories, particularly Black stories and narratives in the space of technology. And so when we're talking about things such as cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, and data, the idea is that we're looking at how can we include not only these spaces for workforce development, but also changing the narratives of agency and authority. And speaking of that, I think I'd love to bring to the stage an absolute authority in this space, Mr. Odie Gray, who is the president of Diversity Cyber Council and also spearheading a new initiative, Tech is the New Trap, in Atlanta, Georgia, and spaces beyond. So, Odie, a pleasure to have you in on the show. Thank you so very much.
Hey, pleasure. Thank you so much, Dejan, for inviting me to the space.
Oh, absolutely. So, no, thank you. I want to just give a moment for you again to just tell us about yourself, all the many and fantastic spaces that you're impacting technology and inclusion. And of course, just what is Tech is the New Trap?
Absolutely. So I'll start with the intro. So my name is Odie Gray, president of Diversity Cyber Council. We're an Atlanta-based 501c3 nonprofit. Our mission is to train, educating staff, residents of underserved communities to enter the cybersecurity and technology workforce. That being said, as Dejan mentioned, we recently established a social campaign called Tech is the New Trap, which leverages music, art, and entertainment to reinforce equitable pathways into tech entrepreneurship and tech careers for people of color, at-risk youth, and for women.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I know we've got some exciting things that have already been happening in this space, but I want to take one moment to learn a little bit more about your own narrative and story. Now, for you, what was your introduction into the technology space?
That's a great question. My intro, looking back, I started off, my story is actually, I got kicked out of high school. You know, I grew up in a rough neighborhood and just a lot of negative influences. And by that desperate need, I ended up joining the military. And that was my introduction into information security. So it started out of necessity, which actually led me to a passion. So just interesting start, non-traditional start, but yeah.
Absolutely. Now, of course, we like to see the spaces of non-traditional starts because that's where we see so many people find that intersection with technology. They feel like traditionally they're not included. So seeing someone like yourself in your example absolutely is a North Star for so many of us. So now, particularly with cybersecurity, what was defined cybersecurity? Let's take one step back because, of course, we get a lot of these points and notices when we talk tech. So for your point of experience with cybersecurity, how would you describe that and how that plays a larger part in our lives?
Well, cybersecurity sounds and can be complex, but a simplified version of cybersecurity is saying that it's the protection of digital assets, which includes things like devices and data. Like that's as simple as it gets. But you know, it can vary to a wide range of topics from asset management, identity management, governance risk compliance. Like so, you can go broad and deep with it, but pretty much protecting digital assets. That's what we do.
Absolutely. And so, of course, the name of the space that you are over, being the president of the Diversity Cybersecurity Council. Where did you, were you as a entrepreneur, or were you more so looking at it from like the workforce space, where you were employee or employer in that sense? Where did you see the need for diversity in the space of cybersecurity?
I love that question. And I would say a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. So I was tenured in the workforce about 15 years as a proud Black man. My experiences weren't always the most equitable, right? Being completely honest. And not only that, but there wasn't a lot of representation of people who looked like me in the room. And I think we have to come to an understanding that when that situation applies, how much more of a challenge it becomes for the minority to be considered, I would say, equitable opportunities or equitable pay or equitable promotions, or even in the hiring process. We as human beings, we have, I would say, a real complex towards bias, and dissonance does play a factor in our decision making. And until we learn to expand our social bubble and be able to be more accepting to people and things we're not all the way familiar with, dissonance will always apply. So that's why representation is important. That's why having an interview with someone who looks like you and is from your cultural background may be a better character and an assessment of competency than having someone that will first try to understand and relate to you, and it may cause a little bit of indifference, right? So to answer your question in full, though, yes, it has been, Diversity Cyber Council was birthed from my experiences and the experiences of my board being in the technology workforce and understanding that there was a true demand for better equitable experiences for underrepresented professionals.
Just well said. Thank you so very much. Now, to that, leading to your work with the Diversity Cyber Council, and then the formation of Tech as a New Trap. Now, looking at that again for social innovation, which I absolutely love, and and privileged to see this behind the scenes. But now, what was the next step for Tech as a New Trap as far as bridging that gap between needing to have that representation in the workforce and then looking at the workforce of tomorrow?
Yeah, so Tech as a New Trap is all about establishing a systematic solution that leverages our community, our advocacy, opportunities for professional development, so we may rise as a collective. We are stronger together, and that's inclusive of all cultures and demographics. And this is about establishing a table where we can belong and where we can build as one, right? The current system, unfortunately, as a wise man told me, it is operating by design to be exclusive, right? And I would say to the advantage of a particular demographic. What we are establishing with Tech as a New Trap is inclusion as the foundation, sharing our authentic stories and experiences to be transformative, right? So, yeah.
Absolutely. So now to that, looking at systems and designs, now bringing someone in from, say, layman to where they may not have any experience, but maybe have the capacity, of course, that they can be a part of the cybersecurity field. I know also part of your expertise is building training development programs for that. For someone that may be listening now that is interested in cybersecurity, like for the entry level positions or opportunities there, what is kind of timeline are you looking at, and what type of skills does someone need to have to really perform well in the space of cybersecurity?
Yeah, first and foremost, 2 skills. First, desire and wanting it, and knowing you could do it. Honestly, in our programs, we've had people who didn't know the difference between a router and a switch graduate our program in less than 6 weeks, go on to become certified entry-level technology professionals, and start making an annual salary of $50,000 to $60,000. You do not need a technology degree to work as a technology professional. That is a myth. What you do need is the technology workforce readiness, skill set, and competency that shows that you can provide value to an organization. To further that, I would say the academic and traditional institution environment is unable to keep pace with the technology workforce. We've seen the impact that something like a technology like ChatGPT is introduced and is wrecking and disrupting industries. There is no degree on ChatGPT. It just came out, a few months ago, right? So being able to invest in more agile training programs and curriculums, such as boot camps, like what we offer and what SUBSUME offers, versus a 4-year degree granting institution where once you graduate, that degree may be outdated, right? So you run the risk of, not keeping up with the pace of the workforce, which we're on our hands. We're getting you skilled immediately, getting you to the workforce immediately, and now you're able to accrue experience and build as a professional.
No, absolutely well said. And that's something that I like about this particular initiative and seeing its space. I think you said a word earlier of agility, the idea to be able to move and connect and pivot where the talent is and getting the talent into the new spaces that, again, as you say, like a traditional model does not either include them or is catching up in the skills and talent and connections that are needed to be successful in that space. So now let's take a look from there as far as taking tech as a new trap and kind of jumping back and forth. But I really like the idea of tech as a new trap, again, being able to bring in that new workforce in space. So now what have you seen have been some of the advantages of forming this consortium, and where do you see tech as a new trap overall being able to impact the technology and workforce development fields?
Yeah, so taking a step back, let me provide context to those who may not be initiated of what trap means, right? So trap is a term popularized by a lot of Atlanta artists back in the day, and pretty much is symbolic of street culture, street life. And ultimately what we're saying when we say tech is a new trap is applying the ingenuity and the hustle and the resiliency of what trap represents and applying it to the tech workforce. So tech is the new trap. Tech is the new way to earn a living. Tech is the new hustle, right? So in this campaign, we are presenting the messaging to people who understand it. What we oftentimes do as nonprofits is lose people in our messaging. We talk at people and not to them. So even in our messaging in our campaign, we're providing an equitable way to resonate with the people we aim to serve, to say, hey, we see you, we understand you, and we are familiar with you. So we're going to meet you where you are, which is true equity, instead of expecting you to meet us where we are. And then going back to your question about like establishing the consortium, it's all about serving the community as a community, right? They're breaking down the silos and firing the gatekeepers. Like, let's figure out a way where we can build together, grow together, and really, really use kindness and love as the foundation, right? I think we need to re-promote that. I think it has been lost in the larger context of popular culture, and let's re-embrace that and let that be our path moving forward in terms of not just professional development, but our overall growth as society. So yeah, tech is a new trap, and the consortium is about establishing a front door to the community for technology workforce readiness programs in a way that will lead them to the economic progress that I would say has not always been available and present. So yeah, that'll be my answer.
Oh, that's a fantastic answer. Thank you so very much. Now, looking at the idea of that next part of, again, taking the hustle, the drive, and the initiative of that space, is there any reason or reasons, again, that you feel like that traditional models aren't seeing that? I mean, I know that there are some that we talked about. Of course, we're talking about systematically. It seems like we're separated, but it would seem in a space that has so much opportunity and jobs and necessity to have talent in these spaces that there's still a disconnect between the people that need these jobs and a lot of the not-for-profits that are servicing really boots on the ground on there. You know, from your space of expertise, where are the disconnects that our ecosystem and technology are missing?
Well, there are quite a few, and I would say one of the biggest is the people getting the money aren't the people who have the most familiarity with the community. There are a lot of Black communities that are not serviced by Black-led nonprofits because of the funding disparity. And again, that goes back to social bubble. And if I'm a predominantly white foundation that extends grants to nonprofits, the first people in my social bubble more than likely are going to be white-led nonprofits. And this has been the historic and an equitable system, right? And I think it's important to provide a call to action to foundations that truly in their heart want to be transformative, want to be equitable, meet Black-led nonprofits and others where they are. Stop expecting them to sway you and convince you. If you truly have a heart to give, if you truly have a heart to create a legacy that breeds solutions to societal problems, link up with the people who have the blueprint, who have made it out of those communities, and who have not only an impactful story, but has the impactful metrics to prove it. Because we exist, we're out here, right? And the strength of our consortium is not only in the nature of our relationships, but is also in the nature of our support, because there's such a lack of support, unfortunately, for these individual underrepresented nonprofits. So yeah, that would be the call to action. And that would absolutely be one of the biggest disconnects, is funding opportunities for underrepresented nonprofit founders. And really just, I would say, just support in general, right? I think the road as a underrepresented nonprofit founder, it's challenging, it's rough, it's often lonely. So help the people who are helping, right? And that's a call to action to the foundations, the government agencies, the school systems, the decision makers in the community. Help those people who truly have a heart to help, not just the people that's in closest proximity to you. Because someone in close proximity, they might not have the solutions. They may not have the vision, right? Look beyond your social bubble. Find the underrated, not yet found geniuses that exist in your community, because I guarantee you're out there and they're working. They're working to get out of this hamster wheel and to promote this systematic solution. Just need that support. So hopefully that answers your question.
No, it does. And I think you're saying something that's so succinct, of course, to what we're looking at, not only here for Creative Juneteenth, but I think the idea of stories, right? The idea of being able that people can relate to stories that are relatable to them, their experiences, their culture, the neighborhoods. And I think the the real genius behind Tech is the Trap is that we have founders that have those stories, but we're connecting with people who likewise have a lot of those same backgrounds, but at the same time, a lot of that same ambition, that same talent. And we can see that narration of how to take your talent to get to the spaces that you want to be. And again, seeing someone on the other side of that story that, again, you can relate to is where I think we're really reimagining a brand new future, but with something that feels familiar but fantastic at the same time. And so where like your story particularly, right, where you've been able to build and develop that not only from a professional standpoint, but then look within the community and see that not only from the technology side do we have that value, but culturally we have that value, and being able to connect all those dots together. And again, sharing the story of the entrepreneur, which, as you say in the Greek, sometimes, particularly for our not-for-profit space, can be underfunded, can be overlooked when other opportunities come. But I think that also just goes back to the idea of Trap University, where even in those circumstances, we're still persevering, we're still finding methods of success. And in that type of ingenuity, that's that skill that's absolutely vital to build tomorrow.
Yes.
And so, that's just so well, I get all of that, not only out of you and your example, but in looking throughout the consortium and the future of what Tech is the New Trap is really a social innovation platform, helps bring a lot of those conversations within the same room.
Yes. And I think someone said ingenuity is the mother of innovation. And when you're an entrepreneur, innovation is where it's at. So imagine how many hidden gems exist in underrepresented communities who use and leverage ingenuity as a way of life to get by, to survive. And they just have been doing it in such a small bubble, right? They can take that same mind and with the proper support and resources expand it. And now we have just genius on the move. And I truly know that our society is moving in that direction, where there's going to be a newfound appreciation for underrepresented entrepreneurs because we bring that ingenuity and innovation to the table. And it's going to be transformative across all society once we hit the ground running and actually operate with the full power of our community. Yeah.
That's amazing. And amazing tomorrow that we're building in real time. So it's good to be optimistic, and I think rightfully so, that all the things that we need are within that tool set where we have Black culture, Black talent, Black ingenuity, that the narratives of tomorrow just are all pointing in the right directions. So kind of in sum, how can we support Tech as a D-Trap, also the Diversity Cyber Council, and yourself as your entrepreneurial journey goes? What are the things that we as a community can bring to bear, or for us that are looking at getting into this space? What can we do to connect and collaborate with you and these initiatives?
Yeah, I think in these moments, people usually go for the Hail Mary pass. I'm going to go for the low-hanging fruit, and that is acting with kindness and intentionality towards anybody you come across. Like just operating with that mindfulness to act with kindness, I think that will begin to replicate itself in our community. And oftentimes we kind of operate like reactionary. Let's be intentional about kindness and respect and advocacy. And in terms of how you can help us, I would say specifically, well, follow us on social media, Tech Over Trap, TECHOVATRAP. You can contact me directly at ODIE.Gray, Gray, at Diversity Cyber Council. That's cyber, CYBER, COUNCIL.com. And honestly, just hit me up and let's work. Let's build partnerships. Let's collaborate. Let's talk ideas and talk execution, right? I would say that Tech is New Trap and Trap University as a whole is a no lip service zone. So if you come for real, because we're for real. And that's the only energy we're accepting from people, right? It's people who have a true heart to give, people who have a true intention to support, and people who truly want to be advocates how we need it, not how they want to give it, which is a big difference. There's a lot of giving based on how people want, but it's not measuring up to be impactful. You have to give in a way that's impactful, and I would include systematic, so we can build in consistency and have longevity, right? Not just a one-time giving of $10,000 to a business. All due respect, I see that a lot, but for an entrepreneur that's struggling to get by, that 10K is going to last them to the end of the month, and they're going to be back in grind mode, right? We have to be more understanding and look at things from the perspective of these underrepresented founders, what they're going through, the challenges that they're experiencing, and saying, hey, I will empathize, not only empathize with you, but I'll be an advocate. I'll stand in that foxhole with you, and I'll help you make it to that next level. And I won't leave you until you do, until you can hold your own. Otherwise, the current model is not sustainable. And that is what we will transform.
And I think this is a transformative energy and opportunity within the times that we're in, right? So many things, we've seen so much innovation happen even just within the past 10 years. And being able to be intentional, like you say, and bring your authentic selves and be part of the stories of tomorrow within the spaces of tech, whether that's, of course, through Trap University, Tech is a New Trap, and Diversity Cyber Council, and all the spaces that we're looking at being. I'm very excited and support and be a part of what's building here. So I want to just thank you so very much. Of course, we'll make sure that all the information and opportunities are put there on our website, as well as directing them to you and your endeavors. I just want to thank you so very much for your time and consideration. So, Odie, thank you again.
Thank you, brother. Always appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much. And so with that, we've had Odie Gray, President of the Diversity Cyber Council, as well as leader of the amazing consortium of Trap University and Tech is the New Trap. And so again, the idea of being a part of the technology stories of tomorrow, both as innovators, educators, but also as entrepreneurs, and knowing that there's a tomorrow that's included in the tech space for everyone. So we want to make sure that we're creating these new narratives and new stories as we celebrate Creative Juneteenth 2023. And again, my name is Dejan Sneed, here, founder of SUBSUME, and we welcome you to stay included and stay tuned for more. Thank you all so very much, and we welcome you back to Creative Juneteenth 2023. This is Dejan Sneed, founder of SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia. Thanking you all again for being a part of our celebration of Black creative freedom. And so with that, we would love to continue the conversations that we're having with the innovators, artists, and the creators, not only of tomorrow, but also those who look back to the past and bring us into the present with new perspective. And so with that, we want to go ahead and bring in our next conversation around illmatic consequences with artist, creator, and activist and Afrofuturist, Damian Darrell Jerry. Thank you so very much. How are you doing today?
I'm well, Devin. How are you?
Oh, doing great. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thanks. And we actually get a chance to sit down and get a one-on-one session here. We'll love
Yes.
to go right into this amazing new book that you have coming out that we definitely want to celebrate with yourself. But for all those that may not know you of your work just yet, please take a moment to introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Daniel Darrow Jerry. I am a writer, editor, educator. I also grew up in the hip hop era, so I'm an MC as well. I grew up MCing, so I kind of got for me, this Illmatic Consequences project is very special, as is the 50th anniversary of hip hop. So I'm glad that the project came out this year. It's sort of like it's like perfect timing for me. But yeah. Other than that, I went to University of Memphis, got an MFA, and I'm currently revising my forthcoming novel.
Fantastic, and learning all this as well now. And I wanted to add, now I know obviously you have a connection with gaming as well, right? So,
yes.
Sure. So I'm gonna give you all your credit, and I'll just kind of show this wide berth of talent that you're bringing to the stage. So thanks again so very much. Now to that book, Illmatic Consequences, which I have en route to my house here now. So I'm thankful for it. So please give us the premise of that book. And again, thank you. We definitely want to get a visual of it. So thank you for that.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Illmatic Consequences. The clapback to opponents of critical race theory. And it's published by UWP Books and Sage Publishing. And basically, I was brought into the project, to help edit, make sure that like the ideas were coming through in the way that the writers and the publishers wanted. When I first sat down with my co-editors, Walter Grayson, and also my editorial director, Dr. Ronaldo Anderson, we were talking about ways to, they wanted to do a book about critical race theory. And we were talking about ways to approach it. So as we put our heads together, we decided that a book about critical race theory would not be the move. Like, that would actually make matters worse, because the problem is that you have far right-leaning politicians, conservative politicians who have taken the term critical race theory and they have misappropriated it, right? They have mislabeled it, and they have used it to start and to spread this disinformation campaign, right? And so we didn't want to do that. So what we decided to do was to do a book about the misinformation campaign, the sources of it, and why would a group choose to do this? Why would a certain group choose to take this term and do that straw man argument where they obscure the term and misdefine it on purpose? And that's why the title of the book has critical race theory in quotations, right? Because you can't debate against someone who is not informed about the thing that they claim to be debating. So that's pretty much where the idea came in. We decided to connect the idea of the book with not only hip hop, but we wanted to be very specific. So we chose Nas's first album, Illmatic Consequences, because we felt as though that Illmatic, the album Illmatic is just an excellent example of counter storytelling, or using the stories of Black people to share our lives, using the stories of Black people to document our lives, right? And to sort of share what's going on in our neighborhoods with the world. So that's kind of how all of that came together.
Absolutely. Please continue.
No, so the only other thing I would say, also, we wanted to make a project that teachers and activists could use in order to protect, especially for teachers, like to protect the integrity of their classroom environments. You have teachers who are on the ground, like sort of like in the trenches, for lack of a better term, fighting to educate the youth in their room, in their classrooms, right? And you have in some states, depending on where you are, you have like an atmosphere that has become very combative in the classroom, in the sense you have this this sanitizing of history, right, that's taking place. So we wanted to address that as well, and so all of that just all came together.
No, absolutely, and just utilizing the framework of hip hop, as I think you said a little bit behind of being able to tell stories about the neighborhood, the environment, the space. Obviously, hip hop in and of itself, a space of resistance, for a whole generation. I think being able to bring this new, we'll use the word resistance in the sense of, that you say, is like a clapback on the misappropriation, of critical race theory in our educational and I think in our social system overall.
Yes, definitely.
It's a great interweaving of a lot of fantastic things to really confront a very serious concern that that most communities have.
Yes, a very serious concern. When we first started the book, right, you had Ron DeSantis with his whole Stop Woke campaign. You had Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida, right? He comes with this, with this curriculum that in the beginning he says, okay, well, this is for K through 12. We're trying to protect the integrity of K through 12 classrooms, right? But, people saw through that. And sure enough, over time, it spread from K through 12 to Ron DeSantis setting up a board, an oversight committee to control what is being taught in college classrooms, right? So it's almost it's sort of like a conditioning sort of thing on the part of Ron DeSantis and others. Also, the fact that Ron DeSantis, outside of Donald Trump, is like the front runner for the Republican National Party, right? And with all the turmoil going on around Donald Trump, to be honest, it is a good chance that Ron DeSantis could become the Republican nominee for president. And we will see Ron DeSantis take his attacks on quote unquote critical race theory, his attacks on African American history in classrooms. He will take these attacks like to a national scale, right? Even though like you already have CRT legislation all across the country, right? But Ron DeSantis is definitely, as he campaigns for president, he's going to take that, you'll see that as a part of his presidential campaign. So I think like that's one of the reasons that it's so important. When I think back to when I was a student, a high school student, I remember like being very disillusioned, right, with history as I was learning it, because in the history books that we had in class, by the time you get to the civil rights movement, you go Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, and that's it. It's like a few pages, right? And there's just so much of our history that is already left out of high K through 12 curriculum. So it's like they want to cut out more of it, And so that's one of the reasons why it's just important to me. There are others as well. Before we go on, I mean, I grew up. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee, and I grew up in South Memphis, a neighborhood called Castalia. There's a rapper, the rapper Young Dolph. He was from my neighborhood, but I specifically remember even 14 years old, even as a junior high school student, I was well acquainted with police harassment, police brutality. For me, growing up in my neighborhood, it was almost as if the police were like terrorizing us. It was as if my neighborhood was being occupied. I've been, jacked up by the police, had flashlights shine down my underwear, like all kinds of stuff. And I was just a regular kid. I was in a impoverished community, but I myself, I wasn't like a drug dealer or anything. I was just a regular kid. You go to school, come home, play basketball, that sort of thing. But I was well acquainted with police. I knew how to talk to them. I knew what to say, just because I was used to being harassed by them so much. And a lot of people could say this, and I'm one of those people. Like, to this day, I still get a little bit antsy when I see like a police car, even though I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher, a tutor. I walk the straight and narrow. But it's like growing up in that environment, it influenced me in a lot of ways, and in some ways it sort of defined my blackness to me, if that makes sense. It defined what it meant to be black. I think that's a better way of saying it.
Absolutely, and understood, and absolutely. So, looking at that context of the relationship or that you formed and the ideation of what you formed for, say, the police at a young age, right? We see likewise in hip hop music, particularly around police brutality, right? That's been from day one, that's been a theme to try to bring out that as a component that we are over policed in a lot of black and brown, or just in minority communities. Now, looking at it from the space of critical race theory, where is that connection of how we look at, say, like the police state, or the way that we look at policing, and how we connect that with some of these educational issues that we have currently?
For one component of critical race theory is the unequal distribution, the unequal enforcement of the law, right? So that's one thing, the idea that the law as it is on the books, so it targets Black people. For instance, I go back to like Memphis, Tennessee. In my city, for instance, the most, even like something like traffic tickets, the most traffic tickets in my city are given out in the most impoverished neighborhoods, right? Particularly, there's this neighborhood, it's in South Memphis, right at this, there's a street, Bellevue and Norris Road. That is on that, in that intersection around that area. That's where the police in my city hand out the most tickets, right? And it's like, so what you're telling, so it's like, so is it that Black people in these, we just drive faster, or is it that this is the place where they are paying the most attention to, right? I'll give you another example. In the 90s, early 90s, when I was a kid, in my city, they had this initiative, and it was called Jump and Grab. And basically, it was a sting operation, right? But it was a sting operation that was set up to arrest crack cocaine addicts, people who are addicted to crack cocaine. So basically, like they would have drug dealers out on the street corner, and they would, there was undercover police officers posing as drug dealers on the street corner. And if a person came up and they tried to buy some cocaine, they would get arrested, right? So I look at that now. Coming up to the present day, I look at the attitude that's taken towards like people who are addicted to methamphetamines. It's two totally, the opioid addiction. It's two totally different ways of looking at a person who is addicted to drugs. The people Black people, right, who are drug addicts, they were treated more like criminals instead of treated like people who were sick, right? In fact, the jump and grab initiative ended in my neighborhood, and when the police they killed this guy on the corner, and they in front of everybody, because like he tried to run from them, right? And they beat him up, but like he died, and that sort of like that ended the jump and grab, the whole jump and grab initiative. But my point is that the jump and grab initiative, that it was on paper, it was legal for them to do that, right? Now, it's something that I always found ironic was the fact that on that same corner where I live, if I go into the store, right, the store sells everything that a person would need to manufacture crack cocaine and to smoke it, right? But it was legal for them to sell the paraphernalia in the store. So it's just, it's a lot to take in. It's a lot to take in. Now, I would say, as far as connecting like all of that to critical race theory, I would say it's just the idea of understanding how the law works in terms of our relationship to it as African Americans, right? Understanding that even the term law and order is a term that started being thrown around, right? Like during Reconstruction, like after slavery was so-called after slavery ended, right? After the so-called Emancipation Proclamation. The term law and order really was just code for we have to keep this group of people in line, right? Because we don't know, like, they're savages, so we don't know how they're going to rise up or whatever, So bringing all that up to present date, you have like Derek Bell, Kimberly Crenshaw, right? And you have them in court basically fighting for the civil rights that we were already supposed to have. So it's like after the civil rights bill gets signed, right? Local government officials were slow in following that legislation, right? And also, private companies as well. So the whole idea of critical race theory really just comes from lawyers who are on the ground, who are fighting for equal rights, but finding that it was sort of like a catch-22, because it's like they had to deal with racism in the courtroom, like, on the job. So it's in a way, it's like multi-pronged, right? How can you win, or how can you even, it makes it difficult for Black people to even like, even subsist like in these communities, right? When they're being overly policed, when not only they're being overly policed, but also the people, the students, the children in these neighborhoods, they're being undereducated, right? So it's like they're almost being driven into, they're being driven into the prisons in a sense, right?
Right. Now, in a space where we're over policed, and to your point, over incarcerated, and knowing that a lot of these programs are systemic in nature and very intentional in how they've been subjugating Black people specifically. And so what would be like I would say, kind of use your jargon of a clapback that we could look at as far as the way that CRT policies really have the opportunity to change, or the best case scenario to take the next step in trying to dismantle some of these practices?
All right, good question. So I would say one of the way, well, there are a couple. So I'm going to touch on a couple things, and I want to refer to a couple of the writers in Illmatic Consequences. We have several writers who come from education backgrounds, and you have Danielle Littlefield, Dory Lerner, Eric Bijoun. I hope I'm pronouncing that right because I've never met him in person, but it's Bijoun, Bijoun. And so all of them wrote different, we have several educators who wrote different pieces, right, about advising educators on things that they could do to protect their classroom environment. We also have Ben Levy, who wrote about this educational, it's a tool, but it's also this educational technique is called rhizomatics, right? And so rhizomatics is interesting because what rhizomatics builds on, it builds on not only the idea of like counter storytelling and counter narrative, but it builds on the idea of using, how can I put it? Using the collective memories, right, of Black people, the collective memories of color, and not only Black people, but oppressed peoples in general. Like using our oppressed memories to sort of like to help trigger the resistance in us, using stories to tap into those repressed memories, right? Also, there's another a friend of mine, Kat Moore, who wrote a piece in the book that pretty much is called My Nice White Family. So, and well, My Nice White Family is like the byline. The actual title of her essay is Notes. It's like, because I don't want to. I want to read it exactly. Yeah, I want to read it exactly as she wrote it. Autoethnographical notes on whiteness, right? And for Kat, what she does, she takes the issues of institutional racism, and she sort of like, she takes those notes and takes them to the doorsteps of white people, right? Because coming from the idea that her as a white activist, a white writer, taking the responsibility of dealing with racism within her own community, right? And talking to white people about racism. There's also another piece, an interview I did with Afrofuturist Maurice Broaddus, who is also a librarian, right? And we had a lengthy conversation about decolonizing public spaces in education. And what does that look like, right? What does it look like as far as curriculum? What does it look like as far as library selection? He has a good quote. Basically, he said that education a lot of times follows what they call the classical model, but the classical model is Europe's greatest hits. education does not have to be Europe's greatest hits, especially if you're trying to especially if you're dealing with a diverse student body, right? You have to teach students about themselves, right? You can't use Plato, Aristotle, and Socrates for everything, and it's okay to put it in there, but everything can't revolve around that. There's much more. And if you leave out the much more, then, you're doing a disservice. So we talk about that. There's another interview I did with Jesse J. Holland, where he talks about, he speaks to journalists, and we talk about the importance of fact checking, journalists fact checking, not only the things they write and report, but just say, if you're looking at a speech and you're looking at someone, who's giving facts, fact checking in real time, right? Excuse me. I'm sorry, I don't mean to just,
we want to hear you. Go for it.
Oh, okay. And yeah, so, and there's another piece by Michael Gonzalez, right, that talks about the importance of teaching African American music history in school, right? And he starts with Led Zeppelin, right? Led Zeppelin, many of their biggest hits were actually Memphis Minnie songs that they remade, right? Mm-hmm. And back then, they didn't have to worry. There was no sample clearance or anything. There was no copyright, they just redid the songs. They didn't even check or anything like that. And to the point where later on down the road, they got with their lawyers and stuff, and they were able to clear the songs. But one of the main point that he makes is when you have artists like Led Zeppelin, Elvis Presley, right? These artists who sort of like Rolling Stones, right? Who build their careers off of Black music. And what happens is the originators of those of that music, like, Memphis Minnie, Big Mama Thornton, Muddy Waters, right? They become footnotes, right? Even though they're the ones who created like the music, right? They become footnotes in the stories of these white artists,
All right, so and keeping it in that sense, and as you say, we've seen that appropriation used.
I'm sorry. So I didn't mean to cut. One other thing I want to add to that is that the clapback would be, right? So he also talks about setting up like organizations, right, to help students learn about music history, like African American music history, and he cites it as an example, an organization that was actually set up by Vernon Reed from In Living Color, right? Where they sort of like they made sure that African American music was like being taught in public school.
No, absolutely no, and thank you, and I appreciate you adding in that the addendum of that clapback to that as well. So a couple quick questions as we look to come to time. So again, I think the crux of this, where it seems that it is absolutely brilliant, but also engaging in the space of framing this around the sense of hip hop, the space of when we're talking about critical race theory. What is the synopsis for someone who is looking at placing this in their classroom, in their educational program, or just as a read itself? What's the blurb that you would give them as far as how best to utilize this as a tool for change?
For an educator, I would say the best way to utilize this text is first to uncover or like to dismantle the straw man argument, right? So to educate students and to teach them that when like the whole idea of these opponents of critical race theory, or the whole idea of like conservatives saying they don't want critical race theory, right? That's all fallacy, right? You can't debate with them because they are really informed about what critical race theory is. If they're not, if the fact that if they're not quoting, if they're not citing Kimberly Crenshaw, if they're not citing Derek Bell, you know, then they're not talking about critical race theory, for one. If they're not talking about intersectionality, you know, if they're just saying, if they're just talking about, okay, well, there are certain curricula, there are certain lessons that would make Black kids mad and white kids feel guilty, so we don't want that, right? There are certain books that make Black kids mad, so we want to ban those books. Like, it's like you need to like demystify that first, because if you try to argue on that point, right, you'll go down this rabbit hole, right, that you don't need to go down. Right? Don't even, the whole thing is like to not even address that, because there has always been pushback in the United States against the progress of Black people. You know, there's always been systemic pushback. And Harry Allen talks about that in the book too. Like he sort of traces it back historically to show that the whole conversation around critical race theory is very old. Not necessarily the fact that people talking about critical race theory, but the conversation that is against the progress of Black people is very old. Goes all the way back to the Civil War, or like the period that follows the Civil War.
Excellent. And so as we look to close, and now thanks for that. So now as we look to kind of close in on that and figure out how to push back and push forward into the future, right? We push it back against CRT and policy and theory, but also pushing ahead that, again, we do have the right circumstances, particularly with tools like this, to confront and build a more inclusive historical context and conversation around our communities. How can we get this book? How can we follow you in your efforts?
Oh, okay. Well, the book is being sold at uwpbooks.com. That's where it's primarily being sold. You can also get it at Amazon as well, but it would be best if you went to, you know, the source and got it, you know, to UWP Books. Excellent publisher, headed up by Dr. Ayo Sakai. And for a while, it might still be on sale if I'm not mistaken. It was on sale like a few days ago. So like you go ahead and if you go to the website, I think you can still catch it on sale. And so what I'm hoping is that this book could be used like not on like in high school classrooms, but in college classrooms as well. Because in the clapback or in the clapback section, or like the part where that describes us going forward and what we should do, right? It also, we talk about in the book, we talk about searching out racism in places where, you know, we might not, where we might not have been aware that it exists. For instance, racism in technology, in the way these algorithms run these social media sites. There's one chapter in our book called The Dark City, and that is about rooting out racism in civic planning, right? So I would say this book could be used like pretty much in a wide array of classes, myriad of classes, right? But I would like for it to like definitely like be used on like the college level, but I think also like I think adventurous high schoolers could get into it as well, and I think they need to. And the only other thing I would add to that is the idea. And Professor Danielle Littlefield, she talks about this in her essay, which is I think like close to the last essay in the book. But just the idea that even though you have right wingers and conservatives, right, with this false argument, what it did was it brought up critical race theory for people who don't know. So this is actually an opportunity for us to learn what critical race theory is and why it's important to us. It's important for Black people to understand the law, just like it's important for us to understand financial security. I mean, financial security, but financial literacy in a way, that some of us haven't been taught in school. Like Black people need to know about like what to do with our money, how to spend it, how to save it, so on and so forth. Black people need to know and understand the law, because the law is being weaponized against us.
And I mean, to that, absolutely. And I would say to that, did we get and we'll make sure to put the information, of course, for your book and your space therein. So I'm just lastly, for social handles or any other component, anything else to share?
Oh, yeah. I can be found on Facebook and Twitter under Daniel Jerry. Facebook.com/Daniel Jerry, Twitter.com/Daniel Jerry. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. So again, a chance to learn from you, not only from the Illmatic consequences, but also, as an adept MC. So, again, that's the gambit. From
So
to the stage and beyond. So I appreciate that. That's good. So
I appreciate you too, Dedrin. Everything that you're doing with SUBSUME, Devil Sorghum, Spear, everything that you do, I appreciate, and I'm looking forward to seeing like what you have next, what you have coming next. Yeah, so
I appreciate it. No, humbly, and thank you. So no, you're a part of that next. So I appreciate you.
Yes, definitely.
So absolutely. So no, thank you so very much, and we'll appreciate you. I'll go ahead and give you back the rest of your day from there. So with that, we had Danny and Daryl. Jerry was part of Illmatic Consequences, Clapbacks Against Critical Race Theory, and so that book is out, and so we'll make sure to put the link in that. So looking at, again, the space that we use literacy and education, as well as hip hop and our shared story spaces, to look at how we can use this as a space of social innovation. And this is exactly the type of thing we want to celebrate as a part of our Creative Juneteenth, looking at how we can tell our own stories with authenticity, agency, and have our rich and diverse history fully appreciated by all. So with that, we'll continue on our show here, celebrating that Black creative freedom as part of Creative Juneteenth 2023, with much more to come. Again, this is Dejan Sneed here with SUBSUME. Stay tuned and stay included for more. Thank y'all.
Hi, Dedrin. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
everything was muted. So we'll just take it from the top. It's okay. All right. So the idea that we're building as we fly. But a good day to you. Just wanted to thank everybody for being a part of our Creative Juneteenth 2023. Again, Daniel Sneed here with SUBSUME Media, being able to be joined by a brilliant and talented young lady from our home space in the territory of the University of the Virgin Islands. We have Dr. LaWanda Cummings. Dr. Cummings, good day to you. How are you today?
You also, and you are definitely a creative. You're building in all kinds of different places, and I'm related to be here in our little bit of paradise down here in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Thank you so very much. So I appreciate it. So I'd love to make sure that we give all of your proper credit and bona fides as again a Black girl with something to say. I want to make sure that we give you a platform and space to let us learn a little bit about yourself as we talk about the idea of STEAM and STEM and how that is empowering Black youth for storytelling and narratives of our future.
Well, I'm really excited to be able to even be in the conversation because we know that for the efforts that we do in combating the issues of inclusion in regards to jobs and being able to get prestigious jobs and jobs where income is where it needs to be for us and for our kids. What we found is that usually we can get young people into career fields that are inside the STEM areas. It mitigates that racial divide in regards to income capacity and even job prestigiousness. And so there's a lot of efforts that are going into bridging that gap so that young people will have the foundation to be able to be successful in these STEM areas. And particularly for African-American girls and African-American boys, because we know that there are all of these other systemic things that are in our community, inside of some of the educational spaces, politically, that have impacted their ability to be included in those spaces. So one of the ways that we do that, and with SUBSUME, is to look at ways in which we can do culturally relevant pedagogical methods. We can bring the children and the students' attention to how science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is already occurring in the world in which they live, and helping them be able to understand that they are scientists and mathematicians and statisticians. If you're trying to go get a good sale on the Black Friday, like you're doing a probability analysis to try to figure out how you're going to get your best deal, right? Or if you're dating, like all of those are the things that we do in our daily lives that are STEM related, but helping people be able to see that, and just even the science in our spaces and environments that we occupy. And so we're doing all kinds of stuff. You know this. SUBSUME was a critical partner here, is a critical partner in the University of the Virgin Islands and some of the innovation work that we're doing to engage the community and young people so they can understand AI, machine learning, the metaverse, and how all of those coding and technology plays out in their lives and how they can invest in it. And then you've helped us also with curriculum with our teachers and equipping them with just the skills, technology, and strategies to be able to bring tech into the classroom. And just in general, the U.S. Virgin Islands does not have one computer science teacher across our entire territory. And so in the season when we were doing so much work in the PD space, Dedrin, that was us saying, listen, I don't care what you teach. We're going to get to a place where everyone is a computer science teacher on some level, so that we're integrating it so that our kids will get exposure to coding before they get into a college classroom, before, we start talking about develop a career. It really is about, formulating comfort with STEM techniques and STEM strategies so that they're not operating in a space of fear. Because, Baba Asa, an old educator of mine, Asa Hillier, he used to tell me all the time that he had never met a child who did not evidence genius. It's about us figuring out how we unlock it and send them out there to build the world that we want to see.
Just so well stated, Dr. Cummings. As always, I think that is part of that narrative, is that we want to build those worlds that we want to see and that see us. I think is really where we felt obviously a calling to return to that territory and be intentional in that space of building that bridge. And again, when we think of the University of the Virgin Islands, which of course, and make sure to highlight for a lot of our folks that may not know, is a historically Black college.
Yes.
Right. And so,
the only HBCU outside
right.
mostly United States. We don't
Absolutely.
have a
Absolutely. So, but to that faces some unique opportunities not being in the traditional 48 space, particularly also in the environmental components of being set within 3 major islands, and then looking at so many of the other then environmental and transformative things that we think of that seem to not be scalable even here on the mainland U.S. Then when we're into a space like this, where we're bringing in geography and ecology into some of these spaces, then it makes it even more pertinent that we find this as a solution space, because that means we will have solved so many of the other things that we need to understand and appreciate, that everybody's included in a digital future and has access to these jobs of tomorrow. And so again, you're likewise, you're many hats as a researcher, and likewise just the amazing and award-winning team there at UVI. What are some of the other initiatives that you've been working on, let's say even between this current academic year, where you're seeing some of the success and awards that your team has had to help us continue to navigate the space to make the connections between students, educators, and the community at large?
Well, I would say we've been busy. We're always working. Our program through the Virgin Islands Institute for STEM Education, Research, and Practice really works to help teachers to be not only phenomenal in the classroom, but also to have voice inside the research space. And so we've had them do some presentations on research that they've been conducting on the integration of the research, on the integration of technology and these strategies in their classrooms. They were at the Caribbean Studies Association conference a couple weeks ago, and they'll also be presenting at another national conference soon. I think we're submitting some things to the American Education Research Association. That said, we also had a book chapter that we just finished the last iteration of it. I hope they don't send it back again, where that is being articulated again, because what we have here in the U.S. Virgin Islands that may not be in some spaces is a space that is American, but it is uniquely Caribbean as well. And so we are really working hard to have a way to understand both sides of that. There was also a innovation weekend, you know about that. SUBSUME was here doing great work in bringing the metaverse and all of these different type of opportunities, speakers, where students were able to kind of see that there's this movement inside the internet and the technical spaces that allows us to kind of build these spaces of inclusion that did not exist before. And so that's been really exciting. And I know that we have some other things planned for the latter part of this month, where we'll be doing some more work where we're introducing young people to AI and to machine learning, so that they're in a position to have savvy in dealing with the technology, right? But also being in a position to understand how we have to interrogate these spaces and innovations as well, because we know that disparities and biases against people of color show up even in these spaces, right? They show up in the algorithm. So just being in a position to understand how they can contribute to that conversation, how they can understand and do things in a way that they can challenge these systems and these technologies as they come online, so that they are developed to be more equitable spaces than what we may see right now.
Absolutely, and fantastic. And again, the consistency and veracity by which you and your team and the leadership, like Dr. McHale and Dean Worsley, make this innovation space actionable and very intentional, particularly when we're looking at the rich and decadent culture, of the territory. So now, where do you see that as being an advantage? Where again, a lot of time we talk about opportunities in these spaces, but likewise, we see that culture, particularly where we're looking at underrepresented cultures, tend to be an advantage when trying to scale larger ideas and spaces. So how do you lean into the culture of the Caribbean, particularly there within the Virgin Islands, to now try to bring more intentionality and more interest into the space of STEM?
Well, I mean, I would say we live on an island, so no matter how far you run, you're going to run into water, right? So there is a nature, a connection to the nature that surrounds us that may not be something that shows up for others. I would say this is also a space where, because most of the people are from the Caribbean, I know I'm a transplant, there is a desire for stewardship of this space. It's a beautiful space. And we're really trying to help with the environmental science component to really help our students, our teachers, our families see this as a space that deserves protection. But it also means that it's not just however someone tells you to protect it, but also understand what are the cultural values, the historical meaning behind these spaces. One example is there's a young man here named Javon Stout, does phenomenal informal learning work. And he started working with the fishing clinics, and people were not really invested in ways that we thought they should. But then he was able to bring this cultural lens where he started talking about, like, let's look at this coral and how it was used. Like, they traditionally, maybe this coral was used to make the hooks, or they did these different things so that they can conserve this space, because conservation is not new to people of color. Okay. No matter what people say, right? There's always been a way in which we were in tune to the spirit and to the natural environment that we abided in. And so just bringing people to a place where they can reconnect to that, and understanding that there's a larger narrative here. It's not, I always tell my students, Black history didn't start with slavery, right? So let's be clear that there is a whole legacy beyond that moment, and being able to help people make that type of connection. So then stewardship and environmental science, it's a part of how we live. The technology and creativity is a part of how we live, and also helping our students understand that they have a voice, our teachers that have a voice, and that it's really critical that we say what needs to be said in this space, because it's really easy to forget the voices that are not speaking loud, right? Because we know silencing, sometimes it's where somebody forced you to be quiet, but silencing sometimes is also where people refuse to listen. And so we want to be in a position where the voice and the creativity and the genius of the territory has a vehicle for articulation, and they have a way in which they can contribute to how those industries show up here. And so, we're all up in the business wherever we can get into it.
No, and as you said, and eloquently so, I think that the Black experience, particularly, here in the States, but at the same time throughout the African diaspora, is built on a space of innovation, and not from just simply from survival, but I think from architecture, and again, the opportunities that we pass along to our students to innovate within the spaces that they are. And I think that's why the work at UVI is so important, because it is an appreciation that we have for the surrounding areas and for the people that surround us, because the space is so small, but so many parts of the world, it can seem very grandiose and disconnected. But looking at it from the ecological, from the cultural, and from the technology compliance space, that we're looking to make sure that there is a tomorrow to pass along. That's why I feel like the work and
how about that,
right? and so the work that we want to do with SUBSUME is so heavily invested and appreciated, and just honored to build in this scientific space alongside so many leaders, particularly Black women leaders in the science and STEM spaces that we see there at UVI. So what is next as far as some of the items that you'd like to, again, knowing that your desk is overflowing now with responsibility, right? And I know of much that is given, right? So
we always got to be on the, we got to be thinking about what comes next. And so I always tell my team, we are visioneering, because education is a long game, right? So you plant seeds with the hope to harvest trees, but it doesn't mean that we get to stop along the way. You got to keep planting trees. And so we are working diligently now in partnership also with Morehouse Medical. They have an Aim Ahead initiative that looks at AI and ML, and so how it applies into medical science and how we help our doctors and nurses and medical personnel in the U.S. Virgin Islands have a level of comfort with using these things that are beneficial, but also that, again, they're using a critical eye to say, so where does the bias live here? And training up individuals through our educational systems to be participants within that space, and to launch careers in those spaces as well. I'm also working with, of course, the Dean of Innovation, Pamela Worsey, Dr. Worsey, and we are looking at ways in which we can really flesh out for students in the territory pathways for them to be able to operate and do work in STEM and inside STEM domains that will allow them to be able to stay home. Because what we see happen a lot here in the U.S. Virgin Islands is our best and our talented are migrating out because industry is not necessarily here, or the opportunities or the pay is not here. But with the launch of what we see for a lot of people around digital nomadism, and jobs that are allowing people since COVID to be able to work from home, it may be an opportunity for us to sustain some of the talent right here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I'm also doing some conversations now with RT Park, which is a amazing facility over in St. Croix, where they're building out entrepreneurial opportunities and businesses inside the tech space to create opportunities for locals to be able to get into the game, right? So I just think that there's all of these possibilities, and we're figuring out, again, how do we move forward in a way that we create opportunities for empowerment for the students, the families, the teachers, and these systems in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Oh man, thank you so very much. Just again, very optimistic and enlightened just every time that we have a chance to connect, and knowing that we have pioneers such as yourself that are not only building a way, but building a bridge that everyone can see themselves connected with the future. So, I would definitely appreciate you making the time here on our Juneteenth weekend and just taking an opportunity to kind of share yourself and your work. Just lastly, how can we support you in the endeavors that are to come?
Now, I'm going to be calling and harassing you anyway, because SUBSUME has been you've been with us in the building phases of all the things that we've been doing. I would just encourage, anyone that's hearing this, support local teachers in their efforts. They have a hard job because they have to teach, be the counselor, sometimes be somebody's parent, all of these different things in the classroom. So, really let's support them and launch into and really investigate these opportunities that are coming through SUBSUME and other organizations like this to make sure that your child or children, niece, nephew, whoever in your family has the opportunity to tap into the language of coding and all of these ways in which they can invest their lives and really get some benefit from it. Because this is one of the ways in which we're going to combat the systems that have historically limited our inclusion and access. So take advantage and support these teachers, because they are building our future for tomorrow.
No, bless you, Dr. Cummings, and bless our teachers and our educators and the system that is supporting it all. And likewise, we're just so privileged to work with yourself, the University of Virgin Islands, and the representatives across the territory that entrust us to be a humble part of what I know is just the digital future and hub of the Caribbean. So, it's good to get on the ground floor, but we got so much more to do, and obviously be seeing you soon enough, right?
I know, right? See you in a couple weeks.
Oh yeah, so no, I appreciate it. Looking forward to some of that Caribbean sun, but at the same time, the great work and fantastic, spaces and places that we'll build together with the Innovation Lab and teachers there at the University of Virgin Islands. So thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful.
Thank you, lady. Absolutely. Thank you, Nell. All right, so with that, we had Dr. LaWanda Cummings at the University of the Virgin Islands speaking about innovation in STEM and culture for the way that technology would be appreciated in our shared futures there. And so the idea of how we're able to build narratives in technology, of course, is a foundational pillar of our work here with SUBSUME, where we want to be the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, where Black stories find their way in space into a fantastic future together. So stay tuned and stay included with us. We got so much more to come. Thank you all. Be right back. and welcome back to yet another component of our fantastic series, Creative Juneteenth 2023. This is Dejan Sneed here. A pleasure, and thank you all so very much for being a part of our amazing show, where we're looking at highlighting the creative freedom in this holiday season of how we can tell Black stories in the past, in an imaginative present, and in a fantastic future. So with that, we want to continue our conversations around the spaces and the opportunities that we see stories and storytellers being empowered and being able to tell the stories that they want to tell and have their narratives and their cultures be appreciated. And so one of those mediums, of course, that's near and dear to myself and to all of us is the space of animation. So we've seen, of course, through the pandemic where there's been a heightened awareness, appreciation of animation, not only as a medium, but as a method of storytelling in the highest of senses. So with that, where we're looking at how do we find Black animation and Black animators, particularly those who have been marginalized or underrepresented in the traditional space, find the ways to be the storytellers of our shared future. And so with that, we're happy to bring to our stage a resident and an absolute expert in the space. So I'll look to call Love Barnett, COO of Martian Blueberry. Love, a pleasure. Thank you so very much as always.
Thank you for having me. Thank you
Pleasure.
again.
Right. Oh yeah, that's right. So again, I want to make sure we get the proper product placement. But at the same time, we'll definitely talk about the space in which this shirt and your continued success has been since last we spoke. So a pleasure, and I would just love for you to introduce yourself to our crew and let us learn more about love and animation.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah. Well, I'm Love Barnett, co-founder of Martian Blueberry Animation Studio, as well as the popular Bubble Goose NFT project. I have over 15 years of experience in the music industry and production, and later, finally found my home with animation recently throughout the 5 years now. So, but my expertise lies in developing original intellectual property, creating effective strategies, managing operations, and just try to deliver, high quality content. I've worked with everyone from Michael Jackson's mother, Katherine Jackson, to Meg Thee Stallion. So.
It's and an amazing resume that's only the tip of that iceberg, I know. But again, thank you very much. Now, where are you based out of?
We are now in California. We started in North Carolina, but that was because of the pandemic. We kind of got away from LA for a while because, with COVID and everything, it got really crazy and we got extremely busy because animation just really took off because they weren't able to film live action stuff at all. So that's how Martian Blueberry was born, because we saw that there was this need for more animation, and especially our type of animation. And we can get more into that too. But we started out in North Carolina, and now we're back in California since everything is open. So
understood. Yeah. As a native Tar Heel, I can definitely appreciate a little bit of that Carolina love and barbecue. Probably the idea of some good country living, but again, we're making it happen where it happens there in California.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of so let me ask, why does Martian Blueberry stand for, right? So I know that has to have some history.
Yes, there's an actual stone that Native Americans used to use. It's a stone they use for healing, but it's also our interesting and unique way of saying strange fruit, without being too on the nose. And plus, I think Carl is a Martian. That's just between us. So it just was a fun way of saying strange fruit, but also a nice healing stone, that brought people luck and healing in a time of need. And so we just thought those were just two things to really bring together, and just in a unique way of saying it. So that's where that came from.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. A little bit of that, of the folklore of Martian Blueberry. We appreciate that. Now, for your space of intellectual property and that management, can you give us a bit of a synopsis of from your space of where you are in your career now? What's kind of that day-to-day, or what's that overarching part of being able to be in charge of some of the world's most prestigious brands that I'm sure we'll talk to? But when someone's coming to you to be in the space in animation for intellectual property, what's the ask in that space?
I mean, you know what? That's really it depends on what people's needs are. But for us, how we're approaching intellectual property now is the thing is, we really want to take ownership of everything, and we want to teach other creatives to be able to hold their IPs, their intellectual properties, more, because the thing you'll find in this industry is you'll come up with a great idea and you'll work really hard, and you put your blood, sweat, and tears into it, and then you go to a network and they feel like if they bought it, they own it, and they may hire you to work on it, and then you just lost everything that you worked so hard for, and you didn't really get that much for it. They give you they'll give you a few $100,000, maybe $1 million, and they'll make $1 billion off of it. So our way of approaching it now which is why we did which we kind of got into the NFT space, is we saw that building community around your IP is invaluable. You really can create a fan base and a love around your intellectual IP first. And then when you take it to these networks, you're able to retain a lot more ownership because you've already made a name for it outside of their network. So that's how we're approaching our IPs now, whether it's through merchandise like your shirt, whether it's through toys, whether it's, NFTs, just different things. That's how we're trying to approach it differently now, because we're tired of working so hard, on all these projects, just to lose it and not have any rights to it anymore, not be able to do anything else with it, so that's how we're approaching it now.
I think that's absolutely smart, particularly where, as you citing, like we live in the space of transmedia where IP exists in so many different forms and fashions all at the same time. And as you say, that a lot of that agency you have to give up when you get that deal, right? Yeah. And I know that for a lot of us, in many of these spaces when we're talking about creators on the outside looking in, a lot of us aspire to get into that, our show's getting made. But I think, again, you have a very specific perspective of what's making it and what's owning it, right?
Yeah.
So yes, I know that sometimes can be a cautionary tale. We only hear about it at the very end, right?
Yeah. It would have been nice to know a lot of this ahead of time. Maybe we could have retained a little bit more of our property, but at this point, it's we're all in this and we're all just learning, and unfortunately, there's not many, especially Black creatives, in these fields that can kind of give a heads up on how to approach, these situations better and not be taken advantage of, and not. So that's what Carl and I really try to do for the most part. Just try to take young creatives under our wing if possible, and just say, hey, try it this way. I know it's a little longer, it takes a little bit longer, but it's worth it. If you do a book first, if you do a short first, or whatever it is, it's not, you're not going to have the instant success, but you will, and you might, with social media nowadays, I can't even say that, the power is in your hand at this point, and how you push your IP, but you don't have to depend now. And I'm not trying to demonize like networks or anything, because they're also very valuable as well, but you don't have to always go that route. There's so many other routes now, whether it's putting out, on YouTube or doing just creative different things. You have so many different revenues and avenues to, branch your IP out. So it's always best to explore those first before you say, I want to put my show on this, because, if you just do that, then you most of the time you're going to end up heartbroken, because you won't have any access to your own. Some people have lost their own names, they can't even use their own name anymore because, they sold it to a network. So you have to be very careful and do your due diligence. And my biggest, anytime anybody asks me what, my takeaway or what do I recommend, or, I say lawyer up. Just have a good lawyer on staff. Just, that don't sign anything you haven't read or your lawyer has not read. That's my biggest thing. I always tell everybody.
I think sage advice, under every circumstance, particularly in our current creative space, for sure. Mm-hmm. Right. And your unique perspective there, being able to see that in music and now in animation. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I know, does it translate pretty much those same opportunities to to kind of scale your work through those same networks, whether it's a record label more so than, say, like a traditional video network? Does that pretty much translate?
Yeah, you know what? It was interesting because I thought it would be different, but it really, it's not that much different. The thing is about music, they have changed the game because, you know, they were able to go to SoundCloud. They were able to do all these, you know, they did change how music industry and record companies approach them now, and how they value them, because they understand that I can put my stuff on SoundCloud and I can put myself out independently, create a huge fan base on social media, and probably make more than these record companies can give you, you know? So they definitely took their power a lot sooner than we are in the TV and movie world space, because we're still kind of reliant on these streamers and on these, which is why we're on strike now. You know, let's not forget about that. You know, because we're not feeling appreciated. You know, everything right now, it's you don't really see the residuals because it's not being played on television every once in a while. It's people are watching these streaming networks and they're watching your content over and over again, and they don't really give you any indication of how many times somebody's watched it, or how, you know, how popular it is on their streaming platform. So you don't know how to ask for, okay, well, obviously I should be paid a little bit more. So we're just trying to get those metrics to match up a little bit better. So, you know, it's like, okay, hey, you know, this is obviously a very popular show and I should see some sort of royalties from this. I'm not getting anything, any back ends. I'm not getting anything from this. I got paid once and that's it. But it's obviously doing very well on your streaming platform. So, you know, right now, I think there's still some more work to do within this industry. We need to catch up with what the music industry has done, because, you know, they definitely set a really good standard of, hey, you gotta value the artist a little bit more. You have to, you know, pay attention to them because they can go off and just do this on their own. I know music artists now, they don't even care to sign to a record label. They're like, why? I don't need you, you know? And I think once we kind of gain that power in TV and film, you know, then they'll value us a little bit more, you know? And I think maybe the strike can kind of put that uncomfortableness there and force us to be a little more creative in how we, you know, how we put out our content and where we put out our content. And, you know, so you know, sometimes these situations can be a benefit as well. Because when people are desperate or they're, you know, they have to find, because at the heart, we're creatives. So, you know, being a creative, you're going to start thinking, if you're not able to get your content out one way, you're going to start thinking of how to do it in another way. So whether it's social media or creating your own streaming network or whatever it is, I guarantee you this is going to spark a change. So.
Oh, absolutely. And I think in your sense, and likewise, we stand in solidarity with the strike and everyone being paid their fair wage and equitable space. I think in that change or resistance to the traditional systems, like you say, that's where the innovation happens.
Exactly.
And so speaking about the change that you also brought up of the pandemic and being able to, say, work remote from an LA now into North Carolina for a time, in the metrics of the people that were being able to take advantage of that opportunity. Say I was looking at for Black animators or women animators, and of course, just women animators of colors and underrepresented spaces. Did the metrics change in your perspective at all since we had this now groundswell of new animation needs from production, from design, from consumers? Did this help the underrepresented space be more represented, in your opinion, in traditional animation spaces?
Not COVID, but honestly, the George Floyd situation did, because it woke up these networks a little bit and they looked around and was like, uh-oh, we're sitting here, you know, people are needing more inclusivity and we're not that, you know, they're looking around and not seeing that represented in their field. So we saw a lot of, you know, we received a lot of calls asking for, like, you know, more Black creatives in the space, you know, and a lot of things we had to turn down because they only allowed a few people in the space, which is, you know, it's like they're calling one person all the time. They were calling Carl, they were calling our, and it's like, this is why now when it's time to actually show some representation, because you didn't open the door earlier, because they have this thing like, oh, you can't be a showrunner, or you can't be, you can't do this unless you have some experience, but you're not giving them the experience to get to that point, so we did see that after, it was a high demand for more exclusivity in these spaces, and just me being in this field, I saw like there's already a challenge because it's a male dominated field, period. And then being a Black woman just adds more challenges on top of that. But a lot of people, what people don't really understand, and I was really surprised to find out that the majority of students studying animation at universities are actually women. 60% of the classrooms are filled with women, but you don't see that represented in the hiring process in the industry. So, and then for Black women, it's even less, so it did like open up a lot of doors. I hope it continues to do that. I just hope it doesn't like, okay, George Floyd situation died down. Now they're going back to the regular scheduled program. But I really feel like this did open up a few more doors, because of COVID and because of really animation is already compartmentalized. So we honestly have been able to work with people from Brazil to Ghana to, all these different places. We, as for Martian Blueberry, we also found this, some artists in Brazil, which was during COVID, we were able to work with some artists in Brazil, and we found out that even in Brazil, like the darker skinned artists were not able to go to the art schools. They weren't able to learn how to do art. And that just blew my mind. Like I would never even think of anything like that. And I was, so when we found this out, we were like, well, we want them to work on one of our projects. And so we were able to kind of teach them through, what we were doing via Zoom. And, because of how COVID was, was going on, everybody was on Zoom. So it was just a normal process now. You didn't realize somebody was all the way in Brazil because everybody's on Zoom. But, we were able to work with these artists and really give them more experience in the space because they weren't able to get that in their own country, which is absolutely absurd to me, just because they were darker skinned Brazilians. And to learn that just showed like what we were doing and what we were trying to create was something more powerful than we even imagined. Because, like I said, I would never in a million years think that just because, not today age, I understand back in the day, but not today, that people would be discriminated against because they have darker skin and they wanted to learn. That just, that broke my heart. So and they were amazing artists. Like they were really good. They just needed a little extra guidance and to be able to learn under Carl, they were really excited to be able to do that. And, it's been a great experience working with them. So we always, like, anytime we have something for them, we kind of reach out and they're happy to help, do whatever they can. So, yeah.
No, that's
long-winded, but
no, absolutely appropriate and appreciated, because as you say, I'm stunned here myself. I'm having the privilege of coming back from Medellin, Colombia, and there's some of that colorism in some of those spaces as well, but not to that level of disparagement. I would think that you could not get into that school based on the based on something like that. But again, I think that only speaks to the additional work that still needs to be done, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So like I said, it's a testament to the a horrible situation, but it opened a lot of people's minds a little bit and understood that, okay, yeah, maybe people, they do need to open their minds to and open their hearts and open their offices and their doors to more people of color, to create that true and authentic exclusivity, not just, okay, this is a Black show, let's put some Black people on it. No, we need to be on everything. We need to have our hand in even the shows that, aren't deemed as urban, you know, like everything, because we are a part of American culture. It's not just urban culture. We're American culture. So, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And well said. Now, to kind of speak about culture and how we've driven culture from a lot of popular spaces, I'd love to take some of this time to talk about a very prominent and awarded project they just worked on, and then close with one of the projects that is more localized to your team and your brand. Mm-hmm. So, of course, thinking of the work that you did with Major League Baseball and highlighting the Negro League and with a new release, but I'd love to just kind of get just a little synopsis of how that was for you and your team. Like, can you give us a little bit of perspective of how you were approached and how were you able to bring this one of these legacies that I think feels very appropriate with, you know, where we are in this holiday, you know, bring that to an award-winning response.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm excited. You know, honestly, I feel like what we did was not enough, because the stories that we learned from it was amazing. Honestly, there was so much I didn't know. And it was a little frustrating, because it was like, these are great stories. Why haven't these been told? Like, this needs to be more than a little 2-minute snippet. This, you know, the fact that the Negro Leagues accepted Black women, like the Black women that played baseball, they played with and against the men in the Negro Leagues. You know, they weren't able to play with the women. You know, I remember they did a movie, Their Own, right? They weren't able to play with them, but they were able to play with the men. The men didn't care. It wasn't about it's an all male league. It's all Black. It wasn't anything about that. It was, can you play? If you can play, get it on the field and let's go. You know, and that I thought was amazing. The reason why there's night games is because of the Negro Leagues, you know, but then there was a double-edged sword with integrating baseball. The fact that when there was the Negro Leagues, you know, the Black areas were doing very well. They had prominent, you know, restaurants and nightclubs, and they were doing very well. But then once integration started, you know, they start losing all those people, and they start going to the other, you know, to the Major League Baseball fields. And so our areas kind of went down. Our businesses went down because they didn't have that traffic. So it was like, you know, it's like it was good to integrate, but then it hurt us at the same time. So it was just to see those stories. And honestly, they gave us so many stories that I never knew about. Like, I never had any clue about. And we had to pick the first 3, and hopefully we'll continue with being able to tell those amazing stories. We won a Webby Award, so I'm so excited about that. That was like, you know, our first official award as a animation company, and so hopefully, definitely not our last. But you know, that it was just just amazing to see those stories and just know what they went through just to play baseball. Just to play a game that they love, you know, and just to have fun and be recognized and do something. Because even with the women, they were all very educated. They could have, you know, they even that, the fact that, because back then it was hard to even just go get a college degree, you know. And so they not only were they educated, they were also they still just wanted to play. And so there were so many facets that we wanted to tell, but unfortunately we can only do so much in a short amount of time. But I really feel like that's something we can go back and develop a little bit more, because it's just beautiful stories.
Oh, beautiful. And again, this was for the Major League Baseball. Negro League. Yes.
Baseball. For Major League Baseball, they did that. And we released it for Black History Month. And so, you know, it was just an honor to be a part of that, because it's just, like I said, it's a beautiful part of history.
Oh, absolutely. No, we thank y'all for it. Again, more awards and more great work like that to come. So I just want to take a last couple of moments as we can, of course, you know, and I appreciate the compliment on this shirt. And but it's absolutely got a story, of course, right? So the idea, and you spoke well to it about the idea of being able to, particularly with animation and within the space of transmedia, being able to build your own IP and being able to take the long road, but the road of ownership. to this particular program. And now I know we won't be able to see all of the amazing graphics of the work on the front and back, but can you tell us about what you all are working on, maybe as one of your own personal projects there within Marshall Blueberry, and where do you see that going?
Oh yeah. Well, one I can somewhat talk about. There's still like
of course.
Yeah,
no worries.
Yeah, but we have Bubble Goose Ballers. It was a passion project of Carl's that, he'd always he'd been drawing since he was a kid. And it was just something, a goofy little goose in a bubble goose coat. And, but the bubble goose coat it was a symbolism of, people coming up, people coming out of the trenches, because when he would see people in Fayetteville, North Carolina, wearing a bubble goose coat, that was because they had a little money. Back then, you had to have some money to get a bubble goose coat. So he always associated that with making it and doing something better and coming out of the trenches when your situation was bleak. No matter how they had to get it, it was like a baller status to have the bubble goose coat. So, we were looking for other ways to branch out and have some sort of ownership and to just retain, like I said, more of our IP instead of just freely giving it away to all these other networks and stuff. So I kept bugging him about NFTs. I get it. It's confusing and people don't understand. I get it. I'm the same way. I'm still learning stuff about it till this day, but, I just kept feeling like there's something there. And finally, we really dug a little deeper and we start to understand what the value of NFTs was. And we decided to start with Bubble Goose, because we're like, well, let's try with this, funny looking goose and see. And we built a community around it and people responded to it so amazing. Like we were just like, what did we do? What's going on? I'm so confused. Like we didn't expect the reception that we got. And it really showed us how powerful just social media is and how to just create some sort of community around your IP without having to use networks. So we launched, and actually we just had our birthday. We've been out for a year. It was, so we just had our birthday on the 13th of June, but we launched June 13th and we sold out 10,000 NFTs in less than an hour. And it was just, I was just sitting there like, what is going on? This is awesome. It was interesting and we get it. The NFT community is volatile. It goes up, it goes down, and it's something new and it's a scary space. There's a lot of bad actors in the space. So it turns a lot of people off to it. And we get that, but with anything, like when the internet started, there was a lot of bad actors in that space and it would scare people off. We can't allow things like that to scare us off. We don't say MP3 players anymore. We just say music, so It's like, we have to understand that it might not be NFTs. It might not be called NFTs like 5 years from now, but that system and how that works is going to be here. It's going to be a part of our structure. And so we need to learn to embrace that a little bit more. And, because we're also trying to get more of us in that space too, because we don't see a lot of us. I think really, you have Snoop and you have a few of us in the space, but like Carl, I think is one of the only like creatives that have branched out into that, Black creatives that have branched out in that medium. And, it's a fun ride. It's amazing. But at this point, we sold 4.8 million total volume sales. So there's something still there. It's, we're trying, and now the shirt that you have on, it's, a testament of what we've able to accomplish with it. We're selling our shirts, our Bubble Goose, along with Action Figure Miles. We have a collab with him, and we're at PacSun stores right now. We have a lot of other stuff I don't know if I can talk about yet, but we have a lot of other stuff on the horizon. I wish I could. Yeah, there's so
to be continued. Right,
be
right.
continued.
To be continued. Absolutely.
But yeah, we have so much more that, you know, just started from this goose in a bubble. You know, it really just started using this goose and putting it out as an NFT, and now we're creating a whole company around it. You know, so it really opened up it opened our minds up to the possibilities of how to retain our IP. I can't stress that enough. I know I've said that so much, but I can't stress it enough that how important that is, because it is nothing worse than creating and building something and putting your heart and soul into something just to lose it like that. Because, you know, like I said, the industry feels like we pay for it, we own it. Like your creative value has no value. You know, your creativity, they literally would fire you off your own project and hire somebody else to work on it. You know, like they don't care, oh, this is something you've been creating all your life and this is, you know, something true and dear to your heart. They don't care. They're like, yeah, we like this idea, but we want this person to work on it, you know? So once they get to that, once you have that done to you enough, you really start to say, okay, either you don't want nothing to do with the industry, or you're like, okay, what else do I need to do to retain ownership of my IP more? And that's where NFTs kind of, you know, opened the door for us, and saw like how we were able to build community internationally. We had people in Ghana, we had people all over just, you know, praising what we were doing with this. And we still, you know, we still have that, you know, so it's an amazing way of just opening. It just showed us all the different ways that we can create, you know, a fandom over our IP, basically, you know.
An amazing story that, again, to be continued on several fronts, I know. But at the same time, I think it's, you know, a perfect segue to the idea of being able to tell your story your way and being able to deliver your IP directly to a consumer that appreciates it, and again allows you that agency to move forward and branch out. So to your idea of like that goose that I had a chance to see a little earlier is you know, now to be able to come into a store and buy that online, it's I think it's a great reward. And
I mean, honestly, that was just crazy to actually see it in stores, because I just remember just putting all the things together and creating the NFTs, and, you know, to now see it in stores at PacSun is like, that's crazy, you know. And then the other stuff, we're doing a show, we're gonna, you know, all this other stuff that's coming, you know, about. And now it's RIP. It's, you know, we have, you know, we still got some more work to do to be able to say, okay, we want this much of our IP, but we won't completely lose it because we've already, you know, created something around it. So we're excited about that.
Oh, absolutely. No. And where can we follow you and the work of Martian Blueberry and all the things to come?
Oh, yes. Well, we have our website, martianblueberry.com. Instagram for Martian Blueberry is We Are Martian Bee. And me, Love Barnett, it's Love Barnett _ on Instagram. Twitter, Love Barnett. And that's it.
All right. We'll, of course, make sure to have that on our information here on our website at SUBSUME Studios. And they're just excited and appreciated to you and the team for the connections we have. And again, coming in here for Creative Juneteenth and giving us a very promising report, not only of the work that's done, but again, the fantastic future of Martian Blueberry and yourself. Thank you
very much. Thank you.
All right. No, pleasure. So again, I want to thank Love Barnett of Martian Blueberry for showing and sharing some great examples of being able to utilize animation to be the creators not only of stories, but of your own entrepreneurship ventures and opportunities to connect with the communities that appreciate you just as you are. So of that, we're going to continue our space and place here, Creative Juneteenth 2023, of how we can be a part of the stories of the future and celebrate the history and legacies of those that came before us, with the innovations of today. So with that, Dejan Sneed here, I want you all to please stay tuned and stay included for more. We Creative Juneteenth 2023. Thank y'all. Right. And we'll get right into the next phase in space for us here for Creative Juneteenth 2023. Again, Dejan Sneed here with SUBSUME Media in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolutely thrilled and appreciative for you all to be a part of our 4th annual celebration of the creative freedom to tell Black stories with agency and authority. So with that, I just really would like to just get right into bringing our next guest to the stage, where we get a chance to speak with the Jane of all trades, Madam Afua Richardson. Afua, how are you doing today?
Oh, wait, how about now?
Yeah, perfect. Perfect.
There we go.
No, absolutely. So, no, a pleasure as always. And though you and your talent and presence need no introduction, we love to still give a space and place to give you a chance to introduce yourself, as we just creatively catch up as fellow creatives to learn and appreciate all that you've been up to and all that you're about to do. So, thanks again for being a part of Creative Juneteenth with us.
Thank you for having me, Dedrin. It's always good to see your face, even virtually. For those who don't know, my name is Afua Richardson. I'm an illustrator, musician, writer, and I had too many business cards, so I just made one that said Jane of all trades on it because I had a lot of jobs. But I am an artist for Marvel and DC. I freelance for them both, as well as Kodansha and Fox and HBO. I worked on Lovecraft Country with Jordan Peele and J.J. Abrams in the props department, creating Erythia Blue. I just recently finished doing an illustration for Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, which was an amazing, amazing film. I got to illustrate Spider-Punk and the comic that appears when he shows up on the screen. Sorry for the spoilers, y'all. If you haven't seen it yet, it's in theaters now. And I am in the process of creating my first creator-own in the 20 years that I've been making comic books, called Aquarius, the Book of Myr. It's been a long and kind of arduous process, but I'm wearing a lot of hats. I'm the writer and illustrator and letterer, and I'm also making an album. But people have been really amazing while I go through this process, and I'm very excited about it. About all the things that I've been working on throughout the years, I feel like now I'm becoming more myself as an artist in this project. So I'm excited to finish it and share it.
Oh, thank you so very much. And again, with so many divergent paths of talent that you have, I can understand where you could easily get, lost down, go down just one singular one, right? Now again, to have them converge into the artists that we're obviously cheering on and seeing you become is absolutely a privilege. So, to that, I mean, there's so many places that we could go to. I would love to talk even more about the Book of Myr. Intentionally, of course, as your own creative project first. So with that, can you give us a little bit of the backdrop and story of that, the campaign that you've had around that, and just overall synopsis of that project?
Well, the Aquarius, the Book of Myr is a graphic novel, and it's a modern retelling of mermaid myths and legends from all over the world. And we're following Astara, a young musician in an alternate New York City who suffers from synesthesia. But in addition to hearing, seeing sound, she sees all of these different shapes and these different creatures, and she has to kind of question her sanity as to whether or not what she's seeing is just a figment of her imagination or something that actually has an impact on her world. And I get into stories about my own grandfather and dreams that I've had, and some of those dreams actually saving my life, and getting into my family heritage. My grandmother is Cherokee, but that's not the name that the Cherokee tribe called themselves. They have their own, each tribe has a different name other than what they're known as, like the Lenape were renamed the Delaware, and et cetera, et cetera. But Cherokee just means the people who speak many languages. But my grandparents didn't speak about that because it was dangerous. It was dangerous to say that you had any kind of Native American heritage in the early 1900s. And so a lot of those aspects of that culture have been pushed aside for a long time because it wasn't safe to belong. And this is sort of in honor of them and them having to hide, like some of the creatures in my story, that who they are is not enough or safe enough to be or exist. You have to kind of pretend to be something else. And so even with in working on this project, I had a Kickstarter, and it was a successful Kickstarter, but I also had a concussion right after the campaign, which made it really interesting to approach this character from an even more personal standpoint, that I had to kind of question reality as I reassembled my mind. And it's hard to understand that your perception is skewed because it's your mind that you do the perceiving through. But coming out of that and using music and art to rewrite myself, it's been an interesting process. And in doing so, I was able to give the character more context and more of a personal journey than just a cool story about mermaids and the subconscious.
Just want to make sure that we say that just such a beautiful and poignant, but also obviously tragic, some components of not being able to bring your authentic story and heritage, even just to the space of existence, let alone and to the creative space. And I think it's a marvelous honor that you bring before us as this community to just witness. So we want to thank you for that. And again, where you're having to reimagine not only that legacy, but also your own space of healing, which we're hopeful, thankful that you're in that space now.
Absolutely.
We want to say, what does that look like as the creator? Of course, we're now like you say, you're wearing all the hats, but then you're also trying to bring something, highlighting an underrepresented story or a narrative that now you're trying to put into a space, particularly in these times where it seems like so many of these types of efforts some way seem to get either politicized or put into a space of heightened curiosity, but a lot of times not in the space of enlightenment.
Well, I think it depends on what the purpose is. What do you want your work to do when people interact with it? Do you want to educate? Do you want to inform? Do you want to entertain? Do you want to anger? And not to say that saying a history or creating art with a particular perspective is wrong. Everyone is entitled as artists to take the things that are important to them and communicate them through their works. That's the purpose, sort of a shared experience through this medium. But it's easy to divide us up. It's easy to just say, hey, this is what makes me different, and therefore my suffering is unique. What I really enjoy about this concept is that I've been traveling as a comic book artist to different conventions and letting people know my intentions, which is to sort of, for me personally, I didn't really get to know my grandparents very well. And I felt like I was cut off from a lot of my family. And so I had to build a lot of family. But there were things that I wish my mother had told me. There were things that I wish, I could have gotten from my grandparents. And it's not their fault. It happened. But not knowing things about yourself, you have to figure them out the hard way. And if you have other members of your family to help you and guide you through their own experiences, maybe you can come to those conclusions faster, or maybe you can not feel so alone when you go through something. I'm traveling around and talking to people about mermaids, but also how I feel like a dream that I had about my great-grandfather stayed with me for a long time, and it changed what I thought about reality. So are there members of our family looking out for us, even like not in this plain anymore? Or is it just a figment of our minds, which is also really cool when the thought of someone and their care for you and just their love for you guides you in a different way, where you're just like, you know what, I'm going to make a different choice. Maybe it's a gut feeling, maybe it's just something that they said that puts you on a different path, and it changes you. And so when I was telling people about that, and also about cool mermaids and fun legends and stories and myths from all over the world that I'd been finding out, they're just like, oh, I've heard of that actually. And they'll say, this is from my family, this is from where I live. Like there's an awesome photographer out in Leeds, and she goes by Cosmo Betty. She had like Ariel red hair and all these awesome freckles, and I was just like, oh my gosh, you look like a mermaid. And I let her know like what I was doing and researching and getting into different myths and legends, not just the ones that we hear about all the time, like Hans Christian Andersen's The Little Mermaid or sirens, but the Sabawe Ilnu, the Ningyo, the mermaid that lives in a dam in Zimbabwe that stopped construction because 100 people went missing. You know, and this was in 2014. Wow. So it wasn't like, you know, the early 1800s where right. Someone might mistake a python for a mer creature, or maybe it is. Either way, the fact that the belief in these things have, you know, been spoken about everywhere, literally all over the world, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's real, but I find it really fascinating that people draw those same conclusions, that they presume that they're seeing a half person, half fish. And it's like, interesting. And then all of the iterations of how they are the lineage of royal families, or they've been stealing people's pets in Central Africa. They were responsible for this woman getting to work late and losing her teeth in a car accident. It was like, wait, hold on a second. So I just thought it was much like having a mutual friend or a common story or a common food that we like. A shared mythology is something that I think can definitely bring a lot of people together. And it's connected me with the people that I travel with and travel and meet. Cosmo Betty had a story about her parents being fishermen and fishing for clams out in this, you know, English countryside. And there was a long strip of land that she would go out that was only, you know, maybe 20 feet wide, but a mile long. So these giant waves from the ocean are knocking people off, and she's out there with a knife husking clams, and she hates seafood because of it. And the rock that she's sitting on, the legend is that there was a dragon that was terrorizing her town and kidnapping people, and a baker defeated it by throwing stale bread in its mouth. And it crash lands into their land, and now they can go across its back and fish for clams out in the sea where they wouldn't necessarily be able to because the waves are too rough. You know, and I'm like, that's incredible. Like I love things like that, and I feel like those are ways to unite us. Not by saying that we're all the same, but that we're different in amazing ways, and here's how. So it's been fun collecting these stories and deciding which ones I'm telling first, because there's so many, it's easy to get lost in a rabbit hole, but I'm kind of staying close to my family in the first issue, and it should be an ongoing series. And also making music for it has been a really interesting process. I know it's a added layer of work on top of an already lengthy process. But when you're dealing with creatures that use sound to manipulate people, you have to be a musician in order to compete. So I'm really digging in and sort of allowing myself to nurture my music again, because I grew up as a classical flautist. I started at 9 and joined a borough-wide band that played in Carnegie Hall when I was 11, and then I got accepted into LaGuardia for the performing arts. And while at LaGuardia in New York City, I was right across the street from Juilliard and spent 2 years of my high school career at Juilliard, you know, around some of the best musicians in the world, Tito Puente, Bradford and Wynton Marsalis, like these pivotal jazz icons were just playing in the auditorium. And I got to see them and I got to experience them like lose themselves in their music. Like, and with all the things that were going on in my life, you know, having a mother with a really severe and undiagnosed and untreated mental illness, I felt like music was the only place where I had any peace. And that to me was powerful. Like, I want to make this. If this can change my mind and how I feel right now in this, then, you know, what will happen when I'm happy? What, you know, like, how can I want to be a part of this. And I played very diligently, but I also realized that, you know, being a musician or being a singer even, I'd have to change a lot about myself in order to be successful. And there's nothing wrong with, you know, honing your craft and becoming a proficient artist. But at the time, what I wanted to do wasn't really welcomed then. You know, it was, if you were Black and you were a woman, you did R&B, you were this size, you were this age, you know, you have to be 18 forever. And I had a lot of different influences, just like I have a lot of different hobbies. And so the merging of those genres just wasn't a thing yet. And I wasn't willing to compromise. And, you know, I had a lot to learn, you know, being a professional musician. It is a lot of work and a lot of songwriting and performing and those things that I had been accustomed to doing. But I just didn't want to be what they wanted me to be.
I think I'm sorry, please.
No, go ahead.
I know to say, you know, at least from our end, based on where you are in your journey and things are, seeing that you're so much better for it, right? You know, being able to take the journey to yourself, right, and to the fantastic person that we get a chance to follow. And so, with that, kind of looking at that one component, to the work that now that you're able to bring that talent into other spaces. Of course, when, as you cited earlier, you know, we have the new Spider-Verse movie, and being able to be one of the talents. And it's always great to see when the credits are rolling that, oh, I know that person, right? And, you know, so you want to give, you know, props to yourself and Sanford Green and Brian Stelfreeze and a lot of our stalwarts that, you know, we see within the Black creative and particularly Black comic space, you know, being able to be recognized for their talents into this new digital space. And how was that experience for you?
It was wonderful. You know, Sony is a really great and a really thorough company. They had a lot of different artists, each artist sort of assigned to the design of a particular character. And Sanford Green, his work was just literally all over the place. He did a lot of the storyboarding and the designs, and of course Sarah Pacelli's work in designing Miles, and you just, even Jim Mahfood and Bill Sienkiewicz, like, you just seeing all of these artists come together and put their funk on each of these characters. That was amazing, because that was my reference bank. It was just like, hey, all of my favorite artists are in this giant pool, and I have to look at them to create this image of Spider-Punk, which was awesome for me as a musician, because I used to go to a whole bunch of different kinds of concerts, including a lot of like 90s alternative and mosh pits and the punk scene, and a lot of spaces where, you know, Spider-Punk may have existed if he were in New York, during the 90s. He would have gone to CBGBs. He would have gone to these different places. He would have gone to the Pyramid Lounge. He would have gone to all these places where I know like people that congregate to listen to this kind of music, and all of the styles and philosophies that accompanied that, and thinking of my friends during that time. And it was just a really cool resurgence of a memory for me to be able to take that experience and then put that into drawing this awesome character, and it being like his introduction, like Shazam and Abracadabra. This is Spider-Punk, and he was just so cool. He was too cool in that film. I was just like, yes. I just have so much pride to not only be with such amazing artists to create this, but also to help introduce like such a definitively cool character. He's just so unfazed by what's going on, and like he seems to be the not the Deus Ex Machina, but he just kind of comes in with it. Yeah, I'm just going to sow a little chaos here because I know something's not right. And I was just like, yes, it's cool being a part of a character like that. Plus, I want to try to cosplay as him. I'm going to try to like bend my dreads up, and I'm pulling out my old punk jewelry for BlurredCon in early July 7th through 9th. So I'll be there, and I'm gonna cosplay as him to show my spidery support. It was such a great film too. I can't wait for the next one in March.
Oh, fantastic. And shout out to BlurredCon and the crew there, where I know we have you there as a value guest, and I need to get myself together to see that I'm in the place and space with the cool kids like you.
Heck yeah.
To make it up there. So shout out to them. So now I know we're just in a quick creative corner this time, but I want to ask, I know we talked about Book of Murray. We definitely wanted to make sure that we give Aquarius to Book of Murray. It's as a creator IP, it's space and place, particularly as we're telling, the future of Black stories, and how do we celebrate our heritage and make sure that they're uplifted. And again, and absolutely so, you represented that well so far. So what is the continuation for you, and how can we support you in your next endeavors?
Thank you. Well, I'm working on the Book of Murray now, and we're coming up with a new date as Image transitions into different printers and publishers and things like that, distributors, excuse me. But my website, I've got prints for sale, and at BlurredCon, if I have any left over, I'll have some Spider-Man exclusives that I'll have for sale at afuarichardson.com. And on Instagram, I'm Afua, AFUA_Richardson. And on Twitter, Afua Richardson also. And I just, reach out and say hi. Let me know what you think of what I'm doing. Like it's an interesting process being an artist, because you spend a lot of time by yourself until you go to a convention and actually interact with people. And that is also a part of the experience for me that I really enjoy. You do work sometimes sort of in a bubble, and then you have the opportunity to speak with people and find out how it made them feel, if what you're communicating is actually reaching people. So I appreciate you, good and bad. Like not everybody's going to like what you make. And for artists out there, it's always an ongoing process. So I love speaking with other artists as well, and kind of hearing where they are in their journey and letting them know, like, you're not alone, you're enough. Like it's good to have community around to kind of keep you going, because it takes so much energy to create that we have to support each other to keep that engine going. So I love to give it as much as I do receive.
Oh, and so much do you do with not only just your artistry, but your example and your presence, right? And so we're thankful and appreciative of the gem that you are, and likewise, that we get a chance to see the continuation of the amazing artist that you are, in every sense of that word, be able to really find your space and your footing to do all the things even forward from here. So just want to thank you. I know we have creative things to connect and collaborate on as well. So,
yes,
so,
yes, exactly.
Good
The
stuff.
sublime worlds submerging.
Oh, absolutely. So new things coming. So just want to thank you so very much. All the best until then. And so again, continued success. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Jane of all trades, Ms. Afua Richardson's been blessing us with our creator corner here, talking about the way that we're showcasing through our work, our actions, and our future spaces that we're honoring the legacies of the past and being innovative in the spaces of today. So, with that, we're going to continue onward with our 4th annual celebration of Creative Juneteenth 2023. This is Dedrick Sneed with SUBSUME. Stay tuned and stay included for more. And welcome back, everyone. Thank you so very much for being a part of our 2023 season of Creative Juneteenth. My name is Dedrick Sneed, and we welcome you all to a fantastic space to talk about the creativity and freedom that we all have to express the Black stories of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So with that, we've been excited to talk with several creators in a myriad of spaces that work both from entertainment, from film and media, and also into education. And in that space, there's so much opportunity for us to see not only stories told academically, but also in the Black fantastic. And I think that our next guest is just a fantastic representation of such. So I'm going to call to the stage here, Marcus Hayes, here with us in Atlanta, Georgia. So Marcus, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you, man?
Doing well. Thank you. So as always, I love people to introduce themselves, to give them all their proper credits. And you do have many, so I want to let you take it away. Thanks again.
No problem. Okay. So, hey, everybody. My name is M. Haynes. I am an author, scholar, teacher, blogger. I do a lot of stuff. Well, a lot of hats. So I'm here to talk about just a couple of those.
Oh, absolutely. And thank you so very much. And privileged myself, as a collaborator and a fan of your work as well, like the Elemental series and some other things that we'll get into. But we would love to kind of start where we're bridging the space of where we're seeing Black creativity, particularly looking at the space of Afrofuturism and speculative fiction, which you have a great handle on to bring that into the academic realm. And so we always look at how can we use Black stories as tools for prosperity, but also for the space of social and civic and educational change. So I'd love to start our conversation there. And of course, then talk about your many creative outlets and features, things going on. But to start, how did you, or let's say, where's your position right now as far as to how you're influencing the educational sphere with Afrofuturism?
So right now I work as an English professor at Georgia Gwinnett College. So a lot of what I'm able to do is kind of bring in this sort of like different Afrofuturists, different sort of Black speculative info to the classroom. Funny enough, actually, I very recently just kind of worked with a couple of my students and kind of getting this understanding of what speculative fiction is, and then kind of compounding that with what kind of like that Black lens into speculative fiction is. So a lot of what I do in my various classroom spaces is kind of bring that knowledge to people who might not have like that full awareness of it. They know it, they see it, but they might not really understand kind of like the undercurrents and like the larger kind of context of everything. So where I am now is really just working to try to bring that in pretty much every facet I can.
Very great. And thank you for that. Now, looking at it from that scholarly sense, I know you've had a couple of years now where you've been able to curate your own curriculums, around some of these speculative stories and bringing that into there. What's some of the highlights of where that curriculum's been, and what do you have it currently?
Okay. So I've taught 2 different iterations of a Black speculative fiction kind of like seminar course. I taught one at Clark Atlanta University, and I taught one at Georgia Gwinnett College, where I am now. And in both of those classes, probably the thing that stands out to me the most is seeing people who kind of like have their interests validated. Like there are people who, who love comics, who love kind of like video games, who love all these different things. And seeing them be able to understand that, hey, this stuff that you love, it isn't just something that, just you do for fun. Like it actually means something. It actually can tell a story. I think has been kind of like the biggest thing that I've really taken away from these classes, particularly when I start introducing some of my students to the indie sphere of Black speculative fiction, because then not only they get to see that, hey, these stories and these things mean something, but it also tells them that, hey, you can contribute something to making stories like this.
And I think that's that part where, as you say, and glad to hear that there's a space of validity. And even in the frame or umbrella of Afrofuturism, a lot of people still don't see that as the connection of Black stories or the speculative fiction space, and where they see themselves as creators or as fans or just in a general public sense. Now, again, you're saying that you're seeing that over a couple of your iterations, but towards the end being validated, it does validate, I think, that sense that we see that by highlighting and illuminating not only the stories, but these storytellers in this space, right, is what's pertinent. And for things like our created Juneteenth program, where we see like that necessity to bring folks into that space. Right. So now for you, let's kind of look at maybe some of that size of how did you yourself kind of connect into Afrofuturism, whether that's as a creator, as a fan, and then we want to kind of look at kind of the synergies, of course, of the curriculum spaces you're in now.
For me, it goes back almost to birth, man, to be honest. I've been reading and loving like science fiction, fantasy stories for honestly as long as I can remember. Like I'm wearing this shirt because I recently rewatched the newest Spider-Man movie. Like these have been stories and things that have been a part of my life for pretty much all of my life. So I've always had this passion, this love of speculative stories. I think what kind of got me into the Black speculative, to the Afrofuturist part of it, is the slow realization as I got older that a lot of these stories didn't really have characters that looked and moved and behaved like me. So as I got older and I started to realize that, I started trying to seek these stories out. And so it took time for me to kind of find, these stories that centered, what they're talking about, Black characters, queer characters, and any of the sort, really trying to find that space where who I am and what I look for kind of fits is what really kind of got the ball rolling. And if I'm honest, what really kind of snowballed that was me coming to Atlanta and meeting this huge collective of Black speculative creators that are here.
And I think that's a space that we've seen grow, be more appreciated, and likewise still has a brilliant future in front of it, where Atlanta has all the talent, but also a lot of the social opportunities that we talk about in the full diaspora of the Black experience. Now, does that, of course, where you're going from a traditional HBCU such as Clark Atlanta, and again going into a space that still is within this and still within this amazing amalgam of people here in the greater Atlanta area, there at your current college, what was the call from perhaps from the academic space? Had you not seen anything like this before? Had there been any other like attempts or things that you felt like might have been similar? Or do you feel like you were bringing something truly unique into both of these spaces?
Absolutely, that second one. With Clark Atlanta, there's history at Clark Atlanta with Black speculative fiction. One of the first large gatherings of Black speculative fiction creators happened at Clark Atlanta in '97. I'm talking, Octavia Butler, Chip Delaney, like the greats are there. But what I noticed as I was enrolled at Clark Atlanta, what I noticed was that they weren't really capitalizing on that. So the course that I taught there kind of tried to capitalize on that history and really kind of present that to, the students in, the best way that I could. But even that was different from what the space was like at the college I am now. Because while at the very least Clark Atlanta had that history that I could tap into, what I was doing at Georgia Gwinnett was pretty much an entirely fresh kind of perspective. So much so that a lot of people, if I'm honest, didn't see the value of it, at least until we got to the space where, you have dozens of people in the classroom and you have people who are like really engaged and then continue to do great work with what they learned from that. So in the overall, I think that in both spaces, I brought something new, but I think the difference is kind of like what the foundation looked like in the two spaces.
That's great. And I think to your point, that pioneering spirit fits well with the space of speculative fiction, right? Being able to expand into these new areas of thought, of existence and creativity. So thank you for that. Again, being able to pioneer and bring these components in.
Everyone has a story, everyone has something to contribute, everyone is valid in their own sort of way. So both of the books that I have out now really kind of center that, with my first book being Legend of the Orange Scepter, the intro to that story, and then a continuation in the second book, Return of AG, and the forthcoming third book that I'm working on, Elemental Showdown, that really kind of starts and kind of finishes off the first arc of this story. But by all means, there's a lot more stories to tell.
Absolutely. Thank you. And so with the Elemental series, where's the reader space for that?
So I always tell people that if you can read a chapter book, you can enjoy this. I kind of try to stray away from this, like, oh, this is, even though I kind of give it as that overarching thing, I try not to say, like, oh, this is, middle grade. This is just for people in, 12 years old. Or, oh, this is just young adult. This is for people 16 years old. I think it's important to kind of see that there can be any sort of readership, because I try to approach it in the same way that the books and things that I read as a kid, because I was reading things that at 10, 11 years old, I probably should not have been reading, but because they were, kind of heavy subject matter and really kind of advanced works. But I do think that my work, I work to make it kind of accessible. So while, it may kind of skew younger for the simple fact of who the main characters are, I do think that it has a wide appeal because even with the younger characters, I think there's sort of underlying ideas and messages that people of any age can reach out to.
Great, and that's a great segue into the idea of how we create our works and have them brought into the academic space. So
Yeah.
and that's a great response. I think that when we look at bringing any type of, I will say like non-academic, kind of the traditional textbooks and spaces into academic spaces, a lot of times we try to quantify it based off of who we think is readership, what do we think is like the socio-political components or spaces that they sit into. But I think that does not support expanding Afrofuturism and speculative fiction in these spaces, because they're not traditionally represented in those spaces, right? And then also in that component that we just simply are, I think, just now as a group being able to really understand and appreciate the value that it has in the academic space. So now for you, have bringing in these types of works into the academic space, what's been your perspective, again, understanding how you perceive your own book, of being able to bring these types of works from an Afrofuturism and speculative fiction space into the classroom?
So for me, I think it really kind of depends on, well, I don't say depends, but it's really kind of determined by how deep you go or how much you kind of explore. Because I think, honestly, most good works have multiple layers that you can kind of engage with. Like, I teach college, so we kind of get into a good bit of what the text is presenting, whether we're talking about the actual text itself, the plot, or whether we're talking about the ideas behind it, behind the creation. So I think that when we're talking about getting them in spaces, whether it be at the collegiate level, high school level, elementary level, what have you, what really is going to determine isn't so much like, what you can necessarily who is tailored towards, but what we decide to take from it. For instance, in one of the Black speculative fiction courses I taught Tristan Strong Punches a Hole in the Sky. That's I think it's marketed as a middle grade type of book. And really what it is just kind of tells a story of this teenager, this preteen actually, dealing with grief and kind of how the world around him molds and is shaped towards him sort of dealing with that and processing his emotions. So on the base level, you give that to who is the intended audience. You're talking about grief. You're talking about the cool monsters and gods and goddesses and stuff that we see. But I think when you take it to the next level, like when I taught it, we got to talk about sort of mythology. We got to talk about sort of like African mythos and things of that sort. So I think when we're talking about getting stuff into academic spaces, we shouldn't be approaching it with the idea like, oh, I have to make this huge socio-political critique, because you don't need that. There's always something that you can take from a text, whether it be as simple as you can be whoever you want to be, or as, like, quote unquote, like intellectual, as some of these like huge socio-political critiques.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think there is that part of just simple enjoyment that also is a complementary component of where we need to look at Black stories. That, as you say, like everything doesn't have to have that solemn weight of necessity of understanding. Again, some are just stories to be stories. And I think that's also kind of based on that creative freedom that we see. And I think that people, as they ingest and imbibe in Afrofuturism, are starting more and more to understand. Yeah. So now for you as the creator, what's kind of the next step as you merge the two, or you now have it from the entertainment standpoint, but also the educational space for you and your career, both on both sides? What's your outlook as far as how you're building your creative legacy?
So for me, it's a lot of it is continuing the work that I'm doing, because aside from just the Black speculative fiction courses I've taught, it's continuing to build other courses that I feel like do the same work, whether they're firmly rooted in sort of like Black speculative Afrofuturist, or even beyond that. Like I taught a video games course previous semester, and was able to kind of incorporate various perspectives through that. So a big part of it is that, but it also it's on the more personal side. It's me continuing to work on my own sort of, like you said it perfectly, legacy. Whether that be with working with my creative works, continuing to push out the Elemental series, tending to get that in front of more eyes, in front of more people, and kind of working to really do what I feel like is kind of, I don't want to get kind of philosophical and be like my calling, but what I really feel like my space is, and working to kind of bridge that gap between the academic and the more entertainment or more sort of personal, creative based. Because I have a couple of things that I'm working on now that I think work really to kind of bridge that gap, to give that sort of academic backing, and also make it accessible and understandable to just the general audiences. I mean, it's why I work even in conventions and stuff, to really kind of work to bridge that kind of gap.
And to that, the convention space likewise, where we are seeing more and more of the merging of that entertainment. And I think, and I'll say education in the sense of community education or community development, that I think bleeds into the idea of wanting to create and wanting to see that be a part of more and more of the educational space.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. So now for you there, is it going to stay strictly within the written space? I know, again, you're a gentleman of many talents. So the idea of having your work be translated or transcribed into other areas, is there any outlook of that for you?
Oh, absolutely. I'm always looking at different ways to get my stuff out there. Yeah, there's
no worries. Oh, absolutely. I won't press for any exclusives here, but I think the idea is, again, when we're kind of speaking of the way, of course, from the way that we have education now, that there is a digital component of education, whether that's online, whether that's the idea of where we're seeing more visualization, as you said, that you're utilizing video games as a component of education. Is any of that still an opportunity as far as to where you're seeing either bringing in new voices or kind of challenging we'll say the status quo of how we use traditional learning models right now?
Oh, absolutely. I think particularly in the time that we are now, we're seeing this really huge explosion of kind of like online and virtual kind of like education. So I think it will behoove all of us, to kind of have that backing or that understanding of being able to use those spaces. And even, across the board, even in spaces that aren't traditionally seen as educational, like video games, it would also be beneficial to kind of take advantage of that. And I am definitely looking towards doing that. If nothing else, but making a lot of the work that I've been doing available online. That's kind of one of my big projects now, is creating this space virtually, to where people can kind of get a lot of the information, even if it's just basic understanding of Black speculative fiction and Afrofuturism. That's something that I have been working on for a while. And I think now is something I want to put a lot of effort towards, really making a repository space for people to kind of get that information.
Oh, great. And I would say, to kind of close things out for us, you just kind of cited a good chunk of this, but for you in the Elemental series and the other components, where do you see that next component for you, let's say more like localized, as far as whether that's in your education spaces, one, and then for your maybe next project or projects that we can support too?
So definitely buy my books. I'm working on the third book now, and I'm hoping to get that finished soon and get those out, to shelves and things of that sort. So that's definitely my next step for as far as the Elemental. As far as some of the other more personal things, I do a lot of things. I'm not gonna say behind the scenes, but a lot of sort of like building up work in that virtual space. So I think that probably the best way to see a lot of that is through my website, mhands.org, where I have a lot of that information kind of stored, and where you can see some of the other ways I'm trying to get this knowledge and this understanding out to, like you said, not just the academic spaces, but the community education too.
Well, absolutely. And I think, again, as you pioneer the space for the academic, I'll say the integrity, but I think it's really the realization of how we use Black speculative fiction across more than just that social commentary side, which I think was its initial component. But right now, with so many different ways that we're looking at, how we can use the transmedia space, but also these new narratives that we're all bringing in is just so exciting. And then lastly, I want to ask, is there any in your great and research space, are there any other current artists or creators, in the speculative fiction space that you've come across that you might recommend that could be, right now, what's some up and coming minds or stories or spaces that you might want to highlight before we go?
Oh man.
But I just set you up for another 30 minutes. I know that you know these things. I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't ask for a couple of recommendations from you.
So I'll say this, because there are so many different things that I'm reading and trying to really kind of get a hanker on now. But I'll say this, a lot of what I find, a lot of the really kind of like work that's pushing forward the field, I find in a lot of these indie spaces. And I find a lot of them, kind of get their starts putting like short stories and things out through like different spaces. So I think probably one of the best places to find kind of up and coming or like really cool creators. You look at spaces like Firelit magazine, like you'll find a lot of like good stories there. You find a lot of good works through like a lot of these indie circles. So I think really kind of paying attention to these type of spaces is where you're going to get some of the greatest stuff. Because that's where I found a lot of my stuff. And honestly, that's a lot of the spaces where I am.
Oh, and myself as well. I think for our space with SUBSUME for sure. So I think just so well said yet again that our Black speculative independent circuit is one that has all the things that anyone would be able to need, whether it's an art, media, film, animation, I think education, obviously, and really are the stories that will really build tomorrow. And we appreciate you and your space of building these bright minds and showing them early and often. I think the things that, from my understanding, are the things that you didn't see coming up, but again, are really pioneering and making a way. So to that, we're obviously appreciative and look forward to how we can continue to support you and your work. So in closing, how can we find and follow and support you?
Yeah, so as I said earlier, my website has a lot of my like the core information on me. So that's mhaynes.org, mhaynes.org. I'm also all over social media. Most of my social media handles are Loose as a Deuce, LOOSEASADEUCE. So that's pretty much where you can find me. And if you want to bring a conversation, dialogue, hey, I'm always down to talk with the people.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate you so very much, M. Haynes. And looking at the scholar, the creative, and gentleman of many hats that is showcasing a space for education and speculative fiction. So to that, we thank you so very much for being a part of this Creative Juneteenth, and we'll look to continue the conversations onward.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. So again, having a chance to speak with M. Haynes, as well as a litany of guests here for Creative Juneteenth 2023. Again, my name is Dedrian Sneed, founder of SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia, and we appreciate you celebrating Black Fantastic as we celebrate our legacy of creative freedom for Creative Juneteenth 2023. Thank you so very much. So stay tuned and stay included for more. And thank you all so very much for joining us yet again for a component of our Creative Juneteenth 2023. This is Dedrick Sneed, founder of SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're happy to celebrate the creative freedoms of Black storytelling and agency through creativity, technology, and community. So thank you all so very much for being a part of our show. We're continuing the stories of success and amazement through a litany of creators, innovators, and futurists that are building the Black Fantastic in real time. And talking about one of those architects specifically, and very intentionally wanting to bring here to our show to talk about not only just the space of Black heroism, but I think the space of Black intellect and how we're building the narratives and infrastructure around how we'll all be included in the creative spaces of today, but into the fantastic opportunities of tomorrow. So with that, I would love to call Urias here to the stage. And brother, how are you doing today?
Brother, it's an honor and a pleasure. First and foremost, man, anytime I get the chance to talk to you, it's just fantastic. Your inspiration and dealing with transmedia and how we can push innovation in tech. Appreciate you, bro, more than you know. So it's good to be here and talk to you.
Oh, the privilege is all of mine, and I say between our mutual friend Daryl Grant and yourself, I feel like we had the exact same childhood. Every time I see any of your references and posts, it's like that Captain America meme. Like I get that reference. And so, I feel not only that it makes me smart, but at the same time, I think it makes a fantastic parallel that the stories and narratives, like how we grew up, those are the things that impact and influence us along our spaces. So it's even more paramount, of course, that we have agency and authority over the way that Black stories and representation are appreciated and controlled throughout, our diaspora of talent. So again, thank you so very much for being here. So, as a fan, come here to talk to you, I definitely want to give you a space for you to introduce yourself for those that we can get the full breadth of your work and references and love to just have a quick creator chat with you.
Looking forward to it. Well, I often tell people that the toughest question for me to ever answer is when somebody asks me, what do I do? I wear so many hats, operate in so many different spaces, but when it boils down to it, I'm a storyteller, a Renaissance man, a writer, designer, creator of a comic book property called Jason Wise, Hero at Large, which is currently being adapted for the small screen by one Prentice Penny, who is the showrunner and head writer of Insecure, which is a fantastic show for the culture. But just really am a student. Just feel like I'm, you referenced us having the same childhood. I still feel like I'm that same 8 or 10-year-old with all those same interests and toys and pop culture and great cartoons and the like. But I've gathered skills and experiences, but it still feels like it's that 8-year-old, who was writing stories, playing Dungeons and Dragons, and just now I'm in the mode of being able to share those stories and what's in this imagination of mine with the world. I actually saw this interview, I believe it was yesterday, with Miles Davis, and the interviewer asked him, if there was no one around to hear your music, would you still make music? And he looked at the guy like he was crazy. He said, of course I would. I'm a musician. I love the art form. And he said, why? He said, because, I have to have a way to get this stuff out of my head, everything that's in my head. And the interviewer said, you hear music all the time? He said, absolutely, I hear it right now. So in the same vein, these stories are in my head, and whether there's somebody to read them or not and be able to appreciate them, I have to get them out. It's imperative to get them out. But the fact that there are people who vibe to the stories, who are inspired by the stories that I have in my head, it makes it all the more wonderful. But just a storyteller at heart, to kind of put it succinctly. I know it's a long answer, but it's a tough question.
No, it's hard to encompass all that is kind of that power and expertise that you hold. So again, thank you for that attempt. I know again, we're not even that. I can't think we're going to give you enough credit, but at the same time, thank you for it. So now, as a storyteller and as as someone that I think sees all the timelines all at once, right? The idea of not only where we are in the space of media, but where things are going. There's a particular work of yours of Black Heroes Matter, and I love to kind of give a moment to highlight that, so then we can really talk towards the idea of those stories of heroism and those stories of being the protagonists that we want to be in a successful space. So can you tell us a bit more about that campaign and program and where its current formation is?
Absolutely. Well, like I guess with anything, I have to go back to the beginning. And Black Heroes Matter, which is a movement in pop culture, but it didn't start as a movement. It kind of started as just, I don't like to say luck, because it's really when preparation meets opportunity kind of thing. But I went out to San Diego Comic-Con one year, and I had gone before and just always knew the power of having T-shirts with strong messages, whatever kind of T-shirt I was wearing, whether it was Goonies or Transformers or whatever it was, people would stop me and hey, I like that, and express their, whatever their shared love of whatever I was representing. So that next year that I went, I figured I would play it differently, and I wanted to create my own T-shirt so I could, instead of repping, some property or something that didn't really relate to me, I would push my own ideas and my own agendas. So I tried to scour my mind and figure out what a good, slogan, something short, succinct, that kind of encapsulated everything I'm all about. And, after a few hours of thought, Black Heroes Matter came to mind because, of course, the Black Lives Matter movement was in full swing, and, just wanted to find a way to be able to move that conversation to the arena of pop culture and comics and animation and superheroes, which was my specialty in the arena I was about to walk in. So created about 20 shirts that said Black Heroes Matter, black shirts, huge white letters that could be read across a room. Took them out to San Diego Comic-Con with the intent of giving them out to my friends who were out there, just so we could represent, and like I like to say, make a statement without saying a word, just walking the convention floor. And threw one of the shirts on, and literally as I stepped onto the convention, the San Diego Convention Center, I stepped into it. I was stopped. I couldn't walk 5 feet without being stopped with somebody expressing, how much they liked the message, how inspired they were by it. So literally, and probably in the space of 30 minutes to an hour, it had gone viral on social media. People had taken pictures of it. Blew up on social media. I had reporters contacting me from Hollywood Reporter and Vice News, and this is all while I'm, just making my way first day at San Diego Comic-Con. So it kind of snowballed into me handing out the T-shirts to other people, and of course they had the same experience, and it just kind of snowballed to where people were asking where they can get the T-shirts. What's the mission? What's the vision of the movement? And of course, it wasn't a movement; it was just a T-shirt at the time. But I had to really sit down and think it out and talk to some other people, David Walker and Ryan Benjamin and Sanford Green and some of these titans who I had just the pleasure of being able to sit down and kind of brain share with to think of what does this mean? What does Black Heroes Matter mean in this arena and in pop culture? And it really just blew up after that. So now fast forward to the present, it's a movement in pop culture that pushes for proper representation. We just don't want to be represented. We want to be represented properly. Do we have pimps and hoes and gangsters in the Black community? Absolutely. But we also have physicians and physicists and technicians and bus drivers and cab drivers and school teachers. We want the full, we want to be represented fully for everything that we are, just like any other group. So we want proper representation. It's pushing for creators to express that in their work, but it's also pushing for people who are consuming that work to demand that, from the people who are creating it. So it just went viral, and now there are, thankfully there are people who are, I guess people be looked at as stars in their field who wear the shirts and represent it, and it's gone much further than I could ever imagine and dreamed. Other countries and other continents, and it's been a magnificent experience. But it's been able to have that conversation, the tough conversations, in a way that's easily digestible. That there's no intimidation for people talking about just things that are tough. So it's been fantastic.
Fantastic and necessary, I think, to your point. And again, thank you for giving us the breadth of that narrative. Now, to that, I think it means one, of course, myself as a fan being able to see and see that message in every sense of the word, that absolutely spoke to me. And I think to that part of that representation, I think you also represent very well in the space of not only just the narratives and stories, but as creators and owners of the platforms and places that these stories live and maturate and connect us all. I know you're also going through that with your own creator IP. Can you share how some of that experience has been, again, talking about a Black hero in Jason Wise, and now being able to navigate that next step of being the creator on both fronts, where you have this story, very empowering and such, that now could be that Black hero that really is going to matter to a new generation?
Well, first I'll start by saying that the process of getting a hero or a story out to the public, going through the mainstream channels, it's not for the faint of heart. I've been doing Jason Wise since 2004, so going on 20 years, and I'm just now really seeing the fruits of my labor. It's looked at by many people, and I feel, some kind of way actually saying this, but it's been talked about as being one of the icons of the Black independent comic book movement. And for those who don't know, Jason Wise is an immortal character from the ancient kingdom of Kush in the Golden Ages, warrior, adventurer, and a scholar who I bill as the anti-Tomb Raider. Where Indiana Jones and Lara Croft, they go to foreign lands, break into sacred places where they shouldn't be, take things that don't belong to them, and take them out to museums and the like. Jason Wise works in the opposite direction. He'll break into museums, private collections, take those sacred artifacts and relics and return them to the places where they belong. So I've been doing that for, going on 20 years. And initially it started as a project I didn't plan to share with anyone but my 3 boys. It was a bedtime story. Just built off my a study mission I had taken the year before to Kemet in the Nile Valley, and all the wonderful things I saw. And I wanted to create a superhero for them, to replace, not to replace, because, they love the Spider-Mans and the Ben 10s and all these different characters. But I wanted to, to add to that, someone who looked like them, so they wouldn't feel as though they're always in the passenger seat of adventures. I wanted to feel like they were in the driver's seat. So a lot of this stuff has just been completely organic with no plan other than, the divine and the ancestors kind of pushing it along. But, Afua Richardson was on, and that brought a smile to my face, because back in that day, in 2004, a lot of us were on what was called the Hero Talk forum and discussion board, which were a lot of the people who are making big moves now. When we were, kind of young pups, we were on this discussion board, sharing ideas, sharing skills, supporting each other. And it's just beautiful to see a lot of those people who were there achieving success now. But it's been an extremely long road, a lot of ups, a lot of downs, a lot of times when you think about throwing in the towel. But of course, you put in too much work and invested too much for that to even be a consideration. So those moments pass quickly. But now in the position, working with Sebastian Jones of Stranger Comics, who pulled in, as I said, Prentice Penny to develop Jason Wise, is not only a new comic book series, but a television series. It's amazing. But the work and preparation and sacrifice that goes into it, it's all inspiring. And just to see people who have been down that same road and journey and are achieving success now, I can do nothing but just show joy and happiness, because it's not for the faint of heart.
And as I said, right, it takes 10 years to be an overnight success, right? So it takes 20 years to prepare for those 10 years, probably, right? And so the idea of, like you say, it's an arduous journey, but one that, from the creator side, I know to your point, there's been a lot of stories of how comics and these spaces really are, it's really hard to kind of get past your own visions sometimes. And I think even just the humanity of what it takes to live a life, 10 and 20 years, it's a very long time of our space and place. But again, when you got a story, particularly a story I feel like is as succinct and as appropriate as Jason Wise, I mean, it probably does not look like that throughout majority of that for people. But, you know, I just want to applaud and appreciate that what it does take to, again, even get to this point where there's still many miles to go. And, you know, we're so excited for you in that space. And so kind of taking a leverage to the humanity side of how we're looking at stories and storytelling. I know, so you're also very adept in our space of technology as a creator that's looking at the innovation that's before us, right? We've got leap years of opportunities that simply just happened within 2 to 3 years. Whether we look at spaces like blockchain, AI, machine learning, the spaces of just digital interaction in the space of transmedia. What's your approach as a creator, where you're seeing so many of these shifts in the way that not only we tell stories, our stories are connected, consumed, and now how machines determine these stories and make decisions based off of this. And this, what would be a fantastic story tale 20 years ago, is now something in the hands of pretty much every citizen.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's all a matter of perspective, because if you would take our grandparents at our age and project them forward to now, you know, this world is exponentially different than the world that they lived in. You know, we you know, social media and Uber and Amazon and these, you know, the internet and all these different things, they'd have no idea what was going on. And by that same respect, the world that our grandchildren will live in will be exponentially different. It'll be unrecognizable to the world that we're living in now, which is, it's insane to even think of that. But we're going through an arms race right now, I'd like to say. You know, it's not a traditional arms race where you're stockpiling weapons, but you're stockpiling skills, knowledge, because this technology it's turning over so quickly. And really, it's rare to be in a time where the common man, so to speak, has access to cutting edge technology and opportunities and knowledge of how to use that technology. But that's, you know, precisely what's going on right now. If you go to Google right now and type in free AI course, you know, you'll have a whole list of free AI courses that are teaching you about this new technology that's just rolling off the showroom floor right now. You know, usually you'd have to wait 5 years for that to kind of trickle down, but we have the opportunity now to get our hands on the latest technology and to learn these skills. And I know it's the 6.5 ton elephant in the room is artificial intelligence, especially in the spaces that we roll in. But I think, and justifiably so, because when you're dealing with unethical use of the technology, you're dealing with people's livelihoods, you're dealing with people's ability to make a good living. There's a lot of fear and a lot of anxiety that goes with that. But I think it's just an educational thing, because AI is like any other tool. You know, it's like a knife. You can use a knife to cut somebody's throat. You can stab somebody with a knife, or you can go out into the woods and get a piece of wood and carve something beautiful, a flute, or, you know, a little figurine, or how is the person who's holding the technology going to use it? So it's really a question of human ethics. So once we get that down, I think a lot of the fear will subside. But this technology it's a beast. I mean, it's going to change everything. It's GPU, which is GPT, which is general purpose technology, which means it's going to weave its way into every single aspect of our life, same way the internet did. And there's a lot of fear, justifiably so, for people who are going to lose jobs. You know, I'm actually have an article pulled up now that says World Economic Forum estimates that 85 million jobs will be replaced by machines with AI by the year 2025. That's scary. You know, I mean, a lot of pearl clutching and people, you know, having worries about how they're going to fit into a world like that. But the next sentence is, drop down to that, is that AI will create 97 million jobs. So we're going to lose 85 million, but 97 million new jobs will replace it. So there's a deficit of people, you know, and more jobs to come. You know, if you think about the internet back in the 90s, let's say 90, 91, 92, when the internet was really dropping, there was no such thing as a computer programmer or an IT specialist or cybersecurity or just all these different jobs that are commonplace now. And some of the jobs that command the highest salaries didn't exist. So at the same point, there are jobs that are going to be coming down the pipeline in the very same way, jobs that we can't even imagine. But there will be a plethora of jobs. It's just a matter of jumping into this arms race, upskilling, gathering the skills and the knowledge that are going to be necessary to live in that world. It's going to be some adjustment. People are going to have to evolve, but I mean, it's just a necessary thing, and it's always been that way. Back in the 1800s, there was something called machine breakers and the Luddites, and they were people who worked in these textile mills. And when the new technology rolled off the showroom floor and started making its way into the textile mills, everything was done by hand prior to that. They had these new machines coming in. They had these machine breakers, people who were scared of the new technology that would go in and smash it and sabotage it. So this is no new thing. This has been going on for centuries. So, I mean, it's just a situation where we're going to have to evolve because the technology isn't going anywhere. It's getting stronger by the second, not by the day, but by the second. And, people are going to have to make some decisions, but it's not going anywhere. It's exciting to me. But I think there's a lot of fear that doesn't necessarily need to be there. And it's just in terms of educating yourself about what AI is, what it can do, what it's done in the past, because people have already been using AI for years without knowing it.
Absolutely. Now, to the space, and to kind of take one's point of acknowledgement, I completely 100% concur with what you're saying. As the idea and the work, not only that we try to work on with SUBSUME, but particularly just with the Black community and where our space is within the full diaspora of Africa, is that, it's a level set that I don't think we'll ever see again in the multitude of generations. But I think we probably have had two of them probably in the past 5 years, right? The pandemic and now this space of AI and machine learning. And so I feel like it is a rare opportunity to see a generation of people, a culture of people, be able to close gaps that forever seem to just only expand over time. And while I'm just bullish on the space and place, particularly for storytellers like ourselves, that we have to be in those spaces so that we are building the heroes of the future that can be a part of this legacy of new digital culture. That it's to say that it's going to happen, it's already happened. I think it's kind of that sonic boom, right? It's the sounds traveling faster than what we can perceive. So by the time we understand and hear it, it's already gone. And so in that space, again, I think it's as open as it possibly can be, for the narratives that you're looking at working on as a creator on both ends of this point, both as someone that is creating stories in the sense of transmedia or digital media, but also just as a person who is creating an IP that's representative of restoration of stories back to communities and culture, like Jason Wise. What is that? What are that next step for you as you try to navigate all that is and all that you as a creator in some are trying to be a part of?
Well, I mean, for me, and I touched on it. It's about upskilling. I'm trying to make myself a more efficient, effective storyteller, more effective and efficient designer, a more effective and efficient student and teacher, and all these things, and allowing tech to. There are a lot of people who are using tech who are using tech in a lazy way. They're using it to do things that they can do creatively. But for me, it's utilizing tech in a way that augments. It'll never be something that will replace an artist. But when I'm working in tandem with artists in collaboration, I use the AI art to feed to a conceptual artist or a designer, so they can get a clear vision of what I'm looking for. I'm not trying to eliminate them from the equation. I'm just trying to make my communication between them and myself easier and more efficient. I'll always have relationship because at heart, I'm an artist. My degree is in illustration and design. So I have an intimate appreciation of how the artist is indispensable, from the equation. There are a lot of people out there, people that I know, who for the sake of saving a buck or two are trying to eliminate artists from the equations completely. that'll never be me. I want to make myself better and more efficient. I want to make the relationships that I have with creative people who I work with just better. And I think that AI has the tremendous capacity to do that. And it's extremely exciting. You know, there are a lot of established artists who are using AI and next gen tech to take their game to the next level. And it's exciting to watch. And I'm just through social media and, you know, different animation sites and design sites, you're just seeing people creatively use tech in different ways. And I'll also say that the people who are looking to see us fail, us as a group, I'll say Black people, the people who are looking to see us fail are hoping and praying that we do not use this technology. They're hoping that we don't ever touch it. They're hoping that we stay away from it out of fear or out of anxiety. Because we know, as with any art form, whether it's music or dance or whatever it is, you know, when we get our hands on it, we're going to take it in a whole different direction. You know, we're going to transform it in ways that other people in the world could never have conceived. So it's an exciting time just to watch other people, other creatives get their hands on this new technology and to see where they take it, to be inspired by it, and in turn to think of ways that you can use it in a way maybe they didn't think of, and just sharing with each other. So it's just an exciting time right now.
So much so. Absolutely. And exciting to see people like yourself, brother, in the space, you know, front and center, being able to be appreciated and just really pioneering this Black Fantastic. So I just want to thank you so very much for your example on all fronts. And then likewise, how can we follow and support you in your time and spaces ahead?
Well, of course, I have a website, www.blackheroesmatter.biz, B-I-Z. Jump on, have shirts and gear on there if you want to, as I say, make a statement without saying a word. There's a lot of powerful pieces of merch that you can wear in your own space and see the kind of conversations that it brings on and just kind of spread the message. But in order to support me, I would just say support yourself, because the more skilled and educated artists and creatives we have moving forward throughout the industry, it's just a help to us. So, you know, just dive in. You know, as I said, it's an arms race, so go ahead and jump in. There are free resources, free knowledge everywhere. You know, you can close your eyes and bump into a free AI course or a free VR, AR course. So just start learning, and let's get out there and do what we always do, which is take this art form to the next level for our grandchildren and their children.
Absolutely. And thank you for pioneering and leading the way with all that you're doing. So great, brother. Thank you so very much. I know this will be a continued conversation, and I thank you for it. And feel, if anything, ashamed that only having half an hour to speak with you. But again, to what you showed and shared here, I know it's going to be a great space to reverb all of your successes and those to come. So thanks again.
Hey, appreciate you, bro. I look forward to the next cipher.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so very much. To that, we'll have Urias with Black Heroes Matter, also creator Jason Wise, and continuing onward with a absolutely appropriate and appreciated space to talk about Black stories, Black narratives, and how we can celebrate our creative freedom of stories throughout the diaspora of talent. And so with that, we'll continue onward with our next guest here just momentarily. But thank you all so very much for being a part of the 4th Annual Creative Juneteenth. Again, my name is Dejan Sneed. Thank you so very much for being a part of our work with SUBSUME. So please stay tuned and stay included for more. And thank you all so very much for continuing to join us here with Creative Juneteenth 2023. My name is Daniel Sneed, and we thank you so very much for being a part of our work with SUBSUME, where we look to be the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, and look to showcase the Black fantastic of stories and how we celebrate the creative freedom to tell our stories, legacies of history, past, present, and futures. And with that, we want to continue our creator chats here today. We're looking at speaking not only to some of the innovators in their particular fields, but how they're using their talents, their arts, and their brilliance to tell Black narratives and tell Black stories. And so I'm happy, so very much so, to bring our next guest to the stage and be able to imbibe not only in her academic brilliance, but also in the artistic spaces that she's building one algorithm at a time. So with that, I'd love to call again to the stage Natrice Gaskins of Art and Algorithms. Natrice, how are you doing today?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
You're just fine, young lady. Thank you so very much. A pleasure as always, right? So
yeah.
No, thank you again. And first off, thank you for lending your amazing talents to our artwork here. So I want to make sure you give proper credit and bona fides here, for the artwork that is surrounding us here for Creative Juneteenth 2023. Thank you for that. And for those who I'm sure has seen your work online, but at the same time want to make sure that we see the artist behind the art, please would you introduce yourself and let us know a bit about you and your efforts.
My name is Dr. Natrice Gaskins, and I am at Lesley University, where I am the assistant director of the STEAM Learning Lab, Lesley STEAM Learning Lab. By day, and then I do a lot of work with AI like every day, which can be seen on social media. So among other places, book covers, CD album covers, and murals and stuff like that.
Oh, same and fantastic. And we had the privilege to meet again at MIT for a shared vendor in space. After years of your connectivity here with Georgia Tech here in Atlanta,
right.
Just knowing of you and your work as a fan, again, being able to connect there in such a space, always appreciated, and the connections that's grown from there. Now, for you and your space of art and algorithms, we could, of course, talk about art and AI, but I think I'd love to talk more about the artistry that you're building as far as how you're using Black stories and narratives that you yourself are coming up with, of course, as a Black artist that is narrating and creating these items, how that you might use technology as a complement to, again, your traditional art and media skills. So for you, well, how did that really, I know we've heard the story, but I want to make sure to share it. How did this start for you as a traditional artist, in a time that, again, the ideas of what's accessible now with AI and digital art, you really pioneered the space?
So my mom was a computer programmer, analyst, probably from the late 70s until graduated from high school, maybe a few years after that. And so I was always around computers. And AI was coined, just so people know, like in the late 1950s. So it's been around, but computer graphics has been around since about the late 80s in terms of what people could do. So I majored in computer graphics right out of high school, and went to Pratt Institute. But I got into art. I was always into art. My mother encouraged it. So I did every art type of art you can imagine before I even graduated from high school. So, and some even before high school. So I was always making stuff. But I think the main difference with me probably is that I was also interested in other things and really good at it. So I was really good in science. I hated math, just to be fair, but I was really like an A student in science. And so somehow I managed to incorporate a lot of the stuff that I was doing in science to what I was doing in art, and doing STEAM before STEAM was even coined. I often tell people when I was a kid, I kept wanting to be a doctor, and I kept tearing up my dolls trying to operate on them. So my mother stopped buying them, and then in turn she asked me what I wanted really, and it wasn't a doll; it was a chemistry set. So I remember being about 7, getting the chemistry set one Christmas along with a rock polishing machine instead of dolls. I think we had like an easy bake oven, maybe 2, stuff like that. But it wasn't, she started saying, I'm wasting my money with you because you're tearing up all your dolls. So let's get you something else. And so that began, I think, the STEAM connection. And I didn't get into computers. I just wasn't interested in computers alone until high school, even though my mother basically showed me she showed an example of a Black woman doing that every day as a job, being a computer programmer. So that led to Pratt, and then led to grad school and all that other stuff. But yeah, that's how I got into it.
A great start, and obviously continuing onward to spaces of education. Now, for the traditional art, was there any particular medium or I guess like narratives that you came out? Because of course I know just from my end that you have a great affinity and understanding of hip hop and house music. Were any of those reflections like from your early artistic spaces, anything that you work towards either formally or just in a complement to your artistic growth?
So I majored in computer graphics at Pratt Institute. Computer graphics as a name, as a title, or even as a field has merged into things like multimedia and eventually digital media. So when you hear digital art or digital media, it's same family. That's what we call it today. But if we were to push that program into 20, 30 years, we'd probably be doing VR and all the other stuff as undergrad. So it was that type of gaming, all that stuff falls under computer graphics. I started wanting to do a lot of community work as an undergrad. I was teaching art all over Manhattan and Queens and all over Long Island and in New York City and Manhattan. And so I noticed that everywhere I taught art, I was learning all this cool stuff as a computer graphics major, but I didn't see any of it in the hood at any of these arts places. And I just started pitching to my supervisors at the different places, maybe you should look into getting computers and doing computer art. And then when I moved to Chicago for grad school, one of those supervisors said, well, we got funding and we'd like you to come back to New York to build this lab in a housing development in Queens. I was in the middle of my master, my MFA. So I managed to figure out how to get out of that second year first semester. I just had all the professors agree to sign a form. And then I just did independent study and went back to New York and built that lab. And I still had to do a thesis show and all that other stuff. So that got me into the community. And then I just kept doing that type of work. But one thing I want to note, when I majored in computer graphics, a lot of people said, we're really good in art and design. Why you want to do computer graphics? What's that? What kind of job can you get? And I had no clue. But what I realized now is I had spent 4 years as a high school student and had been doing art before, just doing traditional drawing, painting, sculpture. And it was a major. So I had majored in visual arts as a high school student. And so ceramics, textiles, all of it. And no graphic design, just mostly fine arts. And I figured, I thought I would do that in college, but then I wouldn't say I was bored with those things. I just wanted to do something different. And so I eventually agreed to take computer graphics, and that kind of, now I'm using a different tool. I want to spend another 4 years with that tool, with these tools that I spent. So then I moved into to that. So I kind of transitioned through freshman year at Pratt, which was still drawing, painting and stuff like that, but then right into computer graphics, which included programming, 3D modeling, doing stuff for gaming, not gaming, all kinds of animation, 2D, 3D animation, graphic design, typography, all that stuff. And then, there was nobody giving exhibitions to artists like me in the 90s. But what was emerging I was listening to hip hop as I was coming into all this other stuff. So like, as I was a high school student, I mainly listened to hip hop, a little bit of R&B. So there was this is Louisville, Kentucky. You wouldn't think hip hop, Louisville, Kentucky, but there was a DJ and I don't remember his name. And I think this radio station is now a gospel station. But back then they played all the hip hop, all the rap music that was coming out like from New York City. I think it was like a Saturday or Friday night, and I would just tape it and created these like tapes that I could listen to throughout the week. So Salt and Pepper, you know, like UTFO. I'm just thinking about all these Eric B. and Rakim. All this stuff was I listened to, you know, talking about the mid to late 80s. Eventually Public Enemy. I became a huge fan of Public Enemy toward the end of that, and that's really what I was moving toward activism. So that was really my theme music, and then then moved to New York City. So that was, and then you know my best friend in college was a DJ. So all I had to do was carry the crates, and I was amongst. And he not only did he DJ, but on the side there was a little studio near the radio station at Pratt that had a sampler and beat machines. So we would sit and he would do demos for local rappers in Brooklyn. And so we stay up all night and then go to classes during the day. But I watched him use the sampler machine and pretty much memorized that. And then by the time I became a master's student, I was taking a class with Sean Decker in audio, gave me access to. And just so you know, the School of the Art Institute of Chicago at the time, and maybe it's still that way, you can major in something, but you can also take courses in other fields and other areas. So I had a grad advisor in theater. I had a grad advisor, and he was Mexican, and he's in some movies like Child's Play and all this other stuff. And then I had ceramics. I had ceramics, and I was doing stuff like making clay that didn't need to be fired. And the reason why is because I wanted to embed the clay with computer graphics. So stuff that I would print out from the computer, I wanted to embed it into the clay. But if we put it in the kiln, it would burn off. So we had to create a formula that I had to test to make a clay that didn't need to be fired and would be hard like it was in the kiln. That was, you know, what I did for that. So it was, and then I took an audio production with Sean Decker, and just an independent study with him. And I just like my friend from college, from undergrad, I was just using the machine, and I was making. Eventually, some kids I was working with in Chicago wanted, so we like that beat. Can we use it for our demo? So I did do that too. So I was immersed in it from the production side a little bit, just mostly as an observer. But then I had a moment of my own, and then just as a fan of the music and things like that for a long time. So that was parallel with what I was doing in computer graphics and so that often crossed over, especially through animation as an undergrad. But I was also interested in the Black arts movement. I was also interested in poets and things that were, you know, Langston Hughes, and animating some of his poems using computers and things like that.
There's such a rich legacy of exploration that you just went through, like 4 or 5 different mediums. Again, all to the space of like a curiosity towards integrating technology into your creative studies. Yeah. Now, kind of course, moving to now where your work of art and algorithms and the space of techno and the techno vernacular. Can you give us a little bit of a synopsis of, you know, where that work came from? And I think that premise is just so appropriate, of course, right now in its time. But when you brought that work into your thesis in space, you know, what was things like at that point?
Yeah, even though around the time that I came up with TVC, STEAM had just gotten coined. There was a big meeting at Brown University. No, it might be RISD. I think it was RISD, around STEAM. And that's the first time I heard about it. It was like 2011. And I was looking at a lot of interviews and just all kinds of stuff of like graffiti artists that were talking about math concepts that didn't realize it. And I thought there has to be a connection between math and graffiti. And people were discouraging me about it. Like, you don't know what you're talking about, stay in your lane. But then I found Ron Eglash, who had a bunch of tools around graffiti and math. And he had a tool called Graffiti Grapher. And then he became my advisor. And then I just realized that there has these groups that normally don't get included when we talk about STEM, they seem to be engaging in STEM. And, you know, like, you know, Grandmaster Flash is using scientific method to create what he was doing. He was doing exactly what you describe and define scientific method. That's what he was doing to come up with the different techniques that he came up with that's used all over the world today. And so I said, well, why don't we talk about Grandmaster Flash when we talk about engineering? And why don't we talk about it, some of these other people and their engagements with STEM when we talk about STEM, especially to engage underrepresented and underestimated people. And we don't. So now let me study that. Let me spend more time with the graffiti artists who use math and the folks, the DJs who are using engineering and all that other stuff. And that's what became techno-vernacular creativity, engagements in STEM from these groups, and particularly in technology, the techno part. Even house music and things like, they were taking stuff out the boxes and didn't really have any training, but they would figure it out and sometimes readjust or modify the system. And so people are building sound systems and then modifying those systems. And that's engineering. It's electrical engineering, it's mechanical engineering. Yeah, we don't talk about it in those terms. And meanwhile, kids are looking at who are engineers and not seeing themselves. So for me, it was no brainer. By showing kids these people doing these things, they go, okay, well, then I can do that too. As opposed to, here's some people in a lab coat, some white guys or some folks from India or China, and then Black kids or kids from the hood will be like, well, there's nobody like me in that space, so I'm not even going to think about it, even if I'm interested. So that's where TVC came from. It also came from knowledge of being in those ciphers, being aware of it, being in them, seeing them, understanding the protocols, whether you're breakdancing or you're rapping, and they're very democratic. And then also realizing the cipher as a circle, and realizing that circle can be looked at other things like the cosmogram and martial arts and so many other things. And quilting bees are sometimes in a circle, are often in a circle, and how that is a way of democracy and a democratic meeting of the minds and the call and response and protocols that happen there. You can find that elsewhere. So a perfect example of that is James Sneed has your name. You might be related. You should look into that, but he passed away a long time ago. Black professor at Yale. He did the notation for James Brown's Cold Sweat in the ABA notation. And then when I maybe a month ago went to Trenton, New Jersey to a school, I watched a kindergarten student, like a kindergartner, putting color blocks together with ABA. So and that's pre-code, that's coding. That's their introduction to making, creating, doing computer programming. He was making an algorithm, and for every color of the block that he put together had a particular movement. So it would be spin, or it would be jump or clap. And he would put it together according to how he thought that performance would go. And then he would point, and then he would point, and the teacher would jump, and and point to a different color, clap and spin, and then do it in a sequence over and over again. That's an algorithm. That kindergartner has just learned how to code. And that's how James Sneed explained James Brown's Cold Sweat. We don't make those connections, but that's computer science.
That's a beautiful sentiment, and I'm going to look into Mr. Sneed's space, and I, in this time. So that would be a privilege to have some
same last name.
There you go. I'm gonna take a look at him. There you go. In a couple moments that we have left, I think it's a great segue to your work there in the college, in multiple colleges, there in Cambridge. Likewise, hopefully getting a chance to partner with with the Young People's Project and MIT to work on the idea of children in STEM, right? So the idea of looking at Cambridge youth that, are very much juxtaposed to some of the institutions and spaces that they live, less than a mile from. But we're active in trying to bring that brilliance, intentionally that Black brilliance, into these spaces. I know for you, call and response is something that you use and utilize in your academic work to help with STEM and STEAM education. What does that the TVC look like for the youth that we're now trying to empower to be the solution spaces and creators of some of humanity's next opportunities that they'll have to solve in their lifetime?
These modalities come from the cultures. They don't, they're oftentimes like, remixing comes from, you don't have anything, you learn how to improvise, you learn how to reappropriate, and you learn how to remix from necessity to be creative and sometimes innovative. And that's just a part of where people come from. It's just that we never place it in terms of STEM or STEAM. So making it more direct and clear and making it more intentional is what I'm trying to do, so that it does become an aha moment for a student to say, no, okay, I can do science. I can do math. I do math anyway. When I do this dance, there's math in it. Or when I make this picture, there's math in it. Now I know what type of math it is. Or when I'm coding, I can create an algorithm because I know how this is an algorithm. So then I can understand it when it comes down to the script. These are all, making those connections is really the goal. The goal is for them to go, aha, yeah, I can do that too. And also in a way that you didn't do it, or that, the canon or whatever the accepted way of doing things. We do it differently, and it's still valuable as a STEM approach. So that's really been my goal. And so whether it's virtual reality or AI or anything else, it's really how we engage the technology, how we engage these subjects, which are different from the conventional ways of doing it.
As you say, I think that's just a hallmark, and it's been said, I think, throughout this conversation, when we look at the historical context of Blackness and its definition of, and the multitude of spaces across the diaspora, across technology and other spots, is that Blackness and innovation just seem to be synonymous, right? The idea is that we have to make and we have to create, not only just as a space of survival, but as a space of talent, a space of brilliance, and a space of expression, which a lot of times is based on the resistance of systems and services that are by design not set to include us.
Yep.
And so, I really see that just throughout your work and your engagement, and just want to make sure that, again, we're excited about not only your work being realized in this time, and of your time, where, of course, we want to give you your flowers now, but for you and the futures that you'll be building and creating in all these spaces. What's next for you, and how can we support you in your endeavors?
There's a lot going on. So I'm out there. I'm already out in the world, keep adding more and more followers on social media. And some of them are celebrities, some are not celebrities, some are people who don't know what AI is and yet like the images. Some are people who are teachers and want to figure out a way to bring it into the classroom. So they're all over the place in terms of interest. But, I did something this morning. Someone said, this is personal. This strikes me on a personal level. I'm like, well, that's great. It means that it's resonating with people. Resonated with me, so I shared it. But, the whole point is to get people to realize that it's not as hard as you think. And I really don't like when people say, meaning, I'll say white people who have access to technology will say it's too hard for this community, or it's too hard for these people. They need something basic. That part is not good, because I'm not saying that it's not, it doesn't take effort to do something like Adobe Illustrator versus GIMP, which is, or Inkscape, which are free programs. I'm not saying that, to make a value judgment about which one is best or whatever. I'm saying the expectation that you only have the capacity for basics as opposed to something that's industry standard is offensive to me. So it's very important that, the work that I see is both valuable and complex, but also something that resonates and is personally and culturally significant for people, and that you could do both and not, I'm not bringing words like primitive and not bringing words like simple and basic in the equation. We can do all the things. And once we get in that mindset of doing that, I think that's where the innovation comes from. And the last thing I'll say about that is to look up some of the stats on innovation, and it's really low for Black creatives in innovation economy. We're not there at all. We're not being counted. We're not in the, Asian people are counted highest, and then second white, and then Latino, and then we're half or third of that number for Latino. So we're like 4%. And just in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and nationally we're 0.4 in the innovation economy. So that's why it's important to do this work.
Absolutely. And again, as you continue to innovate and change those narratives and make a space where we all can be counted and appreciated, I know again that we're all working to improve that data set, on all those fronts, starting with our youth. But again, at the same time, that for all of us within this creator economy, for Black culture and Black talent, you're absolutely right. We do have to make sure that we are of that number, and that we're looking at all the ways that we can stay included in tomorrow. So to that, and again, giving us that example and that narrative and the good work that you're doing of that, we just want to say thank you. And hopefully to see you in Cambridge on Tuesday. So, thinking that, definitely keep you in the loop there. But thank you so very much for your time, Latrice. And I really appreciate you being a part here of our Creative Juneteenth program. Again, much more to come between us, I'm sure.
Yes. All right. Have a good one.
All right. Take care now. Thank you. And so with that, thankfully, Dr. Latrice Gaskins, of art and algorithms and a myriad of talents, in the space of digital creative media and also STEAM and STEM education. And so thank you so very much. So as we reset, we want to make sure to thank you all for continuing to join us in our space of Creative Juneteenth 2023, where we're celebrating the history, the innovation, and the futures of Black stories and Black storytellers, and how we now have the creative freedom to tell our stories with agency, authority, and appreciation. So stay tuned and stay included with us as we continue onward in just one moment with Creative Juneteenth 2023. Thank you so much. And with that, thank you all so very much for joining us yet again for another component of Creative Juneteenth 2023. My name is Daniel Sneed, and we'd like to thank you for being a part of our celebration of creative stories, narratives, and storytellers who, through the past, present, and Black futures, are appreciating all that can be for the space of Black creative freedom. And so we've been talking, of course, about the diaspora of talent that exists throughout the Black experience in so many ways. But I want to speak to a true innovator in this space as far as the way that we're looking at how Black narratives, particularly in Africa, are being introduced and appreciated in ways for social innovation. And so as we look and build towards the conclusion of our show, we want to make sure that we bring in an absolute expert in this space. We've had a chance to connect before, but I'm very appreciative of the conversation myself to bring Gunter to the stage. Good day to you. How are you today? Pleasure. So I want to give a moment to introduce yourself, and I don't know if we have a delay, but please, if you'll introduce yourself, I want to make sure to give you all your proper credit, proper pronunciations, and where are you in the world today?
Great. Good evening, everyone. Well, it's evening my time, daytime your time. My name is Katra Mbili. I am a Kenyan, currently in Accra, Ghana, for the Afri-Exim Bank annual meetings, and really honored to be here on this event that celebrates Juneteenth. Dadrin, you're a delight to speak to, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Absolutely humbled and appreciative, and excited about our narratives and future together. To that, I'd love to just get a small synopsis, again, looking at your bio and all the amazing spaces of expertise that you have, as we'd like to talk about, of course, Africa, the space of the creator economy, and how we can use this for policy change across African education. I'd love to just get a few highlights of, again, a litany of talents and awards that you won.
Right. Thank you. Africa's creative economy is it remains in a stage of latency that we want to grow and move away from the historical colonial model of extraction, exploitation, and exportation. We want to make African art pay African artists. There was a study by UNESCO that cited that Africa's creative and cultural industry is worth, could generate 20 million jobs and is worth about $20 billion in revenue per annum. Now, can you imagine what 20 million jobs would do? And just given the high unemployment rates across the continent, of course, they vary in different countries. However, I think they said that in order to address Africa's unemployment problem, you need to create 17 million jobs a year. Where are you going to find 17 million jobs a year? And so if policymakers could pay attention to the potential that lies in the creative and cultural industry and invest in that, have institute laws and policies that secure the intellectual property rights of artists, because safeguard them against piracy, safeguard them against plagiarism, and if we could harmonize these regulations and policies across the continent through continental bodies such as the African Union, then that would be a massive win, not only for Africa, but for the world.
Absolutely. And while we see, to your point, there's a lot of potential, absolutely, I think an unlimited amount of potential, across the African diaspora and within the African Union. But I think, as you say, trying to galvanize and utilize it in a space that, one, is sustainable, but then two, that's authentic and continues to keep that agency within the union, seems to be a lot of the questions that we're having to solve in real time, particularly as we see and as we said earlier, like an arms race, of technology that a lot of times is not brought into these spaces until well after the fact. And so from that space of looking at policy, I think as one component, we're in to kind of take one step back as far as how we were in the same room, I think, with the US Africa Summit, right? So the idea of kind of talking about that initiative with the Biden administration, where I think we both were, of course, invited as innovators to talk about how can we build a solution space for Africa, both from the technology and cultural component. Of course, my response was video games. And of course, I think for, to speak to yours, I think there's a policy component that has to comprise all these efforts together. Now, in your space there, being able to look at a lot of the policymakers that were there with the Secretary of State, what was some of the takeaways that you initially maybe took or ideated in the space where, again, I think all of the decision makers honestly could have been in that room that day. But at the same time, when we have so much work ahead, what are some of the initial thoughts of how do we start the good work to create that solution?
Right. Thank you, Dedran. I think that we have to really accelerate the ripening of the issue from the artist's point of view, from the citizen's point of view, because as you said, all the policymakers were in the room. How is it then that we haven't made any strides 6 months later? How is it that the resolutions arrived at remain largely in a green room, as it were? How can we get those resolutions front and center implemented? How can we ensure that resources follow? Because you can't legislate for everything, and you can't have policies for everything. You need the political will to see it through. And so, how do we move away from our leaders making commitments that are never, that do not translate into action, and our youth are in abeyance, and this is their very lives, and so we have to prioritize um, the arts as a continent, because any artist you meet from the continent will tell you that perhaps when they first tabled their ambition to be an artist in whichever field, they may not, and largely will not have been met with support and excitement. They'll be told, why don't you consider a safer career path? Because historically, contemporarily, it hasn't paid them to be artists. And so when parents consider the amount of resources that they're using for your education, and what's the rate of return on this investment that I'm making in my child. And so it is a risk. And so how do we safeguard for that? We have to motivate administrations, governments, champions to invest resources, to put money where their mouths are, and say, okay, this is something that we need to invest in. This is a critical matter. This is an initiative that could have rapid results across huge swathes of the African population. And I'm not saying that the situation is so grave that there aren't pockets of inspiration or areas where governments have been very intentional about reaching out to the youth. There are. And I'm so grateful to report, I'm from Kenya. And last week, the president of Kenya launched something called Talanta Mashinani, whereby it's about talent is devolved, and so government resources have been allocated to go and excavate this talent from the grassroots. And I think it was Ken Robinson who said that human resources are like natural resources. You have to dig deep to extract them. And so it isn't a situation where government can speak to or develop a policy or a strategy and sit back and wait. It has to be followed on by action that goes to where the people are and devolve resources. And I'm talking about internet, I'm talking about energy, and I'm talking, so I'll give you an example. We were recently in Djibouti, where the cost of the cheapest internet service provider charges $1,000 per month for internet. Now, that is way above the income of a significant number of the population. And so if you can't have access to the internet, how will you innovate? How will you connect with your peers? And so one of the aspirations of the African Union is a networked world where we connect youth not only on the continent, but youth in the Americas and in the Caribbean, because we've arrived at a maturing moment where last month the AU turned 60. Next month the Caribbean community is turning 50. And so what are we waiting for? Are we waiting for the next 100 years? I don't think we have the time. And I feel personally, and I'm speaking, these views are my own, that the next realm of imperialism is digital. And so God forbid that we hang around and wait until we're digitally colonized. And so, and I'm so proud of you, Dedrin, and all that you're doing to raise awareness about this issue. And thank you for having this event, because we must shine a light on the gaps that exist and find urgent ways to bridge them.
Oh no, just humbled and appreciated to have talent like yourself again that are front line, making the raising the alarm and looking to support our governments around the world in building that space. And I simply couldn't agree more. I think there is a point of colonization. I mean, we know that we've seen that traditionally. The idea of redlining. I mean, I speak a lot about digital redlining. The idea of the have and have-nots is going to be based on internet speed and connectivity. And by the time we make a global 5 or 6G network, we're talking about 5 to 10 years where, machine learning and AI and just the idea of just the movement of people, right? That 10 years from now, the youth in Africa, right, are going to be exponentially more. And I think we also talked about Africa in 2040 or 2050, 25% of Africa will be under 18. So now we're going to have, if we don't address those opportunities now to really build that digital future among the African diaspora and connect these cultures and spaces, around the Black experience, then I completely agree that, while we'll have that capacity, we won't have that opportunity, because a lot of these spaces just simply based on just the speed that technology is moving, policy absolutely moves in the inverse direction, right? So, policy is reactionary where technology is actionable, right? And so I think that's just where we do have to have these spaces and conversations. And more to your point, I'm thankful that we had a chance to all be in the same room. And again, I think be able to see visually, right? I'm able to see a person like yourself. We're able to see other fellow innovators throughout the continent, knowing that we have the ability, right? And frankly, Africa has the resources, right? A majority of the rare earths that power the ingenuity of the world come from Africa, right? Africa, in some, to dig deep to those natural resources that innovate a lot of emerging tech is there. So I think it's where we just need to see the incongruity of the talents there, the resources are there. Why is not and the passion is there, right? But I think it's just where is the actionable result that makes that solution space even more so. Because I truly believe in everything that if we fix it and follow suit in Africa, the rest of the world will have been healed up to that point, right? And so I do think it is the solution space of humanity. Right. And though I don't have a direct connection to the continent, we'll speak to our works to come there. That's why I really am just so enthralled with the opportunity to build something there and something sustainable. Right. So we always kind of speak to that space. So again, just all that to say thank you, because I do realize that there's an urgency, unlike any other, to start doing something. Right. And so to that, I know that with the space of the African Film Initiative, I want to make sure to give it its right name and space. I know that when we're talking about creators and how do we make a sustainable space for them, we also need to make something visually or in that creative space that they can galvanize and understand. And few things, I think, capture the human experience like film, right, in the space of media. So could you talk to your works and the idea of the African Film Institute, Institute or Initiative? Please correct me on the right name, because I'm very excited from what I've seen so far, and what are some of the goals of that space?
Right. So I can't speak to it per se right now, as it's still in utero. However, I will speak to a body that was launched in February this year. And it's the African Audiovisual Content Commission, which is a governmental body set up by the AU seeking to, as I said, harmonize policy, harmonize regulation, get all these people in conversation. And so the initiative that is in utero will partner with this body and see to it that the constituencies that need to be bridged are bridged, because currently there are so many barriers to engagement. You know, the US Africa Summit that you and I were privileged to attend in December 2022 that was the second US Africa Summit. The previous one was in 2014, hosted by former President Barack Obama. And so why did it take 8 years? Well, it's not a mystery why it took 8 years. Well, at least 4 of those 8. But but why did it take so long for us to be in conversation? Why can't we see each other? Why can't we hear each other? And so those are the barriers that you, Dedrin, and this critical constituency that we are talking to and that have been on the show have talked about. We need to talk to each other. We need to speak in one voice. And I think truly the more we are, the louder we are, the more relentless we are. Because as you say, yes, in a few short years, youth will already do constitute the majority. What it is I think by 2030, just under 400 million Africans will be working force eligible. Now, that's not a constituency you just, push over. Why? Because if there aren't any jobs if we can't increase their stake in the economy, if we can't secure their participation as a paid workforce, then the risks to everyone else, the knock-on effect of crime, of terrorism, of migration. Sadly, a boat turned drowned in the Mediterranean, I think 2 days ago, and about 500 souls were on board. And so these are the forces that we have to interrogate. Climate change, where Africa has the least amount of emissions, and yet we face the brute force of climate change. And so these are conversations that we need to have. And in the education space specifically, we have to really inculcate a sense of, to quote MLK, somebodyness in our youth. And I love the work that you've done in this space. And I will do my part to share platforms as and when I see them for you to showcase your work, because the truth is, what we don't know will hurt us. And so the more we know, and the more we grow.
Oh, absolutely. And likewise, of course. And again, I know that we have, plenty of conversations to come, and hopefully an in-person conversation to come soon enough, right?
Yes.
But at that, I want to kind of close with the space of, your own expertise of, where do we go from here? Again, I think to your point, we're having the conversations, and I can appreciate the idea of us focusing on youth. But if we had to kind of pinpoint that next step that we can work on together, I think just as a community and as a culture, to make sure that we're able to enact policy. Is it that we need to connect with the policy makers, or do we need to ourselves look to be interdependent of policy by trying to further embrace tech? What is your perspective and your expertise of how do we try to make that next logical step? And how can we support you in your theory?
Right. So from my experience as a private citizen, issue-based politics or policy gets the most attention right before an election. And sadly, but then thereafter it becomes a back burner issue. It's no longer priority. Other priorities come into play. And so we in this space have to understand the limited resource that is the attention, the urgency, the money that exists in the fields that we want to operate in. And so we have to be creative. And thankfully, we're in the creative space. We have to be creative about inspiring not just policymakers, but the people that put them in power to see that they are in power, in and out of season, and to keep the issue alive. And how do we keep the issue alive? We keep it alive by having events such as this. We keep it alive by insisting on speaking opportunities, insisting on capitalizing days that have been set aside to celebrate our history, our heritage, And I'll give you an example. The Commonwealth Secretariat is holding the Commonwealth Youth Games in Trinidad and Tobago in August. The Commonwealth has a program known as the Year of Youth, and it's a 50-year-old program. And so when I spoke earlier to the maturing moment in which we find ourselves, so youth from all over the Commonwealth, which I think is about 56 countries, will be convened in the Caribbean. It's not too far geographically from where you are, and we have to be sincere about the exclusion of youth, because yes, it takes resources to fly. I'm here courtesy of the African Union, right? So I'm cognizant of that fact. But should we have an opportunity to engage with the stakeholders there and say, listen, you're going to have people from 56 different countries. Can we have a survey, establish where these people are, like a baseline, to understand where the people are? For instance, with the African Union, we have a program called Energize Africa, which seeks to bring African youth to the Caribbean, to the Americas, and youth from the Americas and the Caribbean to the continent in a transposition of talent. But this is not information that is democratized. And so again, unless we're having these conversations, we will not know what exists out there and what we're missing out on, or what we could potentially capitalize on to advance our cause. And so I would say let's keep trudging on. I don't have a silver bullet, but I am passionate and I'm committed to connect worlds where I see, as disparate as they may be, connect people that we may move the needle on this and make it happen.
No, thank you so very much. And again, I think thank you very much. And I know that with your example and the work that you're doing, and obviously the works to come, that, like you say, the solution is in hand. And at least that we know from the narratives and space that we just need more of a democracy of conversation by which we can build and create these solutions together. So again, very privileged to have you all as a part of our show today. I do look forward to our conversations ahead, and look forward to a trip to the continent, hopefully sooner than later, that we can begin to work on these solution spaces together.
As they say in Ghana, Akwaba, welcome. I look forward to seeing you too. Thank you so much.
As well. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it, Katja. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
There we go. So thank you all so very much as we look to continue the conversations here with Creative Juneteenth, the opportunity to speak about the innovation of policy in Africa for bringing youth into the creative economy. So with that, we'll continue onward with our creator chats here in just a few moments. So we want to thank you all so very much for being a part of our work here with Creative Juneteenth 2023. My name is Daniel Sneed, founder of SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you. Stay tuned and stay included. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everyone. Thank you so very much for your time and attention and being here to celebrate with us Creative Juneteenth 2023, our fourth annual celebration of Black creative stories and the creative freedom to tell our stories and our culture and legacies just as they are. So, again, my name is Dejan Sneed. Welcome. And on behalf of SUBSUME, we want to invite you to our space of creativity, technology, and community. And so this afternoon, we've been privileged to continue to speak with some of our industry's finest guests from spaces of innovation, creation, as well as futurism, and how we're able to bring new narratives and new stories together and celebrate the Black Fantastic. And so we're going to continue onward with that by speaking with another valued guest that we have a chance to speak with today. And so we have with us the Blurred Girl. Madam Horn, thank you so very much for being a part. Just first off, thank you again for being with us here on Creative Juneteenth. I hope you're well today.
Yeah, hi, Dedrin. How are you? Yes, thank you for having me. What's up, everybody? Karama, aka the Blurred Girl. What's good?
Thank you, Karama. I really appreciate it. So to that, I'd love to just give you a little bit more time and space to fully introduce yourself and all the talents and work that you do within our community. And we'll, of course, like to talk about your new creative endeavors and the other side of some of the fantastic work you've been doing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So yeah, what's up? I'm Karama, aka the Blurred Girl. I'm a journalist, content creator. I tell people I'm parked at the intersection of geekdom and diversity. I'm a Rotten Tomatoes affiliate, I should say, because I do a lot of interviews and stuff with them. And then I'm also a tomato meter approved critic, but through the Wrap, where I write a lot of reviews for like mainstream content. But I'm also the founder of the Blurred Girl. It's been around for several years. And I do a little bit of everything. There's also the Blurred Girl podcast. I've had live streams, and I also produce a lot of content for mainstream productions, as well as for a lot of indie creators. And I also dabble a little bit in marketing. So yeah, I've spent a lot of time in this space doing what I'm doing right now, talking to a lot of different people.
Thank you for that. And definitely want to make sure we also give you your flowers for the way that you highlight so many in our Black comic and creative space for underrepresented creators, highlight the litany of talent that surrounds us. And again, just want to thank you for being a space and a resource for us, particularly here at SUBSUME, as we all look to try to figure out the best ways that we can get our stories and our values, most appreciated in the spaces that we want to be. So thank you for that.
You're so welcome. And it's also inspired me to actually do some of my own creative work. Something I forgot to mention, I'm also the author of Marvel's Protectors of Wakanda History Training Manual of the Dora Milaje, which is out now. It's a YA book basically telling the origin story about the Dora Milaje. And then I wrote I was part of an anthology of my very first comic earlier this year, the Wakanda Forever one-shot that came out in February. I have a story in there with the incredible artist Aletha Martinez, who also contributed some art to my book as well. So yeah, now I can count myself as a creator too. I'm kind of excited.
All right, and thank you. And a perfect segue into where we wanted to bring in a unique conversation with you of being on the other side of the game, as it were, right? So again, being able to speak well about the conversations of other creators, but likewise now, having a chance to sit in that creative seat on a couple of things. I'd love to get some of your insight, uniquely so, of what did it take for you to now take this creative journey into your own hands, as far as some of the more traditional IP use and utilization, and just for your own creative journey. So first and foremost, definitely want to make sure to give a little bit more time. Was it the work with the Dora Milaje's handbook that was first for you?
Yes, that was first for me, and then the comic came second.
No, absolutely. Thank you. So now, what was your process? Now having covered comics in this geek space for so long, to now being able to put pen to paper and start writing a legacy of a seminal project like this.
It was daunting, not my original plan. And I don't want to say that by saying I didn't want to do it. It's just I was lucky enough to have Marvel come to me. I think my work in the other creative spaces, writing about Marvel comic book characters, I'd done work with Marvel, as well as my connection to some of the stuff in other media spaces, led led them to me. And then, but the work that I did for them, I had to write that book, in about 15 weeks, which I don't recommend. But I knew if I got through it, and as daunting a task as it was, that I would be able to, if I could get through working on this IP project, clearly I could write some of my own independent characters, and it was a challenge for me. And it was a challenge in so many ways because I kind of had to shut my life down so that I could crank out this book. And because it was written in a journal style, I was able to take some of what I was afraid of about writing longer form content and break it down. Marketing the book, I knew that was going to be on me. It's really funny because many times when you work on, well, not many times, all the time, when you work on books or when you work on comics, you're paid in advance, and you can split that advance up any way you want. But you're not going to make a profit on the book or any royalties until your advance is returned to you, to them. And I chose to get a smaller advance so I could get a little bit more of a profit on the back end. They were very surprised by that, but I knew even if I didn't write the book, someone would have called on me to help promote the book because it was such, a book about the Black women within the Black Panther universe. That's so specific. That's like totally my wheelhouse. So I think one of the biggest misconceptions that a lot of people have about writing IP is that, especially with Marvel, is that A, they pay a lot, and B, they will send you on a book tour and give you all kinds of things. They do not. And it's not just for prose work. It's not just for Black Panther related work. I talked to a 50-year-old white man about this who's been writing for Marvel for years. And he was like, yeah, they just don't do it. So I think the big mystique about like, oh, I'm getting Marvel checks. You're not getting big checks. You're just not. And just like any other work, if you're not used to working freelance, like I am, you have to get creative with your budget because you're not going to get a check every 2 weeks. You're going to get a check once every 90 days, maybe. So it depends on how you split it up, in your contract. So I think for having that book that was related to comics that I knew really well was helpful for me. But yeah, I am definitely never writing a book in 15 weeks again. That is never happening.
That is amazing. And as one of the slowest writers on the planet, I just have to applaud you, for it, not only just making the effort, but obviously, bringing forth a fantastic project and program. And that, to your point, the space of writing something so intentional, to not only the Black Panther universe, but I think within the Marvel space of having Black women protagonists that are so revered and have that level of status, right? That's a lot to ask in 15 weeks. So again, I simply salute you, for that. Now, did you have to call upon, obviously you've got a wealth of resources, and from a creative standpoint of having connected with some of the industry's biggest and brightest, were there any spaces that you sought advice, or did you simply just kind of go through that process of just creating it just from your own skill set?
Oh, you're not allowed to. Marvel doesn't allow you to talk to people about your projects. There's a whole, so yeah, I'm not allowed to talk to anybody. I mean, like I what I'm allowed to do is, and just to be clear, my book, the first book, Protectors of Wakanda, was a YA novel. So I'm working with and Marvel employs several different publishing houses. So you have to talk to just your editing team, who might not know the universes that well, but they're to make sure that the book gets done on time and that editorial and flow and things like that work. And then it goes through Marvel, then all of their back and forth. So I have several rounds of editors that I had to get through to help to make sure that I stayed within canon. But because my first round of revisions were with the people that knew the least about the content, it kind of felt like I was defending a thesis every time I had my editorial meetings, because I had to say, like, no, I didn't make that up. Ta-Nehisi Coates did. No, I didn't come up with that, that Jonathan Mayberry did that back in 92 or something like that. So what I pulled from was the comics. The only thing that we did set out at the beginning was what universes and what comics I could pull from, and they were very clear on where I had to end. So for instance, my book came out in fall of 2022. I had access to nothing that anybody was writing in the Black Panther universe past the fall of 2021. So I had a lot of people asking me like, well, how did you have to collaborate with some of the newer creators? I'm like, no, I didn't see any of those because you're really very siloed. I did, but Marvel as a whole, the way you kind of work, and this is on most licensed IP, you just kind of run and play until you hit the fence. And then someone will tell you, yeah, you can't do that. or you can do everything but that. And so that's kind of how I work. But it was a lot of going back in my own long boxes, buying a lot of comics that I hadn't bought in the past, but I kind of had known stories of before, because the issue with the Dora Milaje was they've been around and they pop up in other Black Panther stories and other Wakanda stories, but outside of World of Wakanda, the Roxane Gay, led story, there and a couple stories by Nnedi Okorafor, they really weren't prominent. So my goal with my book was to take the existing canon, look at the timeline, and the 616 timeline in particular, going in just two directions and figuring out where I could place the Dora within that canon. So yeah, it was tough because you're playing in somebody else's universe, but I'm glad I did it, because as tough as it was, I now know what I'm capable of, what I can do.
Oh, again, fantastic. And thank you for giving us a little bit of insight. I know we have several creators that work on both the independent and in the more corporate or industry spaces, and trying to showcase some of the understanding of, when you get this IP, what are the guardrails, what are the things you can and can't do? And again, what are some of the skill sets, and you spoke to them, being able to still continue the task and do so, in such a great and prominent way. So thank you for that. I wanted to also just continue to now the anthology of your own works that you've been able to work toward. How did the work that you just finished with the Dora Milaje's space and expertise of the handbook now translate into another project in such a short amount of time?
I think it seems short on the timeline, but I had finished writing Protectors of Wakanda in late October of 2021. It didn't come out until September of 2022. But then, because my pre-orders were doing so well and the book was becoming popular, and listen, I'm very clear on the fact that the book was popular because it was coming out the same year that the movie was coming out. I do not think that was all me. That was good timing. An editorial, someone higher up in Marvel had asked, hey, listen, maybe she could write a Dora Milaje story for the comic. But then something got lost in translation. There was a bunch of communication errors. And so I ended up not being able to do the Dora Milaje story for the book. I ended up actually doing a T'Challa story. And so it was great. But the goal was, since she knows so much about the Dora Milaje, just have her do another Dora Milaje story. But the timing just didn't work out. And they had given the Dora Milaje story to someone else. I can't remember who it is right now. But then the T'Challa story was still an option. And one of the things that I explored a lot in the Dora Milaje book that I did was the history of Wakanda, as well as the history of the 16 different people that had worn the Black Panther mantle. And so I wanted to play around with the concept that Jonathan Hickman actually came up with the concept of T'Challa being the King of the Dead back in his run of Fantastic Four, but Ta-Nehisi Coates ran with it. So I kind of wanted to go with that concept of this pantheon, and how Hickman had created the concept of, it wasn't new, but this avatar state for T'Challa. again, had no time to write that. But I'm lucky. It wasn't an entire comic. It was just an 8-page story, but I had about 10 days to write it. So Marvel doesn't give you any time.
But you did it. And again, congratulations and appreciation of that. So now,
I'm sorry, not to cut you off, but I will say for that, because it was my first time writing a comic, I did reach out to people I knew in the industry for advice on structure and tone. Because I could just write like I would write, like in a Microsoft Word or a journal document, but I didn't know the proper structure for writing a comic book story with the proper beats so that there's enough space and time for action. Because one of the things that I absolutely cannot stand when I'm reading a comic book is when you have a bubble and it's just stacked with words. Like, that makes me crazy. And Marvel doesn't like that either. So they definitely edit you down. The other thing that was surprising was seeing the final edit and then seeing the final comic and realizing that even between the final edit and when it went to print, there were more changes made. And they don't ask you whether or not you want those or not. But they wanted to connect some of the things that I was saying in my story to current comics or comics that were about to come out. And I didn't know what those were. So that was interesting because I was like, I didn't say this. What does this mean? So that was fun.
Great. And again, it sounds like the adventure continues onward from, again, being able to utilize now that skill set from prior to now building your own narrative and tone and structure, in that space. I'd love to get a little bit more insight, particularly when you're looking at Black women protagonists in comics, where again, just not only does just kind of stay with the Dora Milaje, but just in the sense of making sure from that space of appreciation that those narratives are handled and presented in the right way. Was there any thought process or anything in trying to structure these characters as more than just kind of the complementary characters that they've been in the Black Panther mythos up until very recently, and now being able to present them in say like a YA or in other spaces now? How did you handle creating Black women protagonists, in this particular medium?
So yeah, the entire purpose of the book was that they were not just side characters, and not just, potential wives of the king. That narrative actually has even changed in the comics quite a bit. It's funny. I've been asked this question a couple times, and I always find it interesting because, like, as a woman, I'm like, I just write them like people, because they are people. I think the issue with a lot of the Dora Milaje is that they're just considered like these bald warrior women who, show up half naked with spears and kind of like take people out. But I don't think what had been explored was some of the more specific things, like, okay, in Doom War, they weren't all half naked. Some of them had battle gear. Some of them had mechs and tanks and guns. Like, who are they? What are these different battalions that exist within the Dora Milaje? What are the different ranking systems? How do you age out? Like, if you don't die on the battlefield and you're 72 with bad knees, what do you do? So these were some of the stories, some of the questions I started to ask that I wanted to see answered in a book that I was interested in reading. So I guess I would say I started to write a story that I wanted to read. And I also thought it was very odd that everybody just they just used spears and nothing else, which isn't the case. There's several instances throughout the comics that they have all kinds of hand weapons. And I also thought it was very interesting that the Kamoyo beads would just be a bracelet. Why wouldn't they be a necklace or a waist bead or worn in their hair? Why couldn't some of them be used, in different ways? Some of which we've actually seen in the movies. But one of the directives from Marvel when I wrote the book was that I could not reference the movies because the cinematic universe and the comic book universe exists on two different planes, which is difficult when you're thinking of the average Black reader. Because most people, the people that blew up the theaters back in 2018 and then again last year, many of them, their first connection with Black Panther was the films. So yeah, it was interesting, but I really just wanted to write about women that I hadn't read yet in the comics.
No, absolutely. And I appreciate that answer. And I think a similar approach that I try to work with in some of our efforts is just the space of just humanizing these characters more so than thinking that it takes some extra intentionality to do that. But again, I appreciate you giving an audible space to really what I feel like is just simply the solution. It's just to treat them as people. And again, I appreciate that effort there. So now, has this given you from the space of the Blerd Girl to now continue on your own creative IP or products? I know obviously, again, you wear many hats and have a lot of these processes, already in space, being able to work within digital media. But now, has this experience now made you shift any more into just the self-creative space, or what's kind of been your take on it now, a couple of projects in?
I'm absolutely. I mean, even before this, and remember I said I hadn't planned on writing for Marvel. I actually had planned on coming out like with my own stuff, but not necessarily a comic. But I have already started planning a kid's book that I want to do. I have a young niece. I have a baby niece, and I want to send her a book to read. And I just decided, why not write that book that she could read? So again, it's sort of like a practical application. But that has not, I shouldn't say that has not started, but that does not have like a publishing date or anything like that. There is another story that I have that I wrote years ago in another medium, in another way. It was a short story that I've been toying with turning into a comic. I don't know if it would work better as a comic or prose. Still toying with that. The two things that I have decided, though, is that I have so much more respect for everybody who's independent creators because it takes a lot. But I've decided that I'm probably going to be right there in the middle, meaning I definitely want to create my own story, but I do see the value of having not necessarily a traditional publisher like Marvel, but a smaller publishing company at your back that can help with the larger things like getting into bookstores. They can't necessarily help you with like landing interviews, but they can definitely help you with getting into, like bookstores and libraries and things like that. So as far as creating my own work, yes, but what this whole I think scenario has taught me, or experience has taught me, is that it definitely takes a team. And I would absolutely save up to hire a publicist, because really the only way that you're going to get in front of like get on like national TV or anything like that is with the help of like a professional publicist. Social media is good. It can absolutely push book sales, but to get you in front of like mainstream and not just, and when I say mainstream, people who would be interested in your books that might not be comic book readers. So for instance, if you have a kid's comic and you're trying to get into a comic book shop, that's going to be more difficult than possibly getting into a bookstore that specializes in kids' books. A parent is not going to necessarily separate a kid's comic from a kid's book. And a perfect example of that is Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Not really that many. I mean, there are new comics out since the Disney show has dropped, but the main arc of her stories has not been on comic book shelves for years, but has been thriving over at Scholastic. So, and then there's also, teaching in schools. I know several creators, one of them, Jerry Craft. Jerry Craft makes his living writing books for kids and then selling them to libraries and school districts. So they will pay him by buying up his book and putting it in their libraries, putting it in their, schools. Granted, he has dealt with some banning of some of his books recently, but I can only say that that's helped him in terms of publicity. So when you're looking at the independent process of publishing, the thing that I have learned is that, yes, own your own IP, own your own characters, but then work with a team to get the stuff out there.
Just all sage advice, and thank you for the narratives again to Mr. Kraft and into those spaces of how it takes to build a long-term and sustainable space in this. And obviously, having experts such as yourself in marketing and media, as a consultant space, I would also hand raise to say, is also a valuable addition as well. So with that, lastly, of course, we all know the Blurred Girl, but they want to make more formally to ask, how can we follow you and support you on both creative sides of the map?
Well, you can absolutely pick up Protectors of Wakanda History Training Manual, the Dora Milaje. Yes, you can get it at Amazon and Barnes and Nobles, but I would encourage you to buy it from your local bookstore, your local Black bookstore. Afroware Books was actually kind enough to help me do my launch virtually last year. Please check them out. And definitely check out Wakanda Forever, the one shot that came out. It's Marvel's Voices, Wakanda Forever is the appropriate title. That came out in February. And I'm not the only writer in there. Please check out everybody that's there and follow all of them. And I am also a podcaster, so check out the Blurred Girl podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. And I also have a horror podcast out with on Travel Channel called Pop Paranormal. You can also check that out. And you can follow me everywhere as the Blurred Girl, TheBlerGGurl. But yeah, I'm also leaning into TikTok more, having some fun over there, since Twitter has turned into something else. So I'm not saying I'm not there, but I'm not there as much as I used to because I can't handle the crazy.
That's more than fair. And again, we appreciate to see you in all these spaces, and also that the spaces that you make for others. So again, we want to just thank you so very much for taking time and being a part of our 4th annual Creative Juneteenth. And again, thank you just for your example, and look forward to more to come from you and more spaces to connect and collaborate in the future.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
The privilege is ours. Thank you so very much. Again, Karma Horn, the Blurred Girl, being a valued guest and ad here in our creator chat here for Creative Juneteenth 2023, as we look to celebrate the spaces and places of Black storytellers, innovators that are being a part of the narratives of tomorrow. So we want to thank you all so very much. Up next, we have even more of the amazing Black Fantastic to showcase through creativity, technology, and community. So with that, please stay tuned and stay included for more. Thank you, and be right back. Thank you all so very much, and welcome back to Creative Juneteenth 2023. This is Daniel Sneed, and we'd like to thank you all so very much for being part of our 4th annual conversation around Black creative freedom and the spaces of storytelling in past, present, and Black futures. So with that, we'd love to bring you to our conversation here coming up around world building and how Black stories and narrators are looking at creating immersive worlds that celebrate and appreciate not only history, culture, but also the entrepreneurship of being an author. And the idea is that we want to talk about how we create these stories in a sustainable way, how we work interdependent or independent of these markets that look for stories, and how we want to have agency in those conversations. So to that, I'll bring together our esteemed panel of world builders here. So I'm going to start with Jessica Cage, Milton J. Davis, and Balagoon. Is it Ojitade? Is that
Yes.
right? Okay,
Yep.
I always hesitate. I think I can pronounce it. I want to make sure. So to bring in the warrior class, we appreciate that. So thank you all so very much for being a part of our Creative Juneteenth celebration here and representing Atlanta so very well. Thank y'all all.
Hey, peace.
Good. Thank you. So I just want to take it from the top. Of course, for all of you are accomplished authors, have fandoms and have a fantastic series of multitudes of worlds that you all have built. I'd love to just kind of go around our virtual table here. We'll start with ladies first with Jessica, to Milton, and then to you, Balagoon. When we think of the sense of world building as an author, what is your perspective of what that means? And that's open-ended intentionally as we talk about, of course, being authorship and the entrepreneurship side of how you then approach world building as a sustainable space. So Jessica, I'd love to kind of kick things off with you if we may.
Okay. First up. Well, when it comes to world building, I try to take it as a introduction not only to the world but the characters and to me as an author, my style, right? Because as an entrepreneur, we have to think about how we introduce our worlds to our readers and to our readers to our brand. So for me, it's all connected, right? I try to make it so that when I'm building a new world, I'm exploring it as the character would. And I think one of the things that I've always kind of not enjoyed in books is how much characters tend to know about their worlds right away. And in my reality, there was a lot, especially growing up, that I didn't know about the world that I lived in, right? So it just didn't make sense to me that every main character was just like this, expert on all things in their world. So I aim to let the character learn and grow through the story as well as my readers. And then I can use that to actually market my books and, bring in readers into this learning experience. Like I do blog posts where I introduce them to languages and the history and all of that stuff, right? So it's like I'm educating you guys about the world that I'm building alongside the character so that, they don't get info dumped on and just kind of gradually introduced into this world. And then I think there's a connection that happens between reader and character when they get to learn certain things together. And it's not like, oh, this person just knows all the things and, here we go, let's run. Like, no, let's learn some things together and take our time building this space.
Thank you. And Milton, if you'll follow up for us.
Yeah, I think it depends on, I guess, the type of world you're working with. I kind of go cross genres and deal with different types of world building. The details of it is the best. The main thing I'm trying to do is make the reader feel comfortable in that world. But at the same time, I'm trying to challenge them too. If I'm doing something that's historically based, like Mchanga Safari, I'm talking about a part of African history that a lot of people didn't know a lot about at the time. I didn't do a lot of explaining. I basically put my characters in that scenario, had them interacting because I wanted the readers to go beyond the story. I wanted to challenge them to do the research themselves and find out more about this history. And so when my characters are talking in Swahili, when I'm talking about different parts of the world, I don't take any time whatsoever to explain those parts of the world because to my characters, this world is familiar to them. and to have them go around and explain stuff wouldn't be true to the characters and the sources and different things like that. So I'm moving through these areas and through these parts of the world as I feel like my characters would. Now, of course, if my character visits a part of the world they're not familiar with, then the reader and the character learn about that part of the world together. And that you may end up getting more information because of that. But if it's in their own homegrown, their own backyard, I'm challenging the reader to go beyond the story and find out about it. On the other hand, when I'm dealing with something that's contemporary, there's not a lot of world building involved there, except for if my character has some unique properties and abilities that I have to explain or has to be revealed in the story. If I'm talking about something that's happening in contemporary Atlanta, those are the easiest stories to write because I'm writing about stuff that everybody's familiar with in general, except for specifically I might be putting places about Atlanta and things like that. And again, it's another one of those situations where if you're familiar to Atlanta, it'll strike a chord. But if you're not, it might bring up that question and saying, hey, well, I need to look this up and find out a little more about it. But I do it as a way where I'm interacting with the reader, where I'm challenging them to do some work on their own as well. But at the same time, I'm presenting this world to them that I feel like I put enough into it to where they're engaged in it and they want to find out more about it.
Thank you for that. And then Balagoon, if you'll close us out with that first question.
Yeah, so for me, world building, whether it is historical, contemporary, science fiction, fantasy, horror, it's a turkey drumstick for me. And what I mean by that is it's the bone of reality covered by the meat of creativity, right? So within that, you have this bone of reality there, which forces me to research. So no matter where I'm at, I research things that are intrinsic to that world, right? And even if it's a world I'm making up, then I need the things that are in there. Like in The Haunting of Truth High, it's about ghosts and ancestors at war with each other, and ground zero is this school. Well, then I have to do studies into different things about the ancestors, as well as different beliefs about ghosts that have gone on throughout time, right? And so I researched that, so there's some reality. So when you read it, it's familiar to many readers, or at least it rings true to the reader, even though it may be totally fantastical.
Thank you so much. And speaking of fantastic and the Black Fantastic, I appreciate that, Balagoon. I want to go back because I was so anxious to learn from the experts here in the room that I did not give you a chance to introduce yourself. I mean, obviously you're speaking from spaces of experience. So Jessica, Milton, and Balagoon, we can start again. If you'll give us a quick synopsis of yourself, your works, and some of the worlds that you've built. I want to make sure that we have a full opportunity to share your breadth of talent and creativity.
Okay, guess I'm up first.
Oh yes, ma'am. Yeah. So yes, please tell yes. So I skipped the introductions. I went right to the meat. I didn't go to the bone of reality, right? I was just like, I need to write this down myself so I know how to build some better worlds. So
yeah,
I just want to make sure we give a chance to introduce yourself and your work.
Okay. So my name is Jessica Cage. I am a urban fantasy, speculative fiction, new worlds author. And I specialize in writing stories that put POC characters at the forefront. And I'm assuming I was brought on this because of my world building, but also because I create shared worlds, which is where I will completely design a world and then I'll invite other authors to write in it. So it's a lot of building the meat for the bone, as you said, and then telling other authors to come in and have fun with it. So yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Davis.
Okay, I'm Milton Davis. I am a Black Fantastic author, and I'm also the owner of MV Media, a publishing company that specializes in science fiction and fantasy based on African Diaspora cultures and traditions. I've been publishing for 15 years. and I play in a wide range of worlds. I do Sword and Soul, steampunk, cyberpunk. Recently been dabbling in horror. Don't know where that came from. Balagoon. but yeah, that's basically me. I said, like I said, that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you. And Balagoon, if you'll close us out on that part.
Yeah, I wear a bunch of hats. I am the technical director and founder and master of the African Martial Arts Institute. That is relevant in my writing because everything I write is going to have two things: elements of horror, and it's going to have African martial arts, some kind of way, right? So I've been a gamer first. That's where I was always into writing, but as a role-playing gamer, I've been playing role-playing games for 40 years. So in those games, early days, the game that will not be named, but everybody knows, there were no African settings at all, right? So I began to write African settings, and then all of the players at my high school wanted to play, right? So I had a waiting list of people that wanted to get into this African world and bring their characters. And then from there, I said, well, African world, we need African characters. So I started to make actual character classes that fit that world and things of that nature. Come all the way back to now, I'm making my own role-playing games. Started co-writing one with Milton Chikanga, which is now on its 2.0. You know, it's been streamlined and everything. So basically, I write games, science fiction and fantasy. I have more nonfiction books. I write in the realm of survival, martial arts, self-defense. So I have those books, and that's I actually discovered you can make a living off of selling those kind of books. And you can make a living selling fiction, but you really got to work at it, right? So that's why I have so many hats, because I was pushing the fiction books, realized I can't make a living off of that. So I put out more nonfiction books, but still have my love for fiction. So I'm an author all the way around, nonfiction, fiction, all genres of science fiction and fantasy. But like I said, horror is my love within fiction. So I'm always going to have those elements in there.
Well, thank you so very much. Now, Milton, I want to push this to you, of course, being a publishing arm of MB Media in this component. And Jessica said this space as well as the introduction to, several different audiences. So now when you're creating your worlds and building these worlds, and again, as you all say, very accomplished and very much so in the space of publishing and self-publishing, how do you then introduce your worlds to the audiences, whether that's the audience of like the buyer or the audience of larger literary spaces? So I think there's always that space, like you all said, and I think is very well represented here, that we're looking at creating characters of color, narratives of color with culture of color. And so as you try to now produce that and put that out into the world, how's your approach to those two audiences? And is there approach? It could be, want to make that a kind of an open-ended question. How do you approach the audiences that you're trying to connect with?
Well, my primary audience when I started out was basically Black readers. That was my focus. I was going to create science fiction and fantasy in a way that I felt like Black readers would relate to. That being said, the bottom line is that a good book is a good book. And I feel like, anybody would be drawn to a good book if that's what they're looking for. I have done very little to I guess make people feel comfortable about reading my books, if you know what I'm talking about. And it hasn't really affected me introducing my books to different readers. I basically I've focused more on telling good stories and basically focused on the books themselves, you know, things that would make a book attractive to a person, like good cover art and different things like that. There are some situations where when I first started writing, where I had to spend a little bit more time explaining where my books were coming from, the subgenres that I played around in, and why it made and what was significant about that. But recently, the past few cons I've been going through and I've done, I found myself in a situation where I don't even do that anymore. I just talk about the books. And it's like I've been doing it for 15 years, and I've seen that where we are now, in a lot of situations that I'm in now, it doesn't require that explanation. I don't have to sit there and tell anybody why it's significant to have Sword and Soul and Diesel Funk and different things like that. It's a situation right now where people come to my table and I just start talking about the books themselves, you know, and just introducing the books themselves. But again, like I said, I've never been a person that focused on that. And I've done cons in all kind of situations where our presence was abundant or our presence was almost non-existent. But in every situation, I've always presented the books the same way. And because curious readers will always, you know, come and just want to know about the story itself. And I've always emphasized that in the classes that I teach. I say, you know, don't talk about the genre, talk about the story. Tell people the story. And if you do that and the people become engaged in it, then that's basically what you want. You know, so that's basically, I guess I answered the question, but that's how I do it.
You did. And Balagoon, would you give a little bit of context in your space? As you said, you know, you're introducing the Black Fantastic, but you're also introducing nonfiction as well. How do you approach the connection of those audiences with your worlds?
Well, with nonfiction, since it's dealing with martial arts and self-defense and things, that's what I'm known for. I've been blessed to be pretty widely known in that arena, right? So when people come to me for those books and they know the language that I'm using, it is hard-hitting, it's non-apologetic, that's what they expect from me there. When it comes to fiction, like Milton, and he'll tell you, I you know, people, what about the readers that's not Black? I don't care. They read it, they don't. That's really how I was and how I still am, to be honest with you. But the only explanations I was doing, and will do even now, is to Black people who are interested in the work, because we've been so absent from science fiction and fantasy for so long. Now things are changing. People coming in now, they're like, what, you were absent? We see you everywhere. When we started reading, we were longing for these things. And the character could be swarthy and we like, yeah, that's us, because we so long for it, right? So I'll explain to us, because we don't see ourselves. We were shooting the film, and there was a conversation between Harriet Tubman and Bass Reeves. They're talking, and a vampire's coming up behind Harriet, and Bass summons his rifle and he's firing over Harriet's shoulder, and she's still talking normally. And afterward, the horse wrangler that we had, he says to me, we're allowed to make these kind of movies? We're allowed. So a lot of us don't even know we're allowed to do those kind of, to do science fiction and fantasy, right? And so there, sometimes the explanation is needed. But people who've been reading this stuff all day, their life, they know a good story is a good story. You know what I mean? So, and they read our work. You know, I was described once, I was going through, I was disturbed because 90% of my readers were white. And these readers read my stuff and they said, you know, he's like a modern day, who wrote Fafhrd and the Great Mouser? God, what's his name? Whatever his name. Well, they compared me to him, and I'd like you to compare me to W.E.B. Du Bois, you know, who wrote science fiction. They were like, huh? W.E.B. Du Bois. So, you know, I had to kind of just accept the compliments, go with it. But at that point, I started making a real big push to making this stuff seem cool to authors. Right? Cool, but not, because I know an author who tries to make our stuff seem cool and he writes garbage. Like street lit mixed with science fiction. All of that's not garbage. I know somebody who does that and is done well, but this person is, so not like that, but just to make science fiction, fantasy, used to be called nerdy stuff, cool. Right. And now you see nerd, everything nerdy is cool now. Everybody's doing it. But 10 years ago, it wasn't that way.
I know the geeks have absolutely inherited the earth. Right.
Yeah.
And so the idea is that, a lot of these points and narratives now has that amazingly large audience and global. And kind of speaking of global audience and engagement, absolutely, Jessica, we'd love to learn to you, how do you engage with your audience, particularly, with your penchant for the social and marketing connection of your books prior to their launch. Now, you've been so well to build worlds that now have that groundswell, ahead of their release. So for you, how do you approach the introduction of these new worlds to these audiences?
I'm I'm a tease, I guess you could say, with my new worlds. I start with my private groups and start, introducing them to it first, because I feel like they get excited for it, and they start the whispers in the streets, the social streets, I guess. And then I introduce the characters, I introduce the themes in the books, I introduce, I use my beta readers, their feedback in posts that I put on social media. I'll be like, oh, this one beta reader was, crying for 2 days. You know what I mean? So I put that out there so that people can understand what the tone of the book is coming, because I do, even though I'm primarily fantasy, I do young fantasy and I do adult spicy fantasy, right? So I always have to kind of give them a heads up about what kind of fantasy you're going to get when you come over here. But I use social media for the connection to the reader, to have the conversation, to get in the comment section with them and start talking about the tropes. Right now, readers want to know your tropes. 10 years ago, no one was asking me about what tropes was in my books. It just wasn't a thing. But now it's okay, I get to tell you guys what tropes I'm playing with and what themes are going to be throughout the world. And it helps now that I'm so far ahead of my books being published when I write them. So I get to get familiar with the world and the characters myself enough that I can have conversations. It used to be I would write and I felt like I was racing the deadline to get it published. And I was like, this is not sustainable. So now the books that I'm writing now are, slated to be released 1.5 years, 2 years from now, which gives me plenty of time to have the conversation and to engage with readers and get them excited about the world that they're going to come into. Because I am one who I just create a bunch of new stuff. I don't pull too much from reality, because when I first started writing, the whole purpose of my writing was to give people an escape, right? So I'm not trying to pull them too much into the history of the real world, even though it's impossible to write a book without some themes from reality crossing over into it. But I'm creating entirely new planets and entirely new universes with all their own rules, right? So giving myself the leeway to do that, and then also giving my readers a time frame to get comfortable with it. Like I said, the world that we're launching next month has its own dictionary. Readers are using the curse words. They're not looking at none of the other words in the dictionary, but I have them in my comment section now using the curse words from this new world that we, you know what I mean? So it's those little things that help them get excited about it and introducing them to basically what they're going to experience when they pick up the book.
I have a question for Jessica. You write spicy adult and you write children. Do you do them under different names so the children don't end up finding?
No, the marketing and the branding is different. The name on the book is the same, because I feel like there are authors like Stephen King and they have their name on everything, right? You just have to make sure you market it, and that it's very obvious if you pick up a kid's book versus if you pick up an adult book from me. It's not like, oh, I wonder if this is the same thing. Like, you're gonna know, you know what I mean? If that's, and then even with my marketing, like I have graphics that say like, these are safe for your kids. Don't bring it over here. You know what I mean? Like, I make it very clear to my audience that there's a dividing line in there. I thought about doing a different name at one point, but I was like, you know what? It is, I am who I am. So, and I like the idea of my readers being able to grow up with my characters in some sense, so they can start with my younger audience and then work their way up. And I do have readers now after almost 13 years of doing this who have done just that. They're like, I started reading your YA vampire fantasy, and now I'm like reading your spicy werewolves, so like they've been with me and they've grown. And I just try to make sure that the marketing is very clear, and even the way, like, you can tell by the way my name is on the book if it's young. Like, if it's the chunky letters, it's for a younger audience. If it's the thin, more fluid letters, it's very distinct the way I do it. And luckily I haven't had any issues with the audience so far. So.
Cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you for the question and for the answer there. So let us continue it in from there. Now, of course, we talked about obviously your expertise and then creating the worlds as far as connecting the audience. Now, have you had it where, the worlds shift and change based off of either your own creative endeavors or the endeavors of perhaps an audience, right? What is the steps now that you've created a world? They're just like our own current world. It's always evolving. It's always changing. Is that something that you already predetermined, or based on the world, is it something that's organic that you and your audiences experience together? And so, Balagoon, we'll start with you on that one.
All right. Well, I'll say, like, when we Milton and I created Kikanga, right? We had it this way. I took the Western worlds. There's 16 nations. I took the Western ones. He took the Eastern ones, right? From that, as we're writing books set in Kikanga and things of that nature, it's growing. Things are happening. I wrote a book, Beneath the Shining Jewel, basically about this near apocalypse from, they're not zombies. They eat flesh, but it's because they have anxiety, high level anxiety, and eating flesh, it relieves their anxiety. So they'll eat the flesh of others and themselves. They just got to eat flesh, right? They call it Guguna, Kiniwa, or Namals. Well, from that, now Milton is working on something where there's from different characters that have been created in there dealing with this apocalypse, of the Namals. It's always growing. Milton came up with a character and we worked it together called Kola Kujo, who's this wrestler who always wins fights. But is he winning because of his skill, or is he winning because he's blessed by the guys to have good luck, right? So, and so in that, now you're bringing in a God that blesses wrestlers with good luck. So the world is changing based on the stories you tell. And that is pretty much in any world I've worked on. I'm pretty sure the world my co-panelists have worked on, that it changes as you tell stories within that world. If you tell one story in that world, it may not change. But if you're doing several anthologies, different story, comic books, you're dealing with a lot of different things on that platform, then it will definitely change organically.
Thank you. And Milton, would you follow up with that?
Yeah, I have to agree with Balagoon on what he says. Most of my stories that I've written are like self-contained worlds within that particular novel. So there may be some growth between the beginning of the story, where I introduce the character, and the character goes through different situations. Where by the end of the book, the character is different, which should be something that happens in everyone's books. Actually, that character should not be the same person that he or she was when that story began. As far as overall arching things. The Changa Safari series was 4 books, And the knowledge that I had on the Swahili culture and on the worlds that Changa was traveling to actually changed as I was writing the books. I'll be honest, if I was to write Changa Safari today, it would probably be significantly different in the details because some of the knowledge that I've learned over the years about that culture in particular and stuff. So it would change some things. And what I tried to do was, as I start to write the other books, I tried to incorporate some of this new knowledge in a way where it wouldn't really change the narrative or the path of the story, but it would give more details to it. In the situation of Kakanga, like Balagoon was saying, in that particular world, we're working toward a world-changing event, and something that's going to be very significant. And all the different characters that we're introducing over the years are all going to be involved in this event in some kind of a way. And so there will be a big change in the whole scenario. People who have been playing the game, who have been reading the books, will see that change. But that's something that was planned in the story, and so it's something that there probably will be some unexpected things that happen during that time, during that whole cataclysm. But it is something that is a part of the growth of the story. So when it comes to stories, depending on how I'm writing it, there is change. Some of that change is just focused on that particular character. When it comes to longer narratives like Kakanga and Changa Safari and places like that, there will be change over a period of time because of what the characters are going through, maybe because of the knowledge that I've learned over a period of time, different things like that that will affect it, and give some new perspective to the story in that kind of ways. It changes because even as a writer, I started writing 15 years ago. I look back at some of the stuff that I've written in the past, and I ask myself sometimes, why did I write that story? I'm a different person now than I was 15 years ago. And if I was to write that story again, I probably would approach it differently because of who I am as a person now and stuff. So I think change is always there. It's always there in different aspects. It's always there in different levels. So it's something that's just going to be part of the process.
Thank you. And Jessica, if you'll conclude us on that one.
I think I would just agree with what my other panelist here has said. I've seen the growth and change in the words that I've written myself, as well as the words that I've shared with other people. More so when you're sharing the space with other authors, because you have to be a little bit more flexible. When I invite people into the shared words that I do, I'm like, it's not set in stone. Like, it has to make sense for all of our characters, right? So we literally have, most of these projects takes 2 years because of the fact that the world building has to be cohesive across however many books are included in the set. And we have to have conversations about the political, social aspects of our world and how those things will cross over into different territories. And, there are some territories in the Eldridge Trials, which is the shared world that comes out next month, that are completely cut off from any technology. Like, they are their own little bubble, right? But then my territory, which is like, everything's covered in gold and they're very superficial. Like, I still have to be aware of the fact that there are parts of this world that are disconnected from what I'm writing. And I have to make sure I care for that, right? So sharing the world with other authors, I tend to see it grow and change a lot faster. And then also when I was doing my Tales of Novia series, it's 18 stories set in the same world, all written by me, but I made it a community project where I actually allowed my readers to name places in the world, come up with characters. A lot of the characters were inspired by real people, and I had to interview those people to like blend their true character with the character that I made up. And those notes had minute changes on the world, right? So all of those things have to be accounted for in your world building. And I think that the only thing that I would say is, like, as an author, we have to be flexible and allow our worlds to grow and shift and change as they need to. Because I know, like, a lot of times I'll start a project and I'm like, this is exactly how I want it to be. But as you write that story and as everything grows and the themes and the characters take life, the world that you initially envision may not be the one that you're left with at the end of the story. And to tap into like what Milton was saying, like a lot of my books that I wrote before I took down because I wanted to like revamp them and, you know, relaunch a couple of them. And I'm reading through them and I'm like, why did I do this? Like, why? Who wrote this book? Like, I would never have written it this way, right? And that's just because I've changed as an author, and I've learned so much about world building in general since I first started writing. And I think that's the magic of it, right? Because we're learning how to do it better as we write. And even with sharing the space with another author, you're learning from them. There are aspects of world building that I had never thought of before until I sat down with another author and was like working on one together, right? So yeah, there's this natural growth and development that happens, and it mimics the world we live in. Like you said, our world changes every day, so there's no reason a fictional one shouldn't.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much. And I want to kind of close with one, an appreciation of all the things that were kind of shared here. And now thinking of being the stewards of Black stories in these spaces. Now, when we talk about world building, a lot of times we are talking about genres that exist, but perhaps the nuances of our own individual expertise, our shared and lived experiences, or just ideation of these that a lot of times seem to be, I will say, counterintuitive to some of the more traditional spaces. Let me ask, as far as the way that you see your artistry and your work in the worlds that you build, do you see yourself building more independent or interdependent of some of the larger industry spaces by which a lot of our worlds get defined? So again, if you're looking at creating yourself as an independent publisher versus looking at establishing a more succinct relationship with traditional publishing models, where do you see the conversation going for you as far as the way that for the worlds that you build? Are you looking at or considering either of those as either the place that you're putting your stake down in, or what's their thought process in the way that world building is going to be taken into this new media age? And I will leave that open for hand raising. All right, Milton. Milton, please.
Well, you know, I started as an indie author, and I'm still an indie author, and I did it because I felt like the only way I was going to be able to tell the stories the way that I wanted to tell them was to be an indie author. And plus, at the time when I was looking at the market, the industry, and doing my research, I felt like there weren't any traditional publishers that were really interested in what I was doing and how I was doing it. That has changed over the years, and I think there was a point in my journey that I started leaning a little bit, you know, paying a little attention to the traditional publishing and what was going on there. But I feel like at this point, you know, I celebrated my 15th anniversary in this industry last month, and just going back and reassessing everything, I've kind of gone full circle. I've gone back to just being independent because, and this, my personal opinion is that it's a double-edged sword when you become involved in industries and organizations that were created without considering who you are and what you do. And so while I appreciate everybody that's involved in these organizations and they're fighting the good fight and getting them to change, the thing about it is that you're fighting against an entity that and people who basically feel that what they're doing and what they were doing was correct, and that they will bend, but they will never give you that full, I say that full space to tell the stories the way that you want to tell them. And so I feel like in order to do that, I have to be independent. You know, once you become part of an organization, you get access to their advantages, but you also become subject to their rules. And a lot of their rules some of their rules don't jive with what I'm trying to do and what some other of us are trying to do as creators. So for me, I'm really striking an independent path, not just in writing, but in doing comic books and doing animation and everything like that, because I feel like that's the best way for me to be able to express myself the way I want to tell stories, and to connect with ultimately the audience that I want to connect with, which are black people. So that's basically that's my path.
Thank you so much. So between Jessica and Balagoon, what are your thoughts?
I guess I can say a little bit.
Thank you.
I tiptoe the line, right? It depends on what project I'm working on, how I approach the world building, and what audience that I want to reach. My passion projects they're going to be exactly what I want them to be. I'm not going to really take too much consideration about what mainstream wants. And funny enough, those are the ones that are the most successful. But I do have projects that I do because I want to reach my audience. This is a business, and at the end of the day, I need to make money. So I want my readers to find the things that they expect. And I don't think that it necessarily hurts what I'm doing, just because I am, it's kind of what they call right to market, right? You find out what your audience wants, and then you provide it. And then they come to you because of the books that you wrote to market, and then they stay because of the ones you wrote for passion. And that's kind of the model that I have put in place. I try not to take the industry standards as any type of personal hit on my independent brand. I learn from what my readers are tying into from those things. I apply them, and then I keep it moving. I think ultimately indie is just going to always be, my way, unless someone come with a big check, you want to, I'm not saying no, but I've never submitted anything to a publisher or anything like that, because I love the idea of doing it myself. And I love the idea of being able to tell the stories the way I want it. I wanted to represent, the little Black girl that I used to be, that wanted to see myself. And like Milton said, when it came time for me to start publishing, I just didn't see the call for that, right? And that's changing, which is great. But it also, it doesn't completely change, right? Because the stories that we're seeing published that do have POC characters at the forefront still very much tie into the themes and the world building constraints that I really don't want to take part in as of yet. You know what I mean? Like, so if I see that change, then I'll be a lot more excited about, pursuing something along the lines of traditional publishing. But right now I'm indie, and I pay attention to what my readers who are going to be reading indie and traditional published books are loving most, right? And then I capture new readers by tapping into what they are loving from those traditional books and pulling them into my indie world. And then once they're here, they're staying, right? So yeah, there's a line. I feel like taking the personal energy out of it, I look at it as a business, and I say, these books I'm writing to support my business and to capture new readers. These books I'm writing because that's my passion, and this is going to tell the readers what I'm really all about when it comes to writing. And then I find a happy medium, and I think that so far that's been working for me.
Fantastic. Balagoon, if you'll close us out with that.
Yeah, everybody has a story to tell, and everybody's not interested in that story. So you have gatekeepers. You write a story, you want to have it published. This great novel, and you want it published, and then the gatekeeper at that publishing company says, "Nah, we're not looking for that at this time." Right? So what do? You just, I'll wait until the time opens that they want my book, or do you publish it yourself? And so for me, I'm indie because, one, my nonfiction books are certainly not going to get picked up by any of the publishers, because they blackity black, not just dealing with sort of my politics, right? Are such, and I'm not talking about bipartisan politics, my politics, how I live, how I think, how I move. Those do not jibe well with the powers that be at publishing companies. The fiction, some of it does, but I had a well-known person hit me up and say, "Hey, we want to publish the Chronicles of Harriet Tubman, which is already out, but they said we want to, you know, we'll put money behind it where you get a better cover and, you know, better editing and this and that. And we just want you to double the length of the book. I said, the story's told how the story's told. To double the length of the book, now I'm using purple prose just to fill up pages. Can't. I came from a screenwriting background. When I first wrote Once Upon a Time in Africa for Milton, I said, yeah, I got it. Milton said, yeah, this is 10,000 words, dude. You need, you know, 60,000. I'm like, ah! So I had to go back. And actually, that's when I began to learn long form writing, because when you write screenplays, it's not. You're not writing prose at all. You're writing what the audience sees, right? And then you write some pithy dialogue. So, I had to actually learn to write long form. So for me to write the length, I won't even say the number of words they wanted. Me, at that time, Chronicles of Harriet was the second fiction book I wrote. And I was pulling out hair just to get the whatever 65,000 words it is, and they wanted double that. It's not going to happen. I'm just going to be realistic about that, because if I don't love what I'm doing too, it's not going to come across well. So if you got stories to tell, y'all, tell your stories. But I would say, if you want to get your stories out for other people to share them with other people, India is probably your way, because if you're waiting for the mainstream to publish your stuff, you may be waiting for a minute, my brother or sister, if ever.
Astutely said, and thank you so much. So as far as the works and the worlds that you built, and we want to thank you all so much for introducing your expertise and space to our audience here with SUBSUME and the Creative Juneteenth Endeavor. So we'll go from Balagoon to Milton and close strongly with Jessica. As far as where can we find you and your works, and how can we support you and your endeavors?
You can find my work on Amazon under Balagoon OJ Tade. You can also find me and my work on Warrior Class every week. You know, I have 2 shows, a Warrior Class where we teach survival, self-defense there, and then my students just keep talking about my books. I don't, but they talk about my books on there. And then and that's not planned by me, y'all, that's them. And then I have Africans Playing RPGs, where Africans play RPGs. Africans meaning us, Black folk, right? Play RPGs. And that came about because of a brother who has a popular YouTube channel did a episode where why Black people don't play role-playing games. And he said, if you find a table with more than one Black person at it playing a role-playing game, then I'll show you a unicorn. And I told him, in high school, my entire table was Black except one person. Shout out to Thorpe Shanley. That's the one white person that was at our table. Everybody else was Black. Somebody else from Chicago chimed in and said, yeah, same with us. So in Chicago, it was a different animal, where a lot of Black people were playing role-playing games. One of the big gang leaders had me teach all his people how to play. So we teach them cooperation, strategy, and stuff like that, right? I didn't make it one week. I'm going to see a young lady. I hear them in the back screaming and stuff. They back there playing. So they were running their own games after a while, you know, without me. So that was what I grew up with. And I grew up in the hood on the west side of Chicago, poor hood. And these brothers and sisters were playing role-playing games, right? So I told him that, and he said, well, looks like I found my unicorn. And that inspired me to start the show, Africans playing RPG. I was surprised when I found the RPG genre. I've never experienced a unicorn in person. Yes, and so me and Tanya have been on a panel talking about role-playing games before at SUBSUME, which me and Milton started, which morphed into Blacktastic. Okay, so that's me.
Plenty, and hoping that, in those hallowed halls that we'll all meet again here soon enough. So thank you again, Balagoon. So Milton, where can we find you and your work?
You can find me at my website. It's www.mvmediaatl.com. You can also find all my books anywhere books are sold: Amazon, Barnes and Nobles, all the usual hangouts. And I also have a website, my vanity author website, and it's just miltonjdavis.com.
Thank you so much. And finally, Jessica, where can we find you in your worlds?
You can find me everywhere. My work is available on Amazon and all retailers. So Barnes and Nobles, a lot of local retailers. You can find me on my website, jessicacage.com, where you can also purchase books directly from me if you want signed copies. And if you're on social media, I am JCage Author on all platforms. That's TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. I am everywhere.
Oh, and everywhere we all want to be. So we want to thank each and every one of you for being a fantastic example of the Black Fantastic and building the worlds and spaces that, as creators, that we want to see our stories and narratives told with authenticity, agency, and sincerity. So to each of you, thank you so very much. And just before we part, of course, for those in the greater Atlanta area, you have a chance to pick up some of these books in person from Mr. Davis and Ms. Cage from our Black science fiction, speculative, fantasy, and science fiction book fair. That'll be at the Rice Center, which is the Russell Innovation Center for Entrepreneurs, from 10 to 6, as we'll celebrate Father's Day and the Sunday of Creative Juneteenth by hosting a book fair to not only bring some of these stories directly to you, but also capture some of the moments of families and creators in that space as well. So feel free to go to our website at SUBSUMEstudios.com. Feel free to come out and vibe with us. And as we continue to build this legacy of spaces that showcase the best of our stories and storytellers. So with that, I want to thank each of you, and thanks for your time. All right. So with that, we'll conclude this component of world building in the spaces of Black stories as a component of Creative Juneteenth 2023. And so up next, we'll look to conclude our works and endeavors with our keynote conversation with Madam Erika Alexander, and talking about the space of social innovation and storytelling, as well as the continuation of SUBSUME Summit Creative Juneteenth 2023. So for each of you, thank you so very much for your time and attention, and we'll be right back with more of the Black Fantastic. Just one moment. Thank you all so very much for being a part of year 4 of Creative Juneteenth 2023. This is Adedra Sneed here, founder of SUBSUME Media in Atlanta, Georgia. We're looking to be the intersection of creativity, technology, and community. We appreciate you being a part of our celebration of Black stories and Black storytellers for innovative and prosperous tomorrow. And to that, we've had a great day of creative conversations from art, film, media, technology, and civics as the ways that we look at the diaspora of Black talent across continents and across conversations of how can we both honor and appreciate our creative freedoms that are afforded to us and then be a part of the narratives of tomorrow. And in so many of these conversations, we've heard similar conversations about how culture, how innovation, and how agency is just simply a part of the Black experience, and how we want to be a part of a uplifting of voices that not only resonates with power and authority today, but also appreciates the legacies of those that came before us, but making new and groundbreaking components of culture to be a part of a shared tomorrow. And being inspired by people from their works and their spaces is something that we at SUBSUME want to make sure that we foster. And looking at the Black creative diaspora talent, looking at the heroes and heroines that are actively living those embodiments of truth and optimism. And I feel like that's as good a ramble that I could make for our next guest as we look to conclude the Saturday component of our digital stream here for Creative Juneteenth, and want to be thankful to our partners, our LIGA partners that are sponsoring us for this space and making this platform and opportunity possible. So again, thank you to LIGA partners for your sponsorship and support of our Creative Juneteenth 23 endeavors. And for everyone at home, again, likewise, thank you for vibing with us as we look into the spaces of the Black Fantastic. And without further ado, I do want to bring to the stage Erika Alexander. And ma'am, hope you are doing well today. Thank you so very much for making this time, and welcome to Creative Juneteenth.
Thank you. I'm doing great. As you can see, I have this hairstyle. I'm trying to make sure it's not lopsided. It's very Star Wars innovation meets, black braids cool. And a shout out to my girl, Deborah Hairbay at On My Heavenly Hair Salon that hooks me up. She did the max braids. So this is the max braids, believe it or not, a little longer, but in blue.
No, thank you so much. You stay innovating and stay being inspirational on all fronts. So to that young lady, we thank you so very much. So for those, I always like to turn it over. There's so many accomplishments and considerations we could talk to you about in a myriad of talents. But I'd love to just give you the stage for a moment, just to formally introduce yourself and to the spaces that your artistry and your innovation influence.
Sure. My name is Erika Alexander, and I'm co-founder of Color Farm Media, also an actress, director, producer, and writer. And I'm an advocate and I'm an activist. And if they want to know more, they should just go check out colorfarmmedia.com and join us there. They can sign up, but they can also see on erikaalexander.com everything else.
Oh, absolutely. No, thank you so very much. And definitely in the space of Color Farm Media, we'll talk to you in just a moment. Of course, for a majority of us, we know you in the seminal role of Maxine Shaw, attorney at law from Living Single. But from there, obviously, you've created a lot of other spaces and avenues in which to grow your creative work, as well as build a creative brand with Color Farm. And I think that's the space where we had a chance to connect some years ago. And again, have shared some very great and poignant conversations that I felt like really, if we could bring any component of that to our Creative Juneteenth endeavor, would simply enrich us all. And so to that, we just love to, first and foremost, just get a bit more of your creative journey of being in Color Farm, and why was Color Farm necessary, and for you to create this as an entrepreneur?
Well, I've been an actress next year, 40 years. And so I think it's just a normal person like me inside of the entertainment industry so long, started to evolve, wanted to solve some questions and some concerns and obstacles, and also create more legacy for myself. And have more agency. So I created colorfarmmedia.com with Ben Arnon, who's a co-founder, to bring more diversity to media. We wanted to change the face of media And we wanted to look at it beyond not only just color and gender and disabilities and ageism, but also geographically. Different types of creators in different places see things in different ways, but we're all trying to get to the same destination. And so I think it was a natural outgrowth of, again, it comes from frustration, but also inspiration and trying to be more than what people see you as just perhaps sometimes a character. That is not usually my character, although I'm using all my life experience and talent to portray a character, and that can be significant. But I also think that I'm still a tool in somebody's toolbox. So very long time ago, when I was actually 18, I started to look into creators and writing, and it took a while to gain the discipline, and it took a little bit more time for people to realize that I had talent in different spaces, but I always knew that I wanted to do more. So that's what happened.
And more you have done. And again, you've been an inspiration in several of these components, not only through color form, but also through your space of activism. And of course, speaking to that, just to continue down your litany of great work, can you speak to the privileges that you've been able to speak towards? I think in two fronts, right? The activism, of course, of the late and honorable, Representative John Lewis, and in the good trouble component there, but also in the conversation around reparations for the Black experience here in the Americas. Where's that space of activism and artistry? Well, the space of activism first, and then of course we'll speak to the way that artistry is innovating in that space. So for you, where does that activism component come from and start with you?
Well, I grew up in Arizona, up in the mountains. Both my parents were Bible students. One of my parents was a pastor, Church of God in Christ, and the other one went around with him, and she was an educator. And they had 6 kids. They were both orphans, and I think I saw very quickly how limited we were, not just because we might have not had the opportunities or funds and money that people had, but also because we were Black. And I learned that government and institutional racism, systemic racism, was probably one of the biggest and best reasons why they were held back, and not just they, but if you go into any industry and to corporations, you'll find it there. So just wanted to really effectively reorient myself inside of what it was to be an American citizen and do my part, because I think everybody at some point gets asked to do more. It's just, what do you want to do and how do you want to, approach it? So that's part of it. And then obviously for the reparations thing, in my work as, I can't say an activist so much, but as a filmmaker, telling a story and storytelling is one of the most powerful ways, or I think actually the most powerful way to change people's minds, literally. And so if you use storytelling tactics and you can upset people's expectations. And I've said here lately that the battlefield for the world and for America certainly is really 22 inches circumference of your head from ear to ear. And we need to start treating it as such. I was hanging around with RZA, Wu-Tang, and he'd always say, the imagination is the biggest nation in the world. And it's true. And I think that's one of the reasons why people of color, and certainly Black people, were pushed out and not allowed into storytelling space, because it is the most powerful space for change. We can do all these things and vote and do all these actions and movements, but if you tell a good story, people will create action for themselves. They'll create a reason why they need to be involved or why things have changed their minds. A lot of people who say that reparations will never happen, they say, well, they said that about slavery would never end. They said that about a lot of things, that women would never vote. But the reasons why is that people started to see the rightness of it. And more importantly, they started to see the urgency of it. And Reverend Barber, who's one of my mentors, says that there's a moral revival that needs to happen in America. And in order for America to be what it's supposed to be. And he calls it the third Reconstruction, and he's committed to it with the Poor People's Campaign and certainly with his repair of the breach. But I believe that we are all architects of the third Reconstruction. If the first one ended after Lincoln's assassination, and the first Reconstruction, the second one after Martin Luther King's assassination, when they approached it in the Civil Rights era, then this is the third Reconstruction. And that means that we all have an opportunity to commit ourselves to something bigger than we are alone, but certainly not bigger than us together.
Very poignant and well said. And to your point, I think that within the space of the third Reconstruction, I think that likewise, the premise of construction, meaning that there are tools available and accessible for us to invoke and build what is to come thereafter. And I think as you spoke to it, the idea of how we can use media, particularly to change policy, to change minds and change narratives, is where I see the social innovation of your work, as well as the space that you're building with Colorform as being very innovative. And I know that we've had talks about how you're looking to better incorporate technology into your spaces of storytelling. Where do you see that conversation for yourself now, again, as an activist, but also as an artist and producer, looking to look ahead to how technology might be impacting both of those spaces?
Oh, technology changes the game all the time. Obviously, we did Living Single, Cosby Show, and all those things a while back. And because of syndication, people are still watching it. And now because of streaming, people are watching it even more, and they're binging it, and different generations are finding it. But that's technology. And it's not necessarily, it's also one of the reasons why Writers Guild and Actors Guild and are having their confrontations as well. This is probably the summer of labor, not just for us, but for hospitality. And a lot of people are dealing with that right now. We're not the only ones. But technology keeps pushing and making things possible for a lot of people, but it doesn't necessarily, it also brings up new problems. So Colorform, we call ourselves the Motown of film, television, and tech. Tech was always built into our DNA, and what we wanted to do was not only create and innovate inside of something that we were known for, but also something that we felt need to be built, and also think about how it would be built for the future. If there's an algorithm and we don't like the things that are happening now, you can best believe those things are in that algorithm that might have been obstacles to us in the past. So when I gave the commencement speech at Bennett College, hello Bennett, hello Suzanne Walsh, good people over there, I talked to them about AI. And I really wanted to talk to them about something different, obviously to give them inspiration to go forward. But I knew that those women who had a particularly hard way to go, if they had finished that part of their schooling, I knew they had the resilience and they had the reasons why. But I also wanted to prepare them for what was coming, and that they should be looking to solve these problems, but also participate, that there was opportunity in there. And so people should go take a look at that commencement speech, because I think I had a lot to say. I'm really proud of not only being, I feel, adopted by Bennett College, but now being part of their family, because they gave me a doctorate while I was there, honorary doctorate in humane letters. I feel it necessary to spread the word about what this small, intimate institution is doing in terms of innovation. And I know that you're doing it too. So I appreciate that, because I think that we shouldn't be afraid of the future, because it's going to come anyway, whether we want it or not. But we shouldn't be behind the future, because Black people are the original futurists. Certainly African Americans had to invent their whole self. Their whole past, present, and future is built on an imaginary version of where they could be and they're now. And that's why we get so many great jazz, rock and roll, the blues, hip hop, all these great things in culture come out of our futuristic selves in our now.
Oh, absolutely. And thank you so much. And I do want to take one moment, of course, to appreciate President Walsh and the Bennett Bells, who, of course, we had during our Black Futures Month. And I've had the privilege of working with Bennett College on some of their innovative strategies. And for those who don't know, just so we can highlight again, bring this full circle, is that Bennett College, the women's college in Greensboro, North Carolina, really literally are the architects of many of the points of the civil rights movement. That's where the Bells wrote the curriculum by which most of the civil rights activism that was happening in the South was created and developed. And so to that point, looking at the contrast of them now being prepared to yet again be innovative and help create the narratives of tomorrow, whether that's with AI, and again, whether that's through using things such as Afrofuturism to ideate those next steps, not only for the college, but for the rest of the world, and how the Bells go out and influence those spaces. I feel like it's quite appropriate to the ways that we see being a part of that reconstruction component, but also, as you said, like looking at those narratives being built in real time. And so again, thanks and prop to them, as well as to congratulations, on that doctorate in that space as well.
Thank you.
I've got a great affinity for the Bells and for the work that I think they'll represent, but at the same time, just again, speak just very timely to where we are in these spaces of new narratives. And again, looking at how social innovations such as the civil rights movement, but also such as Motown, or if we look at the Reconstruction or the Harlem Renaissance, a lot of those are Black stories and Black narratives in a space of resistance, being spaces eventually of progress, for all of humanity, not just for the Black experience. And so looking at now where you're in a space of production and you're now able to build and navigate within systems that, again, you're very familiar with based on your great expertise, but also as an innovator now looking at building those next steps. What are some things that you're seeing as far as how you'd like to change the system, or how you'd like to navigate or integrate within those spaces for the work that you do with Colorform?
And when you say what are the things that I've seen, what do you mean exactly?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. So the idea of how you bring your authentic stories, whether for yourself or within others, to be able to be most represented in the Black experience. So when you're trying to tell narratives that are looking to change minds, that are looking to navigate or connect with those imaginations that we need to change and shift, what are some points that you're seeing now as a producer looking to change those minds? Are there any parts of that system of Hollywood, or again, what you're trying to innovate now with Colorform, that you're taking in consideration?
Sure, I had to learn new skills in order to survive and thrive in a business that's been very toxic and is traded on toxic narratives, and were designed to not only create me and anyone that was different, other minority communities as the others, often as monsters, as people who were not going to be the subject with, and that's unfortunate. Things have changed some, there's no doubt about it, but not really as much as people think. And we keep building the same community and industry. As much as I love Black Panther, and I do love Black Panther, I'd love to be in one. Marvel is Disney, and Disney is Marvel, and then you look at other things and think that we don't necessarily own ourselves. For so many years, we gave interviews. Something very simple as giving an interview on the red carpet, or giving an interview in a space where a journalist is asking you questions. They've been asking questions for James Baldwin and Malcolm X all these years, but we don't own any of that footage. And so when it's time to go make documentaries, we can't afford the fees to make them. And it pushes us out of even creating our narrative. Or who were they talking to? Would they have talked to Black journalists differently? And even if they did, the Black journalists didn't own that. So there are some spaces where there's Ebony or Jet that might be different, but then those big, cultural presence in our communities were often bought by people who are not us. I think they repurchased some things back. And we're going back and forth like that to sort of say, what do we own? Have most of the music that we make people don't own, you know. And so I think that we made progress. I'm grateful for people out there trying to destroy stereotypes, but that's what I'm about. And I think I learned a thing or two about influencing narratives over 40 years. And so I say again that story is the big tool. It's a very mighty tool that is used toward making reparation for African Americans and creating a new future. And we need to look at storytelling as the weapon it is. It's a powerful weapon because everything, and I say this all the time, is about narratives. And if we're not controlling the narrative, you're not controlling anything because narrative controls the world. And we also have to learn from great activists, Black, white, and or otherwise Native, that are probably really fantastic storytellers, but they often don't necessarily have a platform. So we have to teach storytelling to people who do have the platform and teach them to gain access to the intellectual side of themselves, to study what they're interested in, and then putting it within a story that they can back. Because we often have very good people out there who are sincere, but it's very difficult for anyone to talk about this if they aren't doing it all the time. So we need to train people on how to tell stories, because if we do, we'll have an army of people, acolytes, disciples that can go out in barbershops and all these places where we talk about things and plant the seeds for how it's going to, how we should view the world and what we've seen before. I'm really, I really think that that's where everything starts and stops. The alpha and the omega is, the stories that they tell us when we're born, stories we tell ourselves as we matriculate through life, and then our actions show the story of ourselves. And so many people's actions are so awful right now. And it's bad stories and also stories they want to believe. And we have to interrupt and disrupt that narrative. And the only thing you can do it with is a better story of us all, but also they can see themselves in that story as doing better. But we have to teach them how.
That was very well said and eloquently so. Thank you. The idea of being able to teach storytellers, right? I think that's also some conversations that we had of how do we now take the tools that are available to many of us, right? And so we can talk whether that's technology or whether that's accessibility through social media, that we're able to bring stories to larger audiences a little easier than before. But in counter to that, it still seems hard to get Black stories and Black storytellers, quote unquote, in the room or in the space. Now, is that, again, with your experience, is that something that we're seeing changing quickly? Is it changing at all? Because again, the idea is that we have new systems by which we can tell stories, but it still seems harder to find stories by Black storytellers that are told with their own agency. Or is that something that from your purview, you might see differently?
Yes, we do have a lot of storytellers that are in there. I always tell people, go to any Comic-Con and you'll find great storytellers and storytelling. Definitely, they're out there. We've always been out there. But now the problem is, how do you cut through the chatter? There's so many people talking, and how to break through. And they always say the cream rises to the top, and that's not necessarily the truth. If you look at just one example of that is, if you look at the NFL, for years they told us that as Black people, we could not be the quarterback, that they thought we didn't have the intellectual, power to be the quarterback. It was crap. It was bull. But many people believed it. And we even had Deion Sanders have a whole story about how he places his certain players who may not have parents in the front and others. And that's a story he's told himself. And, when we hear what people are thinking, we get mad at them. But then I understand where these stories come from. They're planted long ago in us from our insecurities. And our insecurities were fostered by white supremacy. And patriarchy is another one for women that we talk about. I do know that the stories are out there and people telling, and people also should know they should archive their stories, make documentaries, have discussions with their aunties, their uncles, and get those stories down and put them in a place where they can be safe. Because we need to treat them with respect. And a lot of people who have lived those lives are now have now died and have not gotten their say. So we need to take that as seriously as they take getting the survivors of the Holocaust story down. But we have to just keep pressing and pushing on, because we need to support each other, but also we need to ask ourselves, in this really cluttered and very contentious space, and it's chaotic, how can we break through? And why do other people break through? It's not just always because they're popular or something, but is there a way to break through? And how can somebody consistently deliver something unique and different that's not shot down or pushed down by these really big juggernauts that come? And that's an ongoing discussion for us. But I do think you have to do what you can where you are. And where you are is where it's at, because those people that we do have influence over could be the next new. And they'll be glad that they heard our stories or discovered us wherever we are. So don't worry about being popular. Worry about having impact.
Thank you. And see that space of impact and influence, like you say, there's a litany of great stories, and Comic-Cons are one. I want to make sure to give yourself and creator Tony Purriere, your flowers and due for Concrete Park, which has absolutely been, one of those examples of great stories and great art being able to be accessible and available, for some time now. So thank you for that. Thank you. And now looking at the space now of, the stories that are in the now that we need to kind of talk about. And again, you've talked about some of it through your activism. For you and Colorform, are there any new narratives or new stories that really are more pressing or intentional that you want to work on as a creator?
Sure, we got loads of them. If I start to go in, it is amazing. Like a lot of people, we've had to do everything independent so far and raise for each project. And it's made us really scrappy, because we can often move, as you say, with more intention, but, take on things other people wouldn't. But it also is difficult to take on all the things that we'd like in a good time. So who knows if we'll get to them? We're certainly going to try. There's Building Color Farm Media as a company is building a farm system of creators, and being supported by those creators to not only make our dreams come true, but to make theirs come true, and how to figure out what that looks like, and in partnership. Also to develop. No one develops as much as they should, and it's why a lot of things are so crappy. To get a respectful development pipeline of creators that can be supported and see their things from ideation to the end, and also through the impact campaign, which we're really good at impact campaigns, and we're very proud of that. Also, if you look at what we're doing now, we did Finding Tamika with Audible and SBH Productions. SBH is Charlamagne the God and Kevin Hart, and JT Green and Molten Hart. I co-created and wrote that with JT, and we put that out, and it was Audible's first DuPont Columbia Award winner, and SBH's first audio series out. That was a big deal, coming from two Black men to say what they believed in by making the first thing that they put out in their joint deal from Audible, something that was about a Black woman who went missing, named Tamika Houston. And we tried to do our best to deliver something that would transcend from the true crime space of perhaps just the sensationalism, which, by the way, this story was from 2005. So we had to also make it new, to being something that people could see and be interested in now, and understand what we were talking about from the point of view of white women's, what is it called? White women's missing syndrome. I'm like losing my mind right now, but yeah. And we did. So we created a neo-noir ghost story and a true crime ghost story with a neo-noir, sort of wrapping on it, really got people to listen in a different way, and they loved it. And when we turned some of that audio in, Audible said it was some of the best audio they'd ever heard. That shocks me, considering they're the audio kings of, you know what I mean? That's what they're doing. But they really were very supportive. They were supportive before by taking it on at all, and they were supportive when they saw what we could do. And I think we need to give more people that opportunity to blow people's minds and see, here's what you're missing. You don't want to miss that anymore. So we're doing that. Again, we're doing another thing with Audible called PYG, P-Y-G, and we're doing like just all sorts of stuff. Just go look at colorfarmmedia.com and check it out, because honestly, me and Ben, we have fun doing it, but it's a lot on our plates, and we are starting to partner with really fantastic people, people from my past, Yvette Lee Bowser, and really wonderful, creators, and in their field, whether it's singers, Tank and the Bangers, all that. It's great stuff.
Oh, I'm excited to see. And again, thank you. And to Ben as well. I know that, again, to your point, that you have to be scrappy and entrepreneurial, even with your connectivities and experience in trying to tell your stories. And so now looking at how do we build that farm for other creators? Is it still that traditional sense of needing to be seen? Do you need to have a certain amount of work? While still is the landscape where now we have so many voices, and as you say, that talent is everywhere, but the opportunities are not. Is that something that we bridge with technology? Do we still need to bridge that with expertise, or a marriage of the two? What's the opinion of yourself, and how Colorfarm looks to approach new creators, or look to put those tools in creators' hands?
Probably all of the above, but I do think that expertise matters. I think that sometimes we live in a vacuum. We don't know how we're being received by the world. And you need to test the market, because it's not always everyone else's fault. Sometimes it's our fault. We don't learn how to appeal to a larger audience. And that's for some people, they don't care. Not me, because I'm trying to build something that's bigger than myself. So I got to figure that out. I do think that the algorithm can feed our present mindset too easily, the same things, and build upon it. And that's not necessarily good. I used to like when there were less stations, because you had to play a lot of, the same music on the same station. When I was in Arizona growing up, there was KEOS, Super 69, Flagstaff, and I had to hear the Doobie Brothers on it, Stevie Wonder on it, gospel music on it, country music on it, was all in the same thing. And yet it was really hard to get on there. So I don't really want that back. Now you have all these stations, and then people sitting there, in their silos, and they're insulated, and they're not inspired by anybody except for who they think. And they have no idea where all that stuff comes from. So I'm kind of glad that I had to listen to classical music and Nat King Cole and Sinatra and all those things, because I feel like I got a really good ear and taste bud for things, and also why they worked. It's in my DNA. If I had to pick now, I would just think anything could work. Oh, it works. Well, I guess that's partly true, but not everything works for everybody. So how can you create something that works for a lot of people? That's what people are trying to figure out. And I think we can do that by looking at talking about expertise now, what makes story, and the classical sort of themes of that. They have nothing to do with race or, gender or anything, but just how you can tell a story. And we've been told stories in different ways. It's unfolded in different ways, but those building blocks are still there. And trying to also not be so clever that we confuse people, or we don't make things that are tone deaf, that people can't remember because it's just too much information. They go, how can you make that simple? How really drill that down, even how we name our characters and how the worlds they live in. Not everybody is a nerd and wants to remember all these things. It took a while if you look at Lord of the Rings, if If you ask me now what all those names were, I couldn't tell you. But I know there's, the dude who lost it, who's trying to regain it, the king, is undercover, that's our Aragon. And there's, Frodo, that's easy to remember. There's, you start to go, oh, I got that. There's a little guy that's trying to get across that that planet of evil and drop it into that hole. And he's going to have helpers and he's going to have obstacles. Got it. And some people, if you ask them what their story was, they wouldn't be able to tell you. They say, well, and you'd be like, look, you lost me. And that's not, we need to see that criticism as being, either you're going to gain a followership that can go with you on that, or you're going to lose a lot of people because people don't have that much time. So how we can digest it, expertise matters, and how other people have done it matters. But I think we have our own way to go. So I'm not going to diagnose or, get prescribed. I'm going to say you have to decide what kind of creator you want to be and where your audience is.
Well said, and I appreciate your synopsis. As a Tolkien fan, of Lord of the Rings. To your point of something that was obscure for a while, right? So it's not that that's a brand new property, but as time and narratives change and looking to bring those stories ahead. Now, yes, it's
and
global.
Look at Game of Thrones, by the way. Dedra, I mean, really, what's the name of that queen with the white hair?
Oh, of course, it's
Daenerys.
Cersei.
In the world, but we learn new names all the time. We're going to have all these things that may feel foreign to our ear come into our space, and I'm excited about that. But I do think that we are dealing with people for a long time who said, "See Jane run," and that's really who you're dealing with, but not anymore because it's a global audience. So. Good stuff.
Well, absolutely. And kind of taking that conversation to the global sense and space. I know we've had conversations about Africa and the idea of how the stories that we want to tell and the people that we want to connect with do reach and intersect with that global audience, particularly in the African diaspora, to that experience where we have absolutely new narratives, new cultures, new languages that we'll say from a Eurocentric or US based space are all new options. But as we've heard from other speakers here, they also have their own unique spaces and challenges. So as a color form that's looking at influencing like a global sense of that conversation, what are your thoughts when thinking ahead to building that global audience for you and your work?
I'm going to keep doing in a global space what I'm doing in so-called national and local space. It's telling good stories with good storytellers and supporting the people who can, and also collaborating and making common cause. I'm also going to go and learn about who they are, what the culture is. I'm not here to, I think there's a lot of conversation about who has the right to tell what story. And I'm just going to say right now that as an artist, I have the right to tell any story I want to tell. I'm just going to say that and move on and say that I don't feel like there's anything outside of me in terms of permission. But I do think that you need to respect the culture that you're coming into and learn from them. And there's a lot to learn in the world. But I do think they are building about the same building blocks on how stories told. But who they are and how they unfold, that's the fascinating part. So I'm looking forward to being a lifelong learner. My mother always told me I should. And that takes work. People don't read enough. They don't go outside of their own neighborhood enough and learn more about other cultures. And we must, if we're going to have any sustainability. I think proof of life is, again, testing your own notions and not saying, well, I believe this and I believe that. Okay, there's plenty of people for what you believe. But actually, every time I look up, I realize that what I do believe is that life can be brutal. It also can be amazing and surprising in the weirdest moments. And am I open to it? So that's what I'd like to do in a global space. I also know that more than others, I have a global presence because syndication has already planted seeds for me in people's homes and people's minds and for the characters I played. And I'm going to hopefully build upon that and not think of it being new space, but a space that maybe there's a seedling that if I water it, it can grow up. But I also want to do it in community. I do believe that you need to come and build the community so they can have ownership. There's no reason to come and build the same industries we've had here that have dominated this space. And if we don't, that's exactly what's happening now with industry in Africa, in South America, and all those other places. They're just being treated as little Americas and not even with the same respect at all, or agency. So we can't let that happen. We must, like I said, use our talent and our skill set to build better with the people that are there, and also have a conversation that goes back and forth. So it's not one way.
Absolutely. I think that bilateral relationship, both of culture and connectivity and just simply a sincerity, works well in making sure that we're all connected in the successes to come. So as we kind of get ready to return some of your time here, because again, this has been a fantastic conversation again with artist and activist and innovator, Erika Alexander. Thank you so much. Just a couple of quick questions before we leave. I wanted to ask again, with your breadth of experience, for someone who is now coming into this creative space, whether that's the young or the young at heart, what type of advice do you have for creators that are now in this third renaissance or this third reconstruction, right? We might be ambivalent with both of those words as far as to what's going on right now. What would you say to those creators and looking at trying to find their voice and all that's happening with us within this world?
Okay. I'll tell you in a sec, but to those words, I really do believe that if this is the first reconstruction, it has to be the great deconstruction. Because, I did a play called The Mahabharata, where I played Marjorie and Hidimbi and a few other characters with Peter Brook's troupe. And one of the lines they said in it that really sticks is that I think Shiva says, I'm not sure, so don't kill me, y'all, if I'm wrong, but he says, I came to destroy the destroyers. Ooh, ain't that powerful? And I love that, and so first we have to deconstruct so we can reconstruct and not put it on. And then we'll have a renaissance. That would be great. A true renaissance. And, but I tell everybody knows my advice to them is to haul ass. Do not wait, haul ass, get it on. Because things take longer than you think. It's going to be exhausting. You'll be disappointed. All those things will come up. So you should get on with it. And you should get on. People saying, well, I'm afraid, this and that. I said, either going to do it or not. If you're not, then let yourself off the hook and go watch movies and chill and have some fun. Go to the Yankees game. That's totally okay. There's no shame in that game. But if you're going to be about it, then be about it. Go on and get at it and haul ass. And I think that you would say that too. I mean, what would you tell people? Because I want to know what your advice would be too.
Oh, it's that classic line. There is no tomorrow, right? I think it is absolutely that, right? You want to tell your story in your space and place all the time and every time. And I want to give credit to the two Brandons, Brandon Thomas and Brandon Easton. They had a podcast, and it's this space of the words is failure to ask, is waiting to ask for permission. What is it? I want to make sure I say it right. It's waiting for permission from someone else to be great, right? That you're waiting for some accolade, that you're waiting for some award, you're waiting for some industry recognition to now be the person that you want to be. And that's a dangerous game to play with your human life, right? Particularly your creative life. You hope that both intersect with a long and prosperous opportunity, but yeah, there's a peril in that I think as creators and I think as humans that we want that pat on the back. We want that let's go do it. Let us go do it. But as you say, like that time's not promised to any of us.
No. And I love Brandon Easton. I've done many a Comic-Con with him. He's a fantastic teacher at teaching writing. Y'all should look him up, look up his stories. He's at show running and doing wonderful things now. And I always told him he would be doing that. I said, I have no doubt. And he's like, thanks, E. But he knew too. He knew. I wasn't telling him anything he knew, but he didn't know or that he wasn't working toward. But you want to talk about somebody who always kept the faith and kept it moving. So you're right. There is no tomorrow. It doesn't exist. You know, there is the past, and the past doesn't exist anymore if you're thinking about the future. But if you don't build today, there won't be the tomorrow you want. Somebody else is building. They're not building your tomorrow. You gotta do it for yourself. That's right. Have you been here for 10 hours?
I have been here for 10 hours and plus, right?
Brother, you down here doing a marathon. You hear me? I did that once with on an Instagram thing, and boy, that was something else. I felt like I now knew what Jerry Lewis felt like, you know, a little bit. Like, remember those telethons? So I got props.
Oh, no, I appreciate this. This is the crescendo in the final act. Let me slide to the side and give a shout out to Secret Lab. Chairs that make this viable and still comfortable after a gauntlet, but a gauntlet of talent, if nothing else. And you kind of to conclude and likewise, thank you for your time and consideration. And absolutely, again, thanks to Brandon Thomas and Brandon Easton. You again, two fantastic brothers and examples of that stick to it and that you need to be successful in any industry. But they're getting their propers as we speak. So now, kind of in close,
thank you. Let me thank you and say you are something else. I think you're so powerful, and I really love what you're building and how you're building it with integrity, with attention, but also hard work. You know what I mean? And I appreciate it. And I just want to tell everybody that this brother is the real deal. He's a real one. So thank you so much.
Oh, honored and appreciative, right? So thank you. So, the first round of drinks in Kenya are on me. So, as it goes, right? Right. So we got to get there soon enough, right? But in close, what's next for the whirlwind of talent that is Erika Alexander? Like all the things that we talked about. You have so many great stories and great stories to come. But kind of in close, what's the thing that's really your North Star right now? Again, I know, hauling butt is that call and that narrative that you absolutely embody. But for you, kind of in your creator's heart, what are the thoughts or the things that really are keeping you motivated onward?
I've been really fortunate to act for a long time and write and again build skill sets across the entertainment industry. I did a lot of movie making last year and series work, and since the pandemic, just been working my ass off. And I still want to thank the people who have, asked me to participate and do these things. But if you watch Run the World, you should look at Run the World now. Season 2 is out, and the girls are at it again. I play Barb Ballard. That is a series that was co-created by Yvette Lee Bowser, who's a fantastic talent and who has been going for so long and just got the Patty Chayefsky Award for the WGA. Go look at that award. Go check out her speech and listen to her ride so you can appreciate how much she's accomplished. But Run the World is out now. Wu-Tang's last season, the 3rd season is out. Go check that. You should be able to see that on Hulu. Run the World is on Stars. Also, I'm in a movie right now out called Wildflower. That's Matt Smuckler is the director. Kiernan Shimka is the lead in that. I'm in it. Gene Smart is in it. Dash Mihawk, Samantha. Go look at all the great people. They're there doing that. That's out now. July 7th will be a film I'm in called Earth Mama. It's an A24 film. Savannah Leaf is the first-time director, her first feature, and she's directed before for a feature. Tia Namor from Oakland, fantastic talent and musician, rapper, but also Doechii is in it. Some amazing talent, new talent from Oakland. Go check that out. You're going to dig it, and it's going to get a lot of awards buzz. And also coming in later on this year, somewhere fall, October, November, is the Untitled Novelist Project. I can call it that for now. It used to be called something else.
Nice.
And it's with MGM and Cord Jefferson, who got the Emmy with Damon Lindelof for Watchmen, is the director, first-time director and writer of it. It's with Jeffrey Wright. I'm me. I played Jeffrey's girlfriend. Tracy Ellis Ross. Sterling K. Williams, Issa Rae, and Leslie Uggams. That's a killer cast. It's a Black comedy. You're going to have a lot of fun. And of course, we're still building here at Color Farm and making things and going to the tech space, hopefully with you. Let's do it. And let's move forward.
No, absolutely. Just onward and upward together for sure. And again, just want to thank you just for your example on and off screen, and just to say the kind considerations for us here at SUBSUME, and for sharing the best of yourself here with our space in Creative Juneteenth. So, yeah, I know we got some other conversations ahead, and I'm very thankful and privileged to it. But at the same time, we just want to make sure that, we really do thank you for all of your work, and just know that, we get a chance to be in this creative space because of folks like yourself that, don't speak only, of themselves, but of a shared future, of creativity, and really just showing us by example, likewise, that real deal that, we saw during the Harlem Renaissance, during civil rights. And I think during this deconstruction, which is quite appropriate, and revitalizing and reimagining of Black futures. And that's thanks to, our attorney at law and our activist at hand, Madam Erika Alexander. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. Happy Juneteenth.
All right. Thank you, young lady. I appreciate you. We'll talk soon. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege of being able to continue the conversation of Creative Juneteenth with Erika Alexander. We want to thank Liger Partners for allowing us to present this space and place for us to reimagine the fantastic opportunities of Black narrative, storytelling, and shared futures on this holiday. And so with that, we're going to come right back and close with a quick conversation and reflection of what we've accomplished here today with you and your support of the 4th annual Creative Juneteenth. Again, my name is Daniel Sneed. Thank you all so very much for being a part. So just stay tuned and stay included for much more. Thank you all. Thank you so very much, and welcome to SUBSUME Summit 2023 Creative Juneteenth. Thank you all. So this is Dejan Sneed here again, and just hour number 10 of a fantastic run here for Saturday is a celebration of the Creative Juneteenth holiday, but also the space by which we can talk about our creative freedoms of telling the Black stories of the diaspora with agency, authenticity, and a shared future for everyone. So again, Dejan Sneed, owner operator here of Creative Juneteenth 2023, and of SUBSUME, studio here in Atlanta, Georgia. That's Afrofuturism in Action. It's looking to be the intersection of creativity, technology, and community. And I just want to take one moment to just thank everybody for being a part and a parcel of this amazing experience. So again, this is year 4. It's not lost on me that we have had a great show full of just a pantheon of talent throughout the Black diaspora, supporters, creators, and innovators that come from all points and all parts. And so it's just so thankful now at the residents of our Saturday, which by no means are we done, but we want to just kind of take a minute just to reflect and appreciate all the talent that we're able to bring here as we try to bring the finest, not just of Afrofuturism, but of Black stories and Black storytellers to our platform. And so thanks each and every one of you. Just going to give a quick 5-minute rundown of what we've done here today. If anyone's still available that has any questions or comments, we want to just thank you all for that. And again, just give a space of appreciation for this service. So first off, we want to just thank our amazing community of creators and collaborators for making this an opportunity. First and foremost, there's no show here today without Tanya Woods. So let me please thank Tanya Woods, the Thrill Builds, for the long and late nights of being able to build this fantastic conversation and conversation space with SUBSUME, and really just helping to bridge a lot of ideas and opportunities into something very intentional with a short amount of time. So Thrill Builds definitely lived up to the name. It was I'm sure, harrowing but honest experience, and we wish Tanya nothing but appreciation and some space of rest in the days to come. So thank you for that. Likewise for Blanca and Anetha, and for Waffles, some of our back-end creators and developers that help us build this platform with SUBSUME. Keep things running so much more than the conversations that you might see on our social media, but being very intentional with the worlds and spaces that we're building. Likewise, wanting to thank our Atlanta Futurism family for being able to help ideate and create these spaces at a whim and at a drop of a dime, being able to come up and come through with that. And so many folks in that space that we want to thank for the partnership of Liger Partners, a marketing firm and creative agency here in Atlanta, Georgia, that's really helped us really navigate a new path with our work with SUBSUME and being able to be intentional with our works and our efforts. We want to thank them again for being a presenting partner with our keynote that we just finished with activists, artist and actress and amazing person as Erika Alexander. So as we kind of go through and I'll kind of talk about who we have, and then just give us a couple of minutes of the future of SUBSUME. So we really opened up the show today. We started very early at 8 o'clock. So we actually started 2 hours before our announced time. We had that much content and that much opportunity to connect and chat with folks. And so we started by a revisit of Creative Juneteenth alumni. And that's great to say. We've had 4 years now. We've had enough time to see some growth and development in these conversations. So with video game and XR creator Jonathan Jennings, we opened up the show with Weird Kid Studios. Then we had a brand new sneak peek of Liberation Station, a new bookstore in Raleigh, North Carolina, that opened today as the first of the state to offer Black children's literature as its priority. And so thanks to them for giving us a sneak peek and a space to support them. Then we spoke with Dr. Julian Chambliss of the Afro Fantastic. I think we may actually have a small part of that show that now is airing on PBS locally there in Pittsburgh, but will be open and available throughout the country on PBS.com, talking about the use of Afrofuturism in these new spaces, that message which we talked about today. And then we spoke with Freddie G in Medellin, Colombia, that we met during Negro Fest with the Black Speculative Arts Movement, who were a group led by Dr. Ronaldo Anderson, and a pantheon of talent across the world, and being able to be a part with SUBSUME to talk about the resonance of the Afro-Colombian experience as well as Afrofuturismo and the way that Latinx and African narratives connect in a digital future. And then being able to talk about the state of Black fantasy with Zelda Knight and Donald Apeki, two brilliant creators and collaborators with us. Then after that, we spoke with Mr. Odie Gray, who's president of Diversity Cyber Council, about tech as a new trap and how we're experiencing growth and resurgence of Black tech talent into these spaces, and by talking to one of the leaders in that revolution. Then we spoke with Damian Jerry and his new release of Illmatic Consequences and the clapback against CRT. And so looking at this insightful and now powerful tool that's available and accessible now of how to adjust the conversations and narratives and reflect the onslaught of issues around critical race theory, and being able to embolden us to respond in kind to the advocacy of Black history. And so for the state of SUBSUME, we actually brought in our STEM Futures conversation with Dr. Lawanda Cummings from the University of Virgin Islands, talking about our collaborative work that we've done with SUBSUME on the technology side to empower K-12 students into those same spaces. Then we got Love and Animation, talking to COO of Martian Blueberry, Love Barnett, about her work in animation, inclusion, and building intellectual properties with agency. Then continued on with the Jane of all trades, Afua Richardson, who talked about not only her own creative journey and narratives as a maturation of a litany of talents, but also working on the stories and sincerity and reflection of her family history. We then spoke with Marcus Hayes, who's a local professor here in Atlanta, but also a creator in the space of using Afrofuturism and the conversations around higher education. Then we spoke with just Giant Arias, who talked about the work of his with Jason Wise, building intellectual property, and as a creator and one of the stalwart voices of Black Heroes Matter. What is he doing to stay included in the narration of our shared futures? And then we brought in art and algorithms expert, Dr. Natrice Gaskins, talking about her creative journey and how it intersected the technology, art, and innovation from an early age into one of the most prominent voices in that field. We then talked with Katra Sambini of about African global education and creating policies for African creators that actually move the needle forward in the growing needs of the continent. Then we spoke with Karama Horn, the Blurred Girl, about not only the conversations around her expertise in marketing and development around Black culture and geekdom, but also herself putting on her creative cap and building creative stories of her own. And then we brought it home close to Atlanta with our home team of Jessica Milton and Balagoon, Jessica Cage, Milton Davis, as well as Balagoon Ojitade, talking about world building and how they're building worlds with Black narratives and Black agency in the space of entrepreneurship of those stories. And then we close out with a keynote from Erika Alexander. So I think that in and of itself deserves a sip from the Tuskegee Air's mug of completion. Things got done. We were 10 plus hours in. We got so much content, but the time is not done. So we'll take one sip and then let us talk about, and I want to kind of see if I can switch this around as I get things going, because we want to present and see if I can show this conversation here. I want to try to see if I can switch this narrative around. So now I am learning on the fly here, and it's okay. I think the idea is I'm going to see if I can adjust, but I don't think it's going to let me. It's okay. To that, I just want to make sure that we talk about, celebratory sip. A well-earned coffee, finally after 10 hours. So with that, what's next? What's going on with us at SUBSUME? I would say, first off, we want to see you all tomorrow at the Russell Innovation Center for Entrepreneurs. We'll close with that space here on Sunday from 10 to 6, where we'll have about 8 of our finest artists and patrons and being able to bring the Speculative Black Fiction and Fantasy Book Fair back for its third iteration. We want to make sure that we're creating spaces that also support our local community, but also bring the Black Fantastic to your front doorstep. And so with that, we'll have a book fair from 10 to 6. Feel free to come by the SUBSUME studio there, where there'll be free parking, and we'll have free pictures that'll be for families. If you're celebrating Father's Day, feel free to come through with your family. We'll love to take a picture, commemorate the day with you, as well as celebrate the Black Fantastic together, along with the holiday of Juneteenth. And we'll also, for creators that are in the space, you may need that new headshot. We're appreciative of the support of Keisha Stovall to be able to bring her expertise in film and photography to be a complementary component of being a part of that book fair. So to that, we are continuing on with 3 days of service. And to talk about Friday, of course, where we opened up with the to be announced team here with SUBSUME, bringing just a fantastic show to open up and bring also a highlight to the first season of To Be Announced with new conversations with them and our service To Be Announced. So thank you all so very much. And I'll kind of close it out from here. I'm good at a lot of things, and I realize that I stand in a space of privilege compared to many. The idea of being able to just be in a opportunity to make SUBSUME the only thing that I do, it definitely comes at a cost, but it comes with an appreciation and an understanding that I'm not here of myself, and I'm not here just for me, but I'm here sincerely for the creative community that's looking to tell the stories of a shared Black future, and that one that's appreciative of everybody and all that word and those phrases mean, but that there's more than enough for everybody, right? And so the idea of SUBSUME is that we want you to be included just as you are. We want you to be able to bring your authentic conversations, your authentic self to the conversations in the spaces that you deserve to be in. So whether that's technology, whether that's art, whether that's film, whether it's animation, or whether that's just being appreciated just for your voice and your narrative, we want to make those as real spaces. Now, as far as what SUBSUME's up to, that is a giant shoulder shrug. I don't know. I have no idea. Only own this place and run everything and try to work on as much stuff as possible. So that's to say that we're building it as we fly, right? So the idea is that as we try to build this, we know that there's a direction that we're trying to get to, and there's a way that we're trying to go, but it's not with any particular destination in mind. I mean, I think we're appreciating the creative journey as we always try to, and that every day we try to get up and build and share and invite people of like-mindedness and of like intent who realize that it is the journey, right? So the idea is not to build to get to a certain place or a certain space or a certain title. SUBSUME's always been an overarching crop of projects, and I think in that sense, it's really been a home for the weirdness that is that creative journey. And so I don't walk it alone. I absolutely am thankful for those that support, and for those that may not see that as the opportunity just yet. We're appreciative of you just being you, and really, we just have so many amazing things to talk about and share. They, of course, could be another 10 hours of conversation. But again, we stand by the tenet of Afrofuturism in action. So the idea is that we're in action, and we let our work and hopefully the good work speak for itself as a brand, the community, and the collaborations to come. So with that, I just want to close by saying thank you to each and every one of you. Anybody that clicked, anybody that shared, anybody that's curious to what we are working on with SUBSUME, we say come to SUBSUME. There's so much work to be done, so many opportunities, so many things that we can do, but we can only do it together. And so it can't be just me. And I'm thankful and prayerful that the things that we'll build will be the space of fruition and sustainability for all of us. So to that, we'll say we want to thank each and one of you. A gentleman's tip of the hat to everybody who's down with SUBSUME. And, we are just going to close it there. So thank you all so very much for staying tuned and staying included. We'll close the show with just a little bit of a reminder again of our Sunday showcase. That'll be the Sunday Black Speculative Fantasy and Fiction Book Fair. That'll be at the Russell Innovation Center for Entrepreneurs, 504 Fair Street, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia, 30313. So we'll see y'all there, 10 o'clock sharp, and we appreciate you for staying tuned and staying included with us here at SUBSUME. Y'all take care now.